Good day, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. This is Viper of Viperland, and wouldn't you know it, point A that we gotta start from, no background music. Isn't that always the case? Also, hey Ark and Ramen, how you both doing tonight? Welcome both of you to Viperland in the chat. And I've got the tiny little thing I need up here, which is just starting from point A, do not turn off the phone. On January 23rd, at point B, last time we answered the phone, this time we don't. Those are the two procs we need. Every time I forget which of the R1 or L1 buttons fast forwards and which does the hard fast forward, so I gotta check this again. I should have checked it off camera. Force is L1, regular is R1, okay. So we can basically let it go until January 23rd, because the other stuff will be the same, and that's fine, we've seen it, but like, whatever. And this should be the last route, and then we should just go to true end. If we did everything right, which, you know, I've been following the easiest spoiler-free guide in the world, so we should have done everything right. But we've followed guides in the past and still gotten stuff wrong, so I promise nothing. I make no guarantees. Yeah, specifically thinking that one. That was, of all the side TV games we played so far, that one's taken the longest. And part of it was because that one stream's been messing around, but it's taken the longest by like a few extra. I think Steins 1 was 9 parts, this is about to be 8 or 9 parts? That one was 13 parts. Chaos was like 6 or 7. Yeah, we screwed up Steins 2, but you know, whatever. It's fine. To be fair, we didn't screw that up. The skip function didn't work the way it was supposed to, and it always force skipped. That's not on me. That's not on me. Robotics was on me. 100% that was me. That was my doing. I was impatient and it didn't immediately do the thing, so I went, I did it wrong, and restarted it instead of like, let's wait about 45 seconds first. That's me. I don't know why the game didn't have me save, or the guide, have me save a point B, but it's never specified saving a point B, so I guess maybe it's important to go from A over? I don't know. This is not an important thing, but oh yeah, it's just plot stuff. Maybe you have to have started from this point, I don't know. It definitely says starting from point A, so we loaded this file. Why does this stop it? We've read this bit, right? Oh, because we're supposed to take out the... Okay. So it shouldn't matter. Right? Yeah, it just says on January 23rd, do not answer the phone, so it should be fine. I'm glad that it still pauses there in case it's like, you sure? Even if it's not an actual trigger. Anything phone related, they're just like... I guess that could be the game's way of trying to keep you guessing as to what's an actual trigger or not, even though you're pretty sure it's having to do with the phone. Don't know. The Christmas outfits were cute. I like the Christmas outfits. I like how they made just a black goth one for Luca. Just cuz, why not? Screw it. Clearly a goth all the way down. Luca is great, yes, it's true. Merry Christmas shenanigans. I guess I could have gotten us to this point and started it there at the start of the stream, but gotta see the whole process, even if it's just fast forwarded automatically. Yeah, I mean, the way I've done it is everything on camera, so it's all on camera, even the fast forwarding this bit. It's just how it is. But I'm glad for the skip button, because like we could go through all this again, but we have not too long ago. Alright, so there should be another... Yep. He goes through some bad times. This was the war. War never changes route. Yeah, this is going down the path of the first route, but branching off at a point. But it's going down the first route we had ever gone down. Yeah. Yeah, this was the first time it happened. Yep. First time in the first route. It's still so weird to see her without ears. Like, it's weirder to see her in ears than it is to see literally any of the rest of them in military fatigues, like camo. It's weirder to just see Ferris with no ears. They should have given her camo ears, you're right. That's 100%. Alright, so we're on 121 now. It's the 23rd. We're going to get a phone call. We do not answer the phone call. Last time we answered it, we do not answer the phone call. Also, hey Zor, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Oh yeah, this was the timeline. She's in the hospital too for, what was it, meningitis or whatever it was? I don't know, knew something. It's just a Ryan message, but I'm still gonna... I think he auto-checks it. Had a Ryan message. Yeah, he auto-checks it. Okay. Older military Ferris, yeah. Encephalitis, oh that might be it, yeah. I'm just getting diseases mixed up. It was a random disease they picked and added new to the front of it. It's like, that's it. Ah, yes, a good old Bakamitai. This truly is art. Okay, we're on the 23rd. I'm just gonna preemptively save, even though we're not at the trigger yet, just so we don't have to fast forward if I muck something up. We can go, cool. It should be hard to muck it up, I just don't answer the phone, but just in case we've saved. I forgot about that CG too, that was great. Good stuff. Happy memories. Happy memories all the way down. Need to call Daru right now. I don't think this is where it matters. Phone Ryan, which is better. Okay, so they just auto do that. I didn't open the phone. That's a message. We're gonna skip it anyway. That's another message. We're gonna skip it anyway. That's what we're actively skipping. Just to be safe, we'll save again. We have so many save slots, like why not? I feel bad, I want the sneak up, but like, it blocks the bottom right of the screen, so I gotta tilt them down a little bit. I want them to be like up, but blocks the screen. It's from Krisu. Maho looked troubled. I didn't want Krisu hearing this either. Didn't know what to do, let me just make sure. On January 23rd, point B, do not answer the phone. Cool. Didn't know what to do, and then I remembered. The world line where I'd spent a month during wartime. I remembered that the Amadeus Krisu was being used by the US military there. I still don't know what that meant. I stared at my phone screen. Should I answer it, or should I talk to Daru first? I was really surprised to see you two knew each other, though. I wasn't sure what to say when I saw you together at May Queen. Well, I figured it out quick, though. You both knew Krisu Makase, or Makase Krisu. But Mahotan, you said you weren't going to tell Ocarine about this. Did you change your mind? It'd be more accurate to say he figured it out for himself. No, I see. Daru nodded and grabbed some snacks off the table to gobble down. I put the smartphone in my pocket. For now, I needed to focus on talking to Daru. So, what did you want to talk about? You know what I want to talk about. I'm here with Yajo. Show me the laptop and hard drive that Krisu left behind. Did you figure out the password? I have no idea. What do you mean? I'm trying to tell you one simple thing. Stop trying to analyze that laptop right now. Oop. There may be something lurking within it so terrible that it will plunge the entire world into chaos. Hold on, let's get one more read of that one. Thanks, Daru. Hey, are you listening? Get a grip, dude. He definitely didn't say get a grip, dude. He definitely called him a chuny. Like, I get why they translated it that way, but he definitely just called him a chuny. So you're one of those, huh? No, I'm being serious. This isn't about Hoyo and Kyomo. He just keeps calling him a chunibyo. Daru's good. I have a grip. I slammed my hand down on the table. The shock was enough to cause one of the empty cans on the table to fall to the floor. Listen to me, okay? This involves Suzuha. Suzuha? You know what Suzuha's job is, right? Quisk. Nakabachi's paper. That was enough for Daru to understand. Seriously? I've been serious the whole time. I see. Well, I'd more or less assumed that was the case. Then why did you call us a chuny? Because he could. That's the right answer. Daru didn't say another word. He opened a locked, fire-resistant case that was sitting on top of one of the racks. There was a laptop and hard drive hidden within. Oh yeah, did we... I don't remember if we checked last time, but I don't think any of those characters are... I mean, unless that's Grim, third from the right, or two in from the right, I don't think any of the characters are recognizable. It just looks like generic, like, school outfit, generic mechs. Well, that's definitely a nurse. So you can't make out any of the facial features. It could be Grim. It could be. It also could be anyone else. It could just be generic nurse. I don't know. That's it. The laptop was a deep red Japanese model with a 12-inch LCD screen. Better not be Grim. Hard drive was American. Unlike Chaos Head, I bet you for the re-release they changed some of those models. Some of the very obviously just, this was a 2D PNG we found of Saber. I bet you they changed some of those. The hard drive was American from a brand known for equipping its drives with a shock-resistant rubber case. The laptop and hard drive that Kusu left behind. Just to double check, you weren't able to break the security, right? Well, you know how it is. No hacker can get through my software. Don't do anything else with it. I've been paid already, though. He looked apologetically towards Maho. She was glaring at me. I asked this before, but what exactly are you hiding when it comes to Kusu? Trying to learn the truth isn't always the answer. That's just what you think. You won't even give me the information I need to make that choice. Oh, yeah, stealth. It's dangerous. You know you were just attacked, right? Also, hello, Caxips? I hope I'm saying that anywhere near right, but welcome to Viperland in the chat. How you doing tonight? We'll figure out the use of Saber and Kept. It would be cool. It's not integral to the story in any way, but it would be funny. I hope it comes out on PS4, just because I want to have all the games platinumed. It would be really nice. Really nice. I've got it on PC. I've got Hitman 1 and 2 on PC, so that's what we're playing tomorrow. I tested it out today just to make sure it runs. Of course it does, but you know, I test games before anyway. I don't want to be a coward who just hides behind her knight in shining armor. I'm a scientist. I don't want to give up on trying to reach the truth, no matter how dangerous that may be. You just don't understand. If Kusu was here, she'd probably say the same thing, wouldn't she? I started. Maho was right. Yeah. She was mildly stubborn. I remembered having the same conversation with Kusu. It was when we were looking into CERN, I think. You're gonna have to tell her, man. Daru! Maho-tan doesn't look like anything you say is gonna convince her. Yeah, it's not. Also, hey Seven, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. How are you doing tonight? And it's probably more dangerous to be involved and not know what the deal is, right? Only, if what you're saying is true, though, Daru had a point. At this rate, Maho could very well get herself in deep trouble without realizing what she'd done. Just the fact that she was carrying Krisu's belongings made her a part of the Third World War, but she had no idea. That computer wasn't just something to remember an old friend by anymore. It was at the center of an international power struggle. Russian-speaking arsonists had forced their way into Krisu's home in America. Afterward, mysterious men claiming to be in the FBI had searched Dr. Leskinen's lab. This whole thing was on the verge of exploding, and people like me were nothing in the face of a war between nations. It'll mean telling her about Suzuha. Are you okay with that, Daru? We don't have a choice, do we? I turned back towards Maho. Yagyo, can you promise me one thing? You're a scientist, and I believe a very logical person. Don't let your emotions lead you into doing something stupid. Don't do anything rash. Don't be like I once was. What I'm about to tell you is hard to believe, so you may think it's impossible, but it's true, so get to the point. What is it you want me to promise? Don't get any ideas about saving Makise Krisu. What? Her mouth hung open like she didn't understand what she just heard. Save Krisu? If you can't promise that, I won't tell you anything. So what will it be? Does that mean it's possible that I could save her? You may think so, but I'm telling you right now, there isn't. What did I just say? I can't give you any answer until I've been given the information I need to decide. She can't promise it till she knows what she's promising. Tell me everything. I took a deep breath and began to tell her the story. I told her about the time machine, about Suzuha, and about the Third World War, and about the relationship between Krisu and Dr. Nakabachi, and that what was supposedly Dr. Nakabachi's theory was actually based off of Krisu's writings. I told her that the original copy of Krisu's work might be hidden on her laptop or hard drive, and I told her that Russia and America might be fighting over it. As for how Krisu died, I decided to skip that. Yeah, you would. Maho was silent the whole time I spoke, with a confused expression on her face. She looked like a girl who just graduated to middle school and who was starting at a string of equations on a blackboard that were like nothing she'd ever seen before. Her expression didn't change even when I finished. Is this true? It's not made up? Maho was asking Daru, not me. Yeah? You can't bring yourself to believe it? I mean, it is a lot, to be fair. That's not it. It's so different from what I was expecting that I'm having a hard time processing it. What were you expecting? Thought it might be about using Amadeus for military purposes. Military purposes? Krisu spent a lot of time at the psychology lab. She said sometimes she'd be visited by people who looked like they didn't belong there at all. She said she thought they were from the Department of Defense. Russia, the FBI, and now the United States Department of Defense? This is getting even more suspicious. Can Amadeus kill someone? How? Well, for example, you could take the memories of a veteran pilot and copy them, then use them to control drones. And remember what I said about medical applications? You mean copying memory data back into the brain? Yeah. If you could alter memory data and then send it back to the brain, you could make soldiers who didn't feel fear or who could carry out any kind of unethical mission without hesitation. Psychophysiology is psychopsychology will never get old. Look, it starts with psycho and there's a bunch of letters, and brain just fills in those letters, and we keep reading and we keep going. We don't hesitate. We keep it rolling. Wow, sounds like a Hollywood movie. Did this mean reality had caught up to books and movies? My thought was that Krisu had found proof that they were running experiments like that. And that's why they went after her? Yeah. Maho picked up the laptop. Its red body was evidently made out of some kind of magnesium alloy, and it was a lot lighter than it looked. I never expected a time machine, though. Either way, we should destroy it immediately. Without looking to see what's inside, you don't know for sure that it's got what you're talking about. It doesn't matter what's inside. As long as it still exists, it could start a war. She still didn't seem satisfied. But it's proof that Krisu was alive once. It's what she left to us. We can't just get rid of it. If you learn what's inside it, they might come after you next. That's true, but if this wasn't working, maybe you needed to try another approach. Surely you asked Krisu about the password, right? Amadeus? Of course, that was the first thing I tried. But it didn't work, right? Maho nodded. That's strange, right? Normally she'd know. But the Amadeus Krisu didn't know what it was. There's only one possibility then. Krisu herself changed the password without Amadeus knowing. Why do you think she did that? Isn't it because she didn't want anyone knowing what it was? Let's not dig up the graves of the dead, okay? Dig up her grave? It's not like that. It's not like that, though. I'm sorry, you're right. Maybe I'm getting too obsessed with Krisu. Excuse me. I know you really care about her, but you shouldn't get involved with this. This might not be Pandora's box, it might be the gate to hell. Get a grip, dude. Just more Tuni. Would you stop? Maho hugged the laptop tight to her chest and sighed. Alright, Okabe, I understand what's going on. I still haven't finished getting it all straight in my head, though. I'll get rid of this laptop. Thanks. I was so glad she understood. You really are amazing. How do you figure that? A normal person would just refuse to accept all this, or even if they didn't, they'd ask a ton of questions. You're giving me too much credit. Usually I wouldn't even bother refuting this. I wouldn't even listen. Normally a scientist should never deny any possibility, no matter how improbable. But we have a tendency to put too much faith in common sense and our own theories. Then why is it different this time? Because Makise Krisu is involved. Maho's smile was bitter. Time travel theory? A time leap machine? You're joking. That's impossible. But it wouldn't be impossible for Krisu. She's always been the one who proved that everything I thought I knew was wrong. I see. That's right. Her Amadeus login was Salieri. I almost said that, but stopped myself. It seemed to me that the idea held some kind of gloomy meaning to her as a scientist. So, what about my pay? I've actually already used all the money Mahotan gave me to reserve this month's H-Games. You're terrible. That's what I do this job for. That's fine. I won't ask for my money back. I didn't expect much when I asked you anyway. Just so we're clear, another 3 days and I would have cracked the password. Totes serious. Slang means seriously or really. Sure, whatever. Maho smiled and turned back to me. Like, him trying to crack that password is such a rock and a hard place situation. If he can crack it, it proves he's a good hacker. But it also proves he's a bad hacker, because he was the one who set up the thing that made it so you couldn't hack into it. So, like, if he can't defeat himself, he's a great hacker, but he's also not a good hacker. Like, there's no winning that one. By the way, I want to see proof of this. Proof? You've got it somewhere, right? This time machine? And I want to talk to Suzuha too. Well, I don't know about that. Daru had agreed to it, but still, I told Maho about the time machine without asking Suzuha. We'd just gotten into a fight, and I really didn't want to bring this up with her. But even showing Maho the time machine would mean I'd need to get Suzuha's permission, and that made it difficult. The whole time was destroyed, yeah, Daru, why don't you talk to Suzuha for me instead? Before I could finish my sentence, the intercom on the desk beeped. What is it? I'm busy now. His tone was the same as ever, but I didn't miss the sudden flash of tension across Daru's face. Got a bad feeling about this. Hello? Is something wrong? Daru flipped through several channels on the security monitor as he continued to talk on the phone. Finish the fight, heck yeah! Also, hey Potions, how's it going? Hope dungeons went well. Welcome to Viperland in the chat. All 6 monitors have been displaying the interior of the store, but now they show the entrance of the building, the emergency exit, the corridors, the elevator hall, and the emergency stairs. So he had cameras not just inside the building, but outside it too? Ah, very nice. Oh yeah, easy peasy. Well, last I checked, their bard was in like the 20s or something, so yeah, you don't really get a lot of dungeon variety early levels. This was no time to be impressed, not bard even, archer. The images were covered in white, snowy static, but I could see strange figures on the screens. Who are these guys? The entrance to the building, the 1st floor elevator hall, the 7th floor elevator hall, the 7th floor emergency stairs, and in front of the cosplay shop. There'd been nothing there a moment ago, but now there were 4 men standing in each of these 5 places. They were silent and did not speak to one another. 3 levels, yeah. Because they've still got like the new player bonus. It's crazy. Like every dungeon for like the dailies just gives like 3-4 levels. It's nutty. There are around 20 of them in all. Some were wearing suits, others typical Akihabara fashions, yet others were wearing military camo. I feel bad because I literally kept telling them, like, anytime you want, like, somebody to run dungeons with, just let me know. And the one time they're like, hey, I want somebody to run dungeons with, I was like, I cannot change tonight's stream. We're really set on this. We have to finish this game tonight. Like, I know they understand, but I still felt bad. I kept always being like, oh, just anytime. Always down for dungeons. But, like, individually, none of them would really stand out in Akihabara. But the fact that so many people had all come to this lonely building at once seemed terrifying. Oh, Desynth, yeah. I keep forgetting they're not on the free trial. They actually do pay, so like they have access to all of the stuff. Yeah, you got it. Okie dokie, I'm abandoning this location. You bail out when you get a chance too. See ya. Evidently he'd been talking to the man on the front counter. He put down the intercom and looked at us. So yeah, we're getting out of here. What? Daru pulled out a backpack and began tossing hard drives, memory cards, and other pieces of equipment into it. I'll take that laptop too, please. Maho stood there blinking as she handed him Krisu's laptop and hard drive. Hey, who are these people? Are they after Krisu's PC? Couldn't say. I cause a lot of trouble. This has happened before. Also, 1 second. Sorry, I keep forgetting throughout the day. Pasta sauce upsets the stomach sometimes, so I always just have Tums around, but I didn't take one before stream. I also love this shirt because it's a neon, has an arcade cabinet, it says old school gamer, but the way I sit in this chair on stream, and the angle I sit in, all you see is old. Perfect. I couldn't say, I caused a lot of trouble. This has happened before. Well, that's why I keep this job a secret. Seriously? Daru took the laptop and hard drive from Maho, threw them into the backpack, and slid it into his back. Old snake, yeah. Do we not have Viper Old here? We do, but it might have been one of the, like, bit ones. How are we getting out of here anyway? They're standing right outside the door. It's a shame, because I like this place. Finally time to say goodbye, huh? Yeah, I kind of figured. Despite his tone, it's not one we'd use often, even though it's applicable often. Despite his tone, his expression was still serious. He walked to the corner of the room. There's a life-size poster of a golden-haired Vocalo stuck to the wall. The name of a DTM, desktop music, software for home computers that allows for the creation of an artificial singing voice. Vocalo, yep, Excuse me, Rintan. Daru carefully took the poster off the wall, making sure not to damage it. There was a glass door hidden behind it, which led out to a concrete veranda. This way. Wait, that was how he was going to escape? But this was the 7th floor, right? There wasn't time to worry about it. Daru went out to the veranda without bothering to wait for us. We saw the theme. Yeah. Which theme? I definitely haven't heard all the Metal Gear Solid themes. Well, it may not have been Miku, but it was definitely a Vocaloid. I never played 4. I played Twin Snakes up to just past the tank fight. Never played Metal Gear Solid 2. Love the hell out of Metal Gear Solid 3. Love Metal Gear Solid 5. And what was the PSP one? Tactical Ops? I don't remember what the... Peace Walkers. Peace Walkers is the thing is, when 4 came out, I didn't have a PS3. And by the time I got a PS3, there were, like, other priority things for me, and I never really got around to it, but I really should. Yeah, I hear it's basically just a movie, but, like, that's fine. Whatever. I also hear it's good. It's Kojima. I pushed Maho forward and urged her to go ahead of me. It's one I really should get around to one day, and I just keep forgetting about. The veranda was filled with junk, just like the inside. The floor was covered with old PCs and monitors, as well as old arcade games that were clearly broken. There was barely any place to stand. But that meant that as long as you ducked down a little, there was probably no way you could be seen from outside. Yeah, I've heard generally good things about it. Like, the only bad things I hear about it are the cutscenes are long, but like, it's a Kojima joint. Of course they are. Kojima clearly wanted to be a movie director and got into games, and it works. It works well, but if you don't want 90-minute movie before you can play a game, you should play a different game than a Kojima one. Yeah, that's just how it be. Maybe he set this up deliberately so he could use it in case of an emergency. Yeah, like, I enjoy his games for what they are, but if I'm not in the mood to sit down and just watch a ton of cutscenes, I'll play a different game that day, and I'll go back to it. From there, we escaped like we were in a spy movie. We removed the board that connected the veranda to the next one, moved down to the room at the edge of the building, and then used the emergency ladder to get to the second floor. It was an empty space that Daru rented with some of his acquaintances, and we were able to use the bathroom to escape to an unused room in the next building. Oh, okay. Excuse me. I know the spark notes of the overarching Solid Snake story. Again, I played Twin Snakes some amount of the way through. I don't really know much of 2 other than Raiden. That's it. Raiden vs. Vamp kicks someone's chest. Oh, he's in a... Oh, of course he'd be in 4, because it's the same Raiden that would end up being in Revengeance, because they're future, yeah. 3 was my favorite. My problem with 1 and 2 are not that they're bad games, because they're obviously not. My problem with 1 and 2 is I am trash at corridor stealth. I much preferred the open world stealth in bushes, stealth in trees. I was just better at it. So I tried the first one, and I just wasn't good at it. I could see the quality game there. It's like me and heckin' Last of Us. I can't beat The Last of Us. I'm just bad at it. I'm so bad at, like, corridor stealth. I'm awful at it. I understand that The Last of Us is a great game. I accept that. But just corridor stealth, I can't do it. Yeah, I'm saying all this on the eve of playing my first Hitman, so that'll be good. My blood ran cold when Daru got a call that men in front of the cosplay shop had broken in. From there, we planned to escape from the next building's emergency exit. The emergency exit there led out to a different alleyway than the one we'd originally come in, so in theory, they shouldn't have been able to find us. But we were naive. The narrow alleyway between the buildings was dark and deserted. Word itself, oh, we're gonna... No, Ramen ticketed the right game. They were waiting for us there, as if they'd known exactly where we were going. I mean, Ramen was already going to ticket this game at some point. Like, they had mentioned way before. Like, before... When I first nabbed on a PC, they're like, I'm gonna ticket that sometime. So this is a known thing. But what they, what really spurred them into action was seeing my expert stealth in Horizon. That was what really sparked it. We were caught off guard, and before we could run, one of them grabbed Maho. And then there was no way for us to resist. They grabbed Daru and me, twisted our arms behind our backs, and slammed us to the ground. But it wasn't the group who'd attacked us in the building. They were all wearing full face masks, motorcycle suits, and leather jackets. One of them, the girl holding down Maho, was clearly a woman. There was only one woman I knew who'd attack us while dressed like that. Don't yell. Do what we tell you. I was right. I knew that voice. I could tell even with her helmet hiding her face. Otherwise, she's dead. She held Maho with her left arm and took out a military knife with her right. She put the knife to Maho's throat. Why did I have you play Sekiro? Nobody knew at that point. Like, I've admitted once before that was the reason I didn't really vibe with the first early Metal Gears, but like, whatever. Maybe I'll get better at it. Maybe time changes and skills improve. Maybe this will be my excuse to get good. And I played a good amount of Sekiro, and it wasn't the corridor stealth that stopped me. It was originally got stuck at Butterfly Woman. Then I made really good progress. Then I stopped playing it for a little while because other games came out, and then Activision did a thing. And continues to do a thing. Where I just... At some point, like, I'll do like a Discord stream, because I want to play more of it. The game was fun, but I just... it's hard for me right now to willingly stream anything, even though I know they just published it. I know they just published it. They didn't make the game. It's tough. I don't want to knowingly stream something that's got their name on it right now. But we can maybe finish it in Discord or something like that. 2 games not prepared for. Oh, absolutely. But, you know, whatever. Battle of the Celtics. Yeah. Don't do it. The horrible memories came flooding back to me. Yeah. And, like, it's already been purchased. So at the same time, like, the damage is done, per se. But I don't want to, like, even advertise it. Even though, like, I get it's just the same, like, it's just you guys watching. Like, I get that. Nobody's going to be like, oh, man, I saw Viper play 10 streams of this game, but the 11th was what made me go buy it. Like, I get it. But it's just, I don't, what small platform I have here, I don't want to do it. Whether it happened in a different world line or not, the merciless voice that had taken Mayuri from me was right here. For what it's worth, once that game finally clicked, it was good stuff. Yeah, it's principle, exactly. Man, I straight up almost quit that game before we clicked, though. That was the closest I've come to quitting any Souls game because of just it wouldn't click, and then it just did. Then it just did. Check if you stream again on Twitch. Oh no. Mayuri Shina is not needed. I gritted my teeth so hard it hurt and glared at the woman in the motorcycle suit. I'll give you what you want, so don't do it. I forced myself to speak, and the woman in the motorcycle suit took the knife away from Maho's neck. She handed her over to one of the other men. Then she took off her helmet. You're Moika Kiryu. So it was you after all. Where is it? Her eyes were completely devoid of emotion, just like they were on August 13th. I was forced off the ground by one of the others, but my arm was still twisted upwards. I tried as hard as I could not to scream from the pain. First, let go of my hand. I can't even talk like this. Shock and awe, yeah. Moika slightly nodded to the other man. The hand that was holding me drew back. I could finally move again. Daru was released too, and he stood up, mumbling something. She could in that one end. Well, it was still not a good ending for her. It was a good ending. The paramedics do end up showing up in time, right? She doesn't die in that one. She just comes very close. But Maho is still in their hands. I'll trade it for Dr. Hyajo. Daru, give me your backpack. Oh, right. Yeah, she made it in that end. Daru was about to take off his backpack. Don't do it! Don't give it to her! Hyajo, stay quiet. She will kill you. It's not just a threat. But would Krisu be happy if you died over her paper? Maho looked like a small child on the verge of tears. Still glaring at Moika, I took the laptop and hard drive out of the backpack. This is it. Hand me the backpack, too. Let Hyajo go first. She didn't respond. Fine then. I'll have to bluff. If you want the password to decrypt it, don't think about cheating us. I put the 2 items back in the backpack and handed it over to her. It was all I could do to keep my voice from quaking. Nobody can boot this thing up without the right password. Hackers all over the world have tried and failed. I'll tell you once our safety is guaranteed. I don't want to get killed the moment we hand it over. Of course, I had no clue what the password was, but if they found it out, we were doomed. Daru was giving me a questioning glance. I ignored it. Keep your damn mouth shut, Daru. You're right. Alright, she fell for it. That meant... Then, one of you is coming with me. Huh? We'll let 2 of you go immediately. If the password is correct, we'll let the other one go as well. Damn, that's not good enough. No, we can't be sure the one who stays will be safe. Then all 3 of you come with us. This woman, I could feel cold sweat on my back. I'd never been involved in a life or death deal before, and I had no idea what to do next. Itaru Hashida, come this way. What? Me? We're told you're a specialist. Bring the backpack over here. No, if you come, we'll leave the other 2 here. Wait then, I'll go. That's fine, right? My superiors told me nothing about you. I can't even say if you really know the password. Damn, she saw through me. Moika put the knife back to Maho's neck. Itaru Hashira, come quickly. I'd rather hear that line said in a more erotic. Even in a tense life or death situation, Daru gonna Daru. Daru was joking, but his whole body was shaking. What do I do? They're going to kill Daru. Thought as fast and as hard as I could, but nothing came to me. In this world line, Daru was going to live until 2036 and complete the time machine. That much was clear from Suzuha's testimony. If the world lines were going to converge, even if Moika took Daru here, he wouldn't be killed, right? No, that didn't mean I could leave him here. One of the men with Moika was looking at his watch. She noticed it too. They might have felt that they were taking too much time with the kidnapping done in broad daylight. I hoped that somebody might wander by, but there was no counting on that stroke of luck. I needed to solve this myself instead of relying on others. Do I need to kill someone first? I felt a cold knife pressed hard against my carotid artery. Bad times. Daru and Maho were screaming, but suddenly it all seemed unreal, like it was taking place in a distant world. They say that's what happens whenever somebody's confronted with their own death, and it was happening to me now. Okay, I'll just take a sip real quick. We're good. I can't die either way, right? I tried asking myself that. Tried asking Suzuha even though she wasn't here. Tried asking the world. Of course, nobody answered. The fact that I might not die didn't mean I could do something stupid here. A normal college kid like me would be too scared to move once I had a knife to their neck. I'd seen people die many times, and I'd almost been killed, but I never did get used to it. Thoughts of Krisu's blood came back to my mind, and I almost suffered a flashback. My body shook, and it was all I could do to keep from collapsing to the ground. Was there nothing else I could do? Just when I was about to give up, a black van pulled up and braked hard at one end of the alley, blocking us in. The sliding door opened, and out poured men carrying assault rifles. Just, good times get better. They were all wearing gray military uniforms and face masks. Their eyes were the eyes of trained soldiers. From the huge frames and the color of their skin, it was clear that they weren't Japanese. I immediately realized that this was all real. It wasn't cosplay or anything like that. Those guns were real, and a battle was about to begin. The frying pan fell into the fire, and then was about to get shot. My experience with the August 13th attack and the war zone I'd lived in until only a few days ago came back to me. Everyone, hide! It didn't matter who was friend or foe. Moika moved the instant I spoke. She saw the attackers and jumped into the shadow of a nearby building. The other rounders spread out too. They let go of Maho, who was standing up confused in the middle of the alley. Maho, get down! The man who was holding me was the only one who reacted a bit too slowly. There was a sharp noise, and a bullet went through the helmet of the rounder who was holding the knife to my throat. As he went down, I went down with him, and I hit the ground hard. The impact made me let go of Daru's backpack. One of the other rounders grabbed it off the ground and ran in the opposite direction of the van. A man got out of the van, evidently the commander, and barked orders in what sounded like Russian. The fire fell into the volcano. One of the soldiers turned their guns on the fleeing rounder. Her body flew up off the ground as both she and the backpack were torn open. The contents of the backpack fell to the ground, scattering across the asphalt. The laptop and hard drive were hit with more gunfire than possibly could have been necessary. Krisu's laptop and hard disk were turned into unrecognizable scrap in just a few seconds. I crawled behind a light pole without even bothering to look. It really all happened in an instant. I looked around and the Russian soldiers were running towards us. Yeah, it's destroyed. Moika and her rounders had vanished at some point, leaving only the two bodies. The soldiers silently recovered the remains of the laptop and hard disk, picked up the bodies of the two rounders, and got right back in the van. They didn't even pause to look at us. There were only a couple of minutes between the time when they arrived and when they left. That's Oh, okay, I was about to say, I've definitely seen the gun. All that were left were little fragments lying on the ground. The blood from the two bodies, Maho, who was lying on the ground and shaking, Daru, who was standing in shock behind one of the buildings, and me, lying on the ground. My heart had been pounding the whole time. I only felt the pain in my neck after it was all over. Evidently, the knife had cut me a little when I'd fallen. A while later, we finally heard the sirens of a police car, and it was only then that I remembered that I was in Akihabara, Japan. The Third World War may have started long ago, and we just didn't know it. I realized that in the face of a war between nations, we truly were powerless. Powerless, but alive. Akihabara was in an uproar. Alright, so we got a message. Shopping Luca, do you want to come join us? Oh, that was one we missed, okay. There were lots of helicopters in the sky that probably belonged to the media. We escaped to the lab, making sure that no one was following us. It hadn't been that long since we were attacked at the hotel. If the cops found out that if the cops found us at the scene of another crime like that, they'd be suspicious for sure. So we ran before the police arrived. Suzuha wasn't at the lab. Maybe she'd sensed what was going on outside and gone to check on the time machine? We held our breath and waited. Felt like if we let anyone know we were here, more scary people would bust down the door and charge in. Hashida, do you have any towels here? Yeah, in the washroom. Maho nodded and brought a new towel from the washroom. She handed it to me. Kabe, your neck's bleeding. Put this on it. Huh? Oh, thanks. My neck was wet with blood. Fortunately, it wasn't a deep wound, so it wasn't long before it stopped. After handing me the towel, Maho sat down right on the floor and didn't move. I knew how she felt, especially since this was the second time she'd been attacked. This time, people had died right in front of her. You okay, Hyajo? Yeah. She nodded hesitantly, but her face was deathly pale. And I realized that she'd been clutching her left hand into a fist this whole time, and there was blood coming out of it. Did you get hurt? Show me. Huh? Oh. Evidently she hadn't noticed she'd been hurt. She was looking at her left hand confused. Huh? What's wrong? My fingers won't move. That's strange. Maho had been holding some small fragment in her left hand. Her hand had frozen around it and wouldn't move. Soon it started to shake. I grabbed her hand and forced open her fingers one by one. Whatever it was, she'd been clutching it so tightly that she'd cut off the blood flow to her fingers. They were very cold. When I finally forced her hand open, the thing she was holding fell to the floor. What was it? I picked it up. Oh. It was a red piece of magnesium alloy. It was a piece of Krisu's laptop. She must have grabbed it off the ground when she was running away. If she held something so sharp tightly for so long, of course she was going to bleed. I returned it to Maho without a word. She took the broken fragment and cradled it in her hands, then stared at it with an empty expression. Suddenly, a single line of tears dropped down her cheek. After that, it didn't stop. She continued to sob. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't protect you. I'm so sorry. It was as if that tiny fragment was Krisu herself. She held it to her chest and kept crying. Ajo, I'm sure Krisu feels relieved. Huh? She's glad you're safe. So you don't need to apologize. There's nothing to apologize about. She didn't respond. Instead, a phone started to vibrate. Oh, it's mine. Maho took out her cell phone and looked at the message she had received. It's from Dr. Leskinen. What's wrong? He says the office and hotels were ransacked. His and mine. They're a mess, he says. See. Whether it was the Rounders, the Russians, or whoever had first surrounded the cosplay shop, they must have been after Krisu's laptop and hard drive. There's no backup of that computer's data, right? That's right. Then this is for the best. What Krisu left behind won't be used as a tool to kill billions of people. In the end, I got what I wanted. The data was destroyed before anyone got their hands on it. There was so little left that I was sure there would be no way to restore it. Yeah, if you couldn't have hacked into it normally, there's no way you're getting it in these pieces. Wait, why'd the Russians destroy that computer? Didn't they want to get their hands on it? Russia's in the lead in the race for the time machine right now. From their perspective, it would be great if they could get the laptop. But they'd probably rather destroy it than let someone else get their hands on it, right? They probably wanted to avoid a protracted gunfight with the Rounders in broad daylight in Japan. The cold way they made their decisions made me shiver. They really were professional soldiers. An amateur couldn't do that. So, what do we do now? I'd rather not stay here if I can avoid it. Russia might not know about this place, but Moeka might. If the Rounders were on the move, then Tenoji downstairs might be involved too. We'll move at sunset. It would have been great if Suzuha had come back, but I couldn't get in touch with her. I mean, sometimes just need that warm bath. Maho was sinking into a warm bathtub. She could finally feel blood flowing through her body again. The heat melted the tension away from her muscles. Her injured hand hurt a little, but it wasn't unbearable. She felt like she'd come back to life. Once the sun had set, Maho and Rintaro had gone to Ferris, the cat-eared maid at Mei Queen Yanyan, for help. Sad times with Maho. Yeah, of course. Ferris's home was at the top of a high-rise condo building on prime Akihabara real estate. From a security perspective, it was superior to the Future Gadgets lab in every way imaginable. Ferris welcomed the two of them, offering them food and a place to sleep. And now she'd even offered them a bath. Maho was a little worried about Itaru Hashida. He'd insisted on staying to wait for his younger sister Suzuha, and remained alone at the Future Gadgets lab. Wait, she knows about Suzuha at this point. I guess she's just used to... It's his sister. She knows at this point. Habit, I suppose. More than an hour had passed since then. Had Rintaro heard anything? And even if they'd moved, that didn't mean this place was safe. The group from this afternoon could attack at any time. She couldn't help but feel nervous, and that made her feel terrified and vulnerable as she sat naked in the bath. She got out of the bathtub and hurried to the changing room to wipe herself down. She tried to put on the change of underwear Ferris had given her. Uh-oh. And her hands started to shake. Then her knees buckled and she fell to the ground. This is extreme muscle relaxation, after a period of elevated tension and then sudden release. She tried to stay calm by analyzing herself, but that didn't mean she could do anything but lie down. This is bad. Alarm bells were going off in her head. She'd just about given up, knowing that it would pass with time, when Ferris popped her head in. Mahonyan, how's the water? I mean, I can't, but... that. Ferris screamed and started to panic when she saw Maho naked and lying on the floor. Oh no, Nya! She's going to die! Mahonyan's going to die! No, it's fine? Maho's voice was so weak that Ferris didn't even hear her. I need to get her into the bed. Ferris tried to pick up the naked Maho and then slipped and dropped her. Oh. Yeah, no, that's the sound of being dropped. Maho hit the back of her head on the floor. Oh. She saw little stars dancing across her field of vision. You know, I used to think that was just a cartoon thing of like, little stars, whatever. No, just once I bashed my head really hard. Literally saw stars. It's Neo, of course, yeah. It's real. Totally real. Would not recommend. 0 out of 10. You totally just like... It's kind of like when you like rub your eyes too hard and you see like that. It's the same thing. Hanyan, I'm so sorry. Sprawling naked on the floor, face up, Maho tried to force herself to stand, but her arms were too weak. Listen, this will pass soon. But Ferris wasn't listening. For some reason, she decided to reach around Maho from behind and try to drag her up. And then Rintaro must have heard Ferris' scream because he ran in. What's wrong, Ferris? Yeah? She wanted to scream, but all that came out was a tiny whimper. There's no way he could have known, but also, yeah. Yeah. I'm really sorry, I mean it. Rintaro lowered his head deeply towards Maho as she lay on the bed. You don't need to apologize, it was an accident. It's a constant... Yeah, it is, but you know, he's a visual novel protagonist. It's inevitable. But she still couldn't bear to look him in the face. Just remembering the despair and embarrassment she'd felt when he saw her naked body made her want to bury her head in a pillow and flail her legs back and forth. To make matters worse, she still hadn't been able to stand up after all that, and Rintaro had been forced to carry her to the bed. She'd never been touched by a boy before, and so it was only today that she realized how rugged male arms were. Being carried was extremely uncomfortable, to the point where she'd squirmed around and almost slipped out of his arms. So she'd had no choice but to curl herself into a ball and let Rintaro do whatever he wanted with her, which was carry her to bed so she could recover, which made her feel really strange. Now she couldn't even bear to look at his face. You could have phrased that better, game, but you know. Yeah, it was my fault for panicking like that. Nobody could have known. Like, that was just... if somebody I know had just gone through a tragic thing and I found them on the floor naked, unable to stand, I'd be like, oh no, terrible, bad, ring the alarm bells, call somebody. That'd be my reaction too. Ferris was sitting next to Rintaro, feet under her knees, with her shoulders slumped. No, it's fine. I'm sorry for scaring you, in fact. It's literally nobody's fault. Like, everybody's trying to apologize, and it's literally none of their faults. But I understand how in this situation all you can really do is apologize. You sure you're okay? You don't need to go to a hospital? All the tension caught up with me is all. I must have really worried you. I'm so embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Anybody would be scared after what happened today. Anyone would feel sick. Even you? Yeah. I see. Get some rest for now, yeah? You can think about what happened and what you're going to do next after you're feeling better. That's right. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Excuse me. Thank you. Maho closed her eyes. The lights went out and Rintaro and Ferris left the room. She lay on the bed and tried not to think about anything. She could hear the pounding of her heart. It would get louder and then softer. The rhythm was very strange. She could hear a kind of static noise mixed in with her heartbeat. Like a broken TV? Was it exhaustion-induced tinnitus? Whatever it was, once she noticed it, she couldn't sleep. Another vision overread. Mid-shower and then post-bath. Yeah, it's shockingly common. It's just anime. Come to think of it, Okabe said he was taking some tranquilizers. She wasn't supposed to do this, but if she looked at the ingredients, she could tell what medications had what effect. Should she take a look and have him lend her some? If that wasn't possible, she could at least get some over-the-counter antihistamines to use as a sleep aid. She turned over. Yeah, oh, definitely a trope. Don't yell. Do what I tell you, otherwise you're dead. Suddenly, she heard a voice break through the unpleasant noise. Looks at herself. Oh, okay, gotcha. She gulped and leapt out of the bed. Terror-stricken, Maho tried to crawl to the door, but her legs wouldn't move like she wanted to. She couldn't stand up. The voice in her ears followed her wherever she went. It's like a wild animal, toying with its prey. All of the hairs on her body were standing up on end. Her jaw was chattering so hard she bit her tongue. She desperately crawled across the carpet towards the door. Kirito's voice actor. Yeah. Yeah. Do I have to kill one of you? Stop! No! Gajo, wake up! She woke up to find herself being violently shaken by the shoulders. She looked around the room panting. She was in bed and Rintaro was looking down at her. Her whole body was sweaty and she felt sick. There was a burning sensation deep in her stomach. What's wrong? It's a phobia woman. Kirito or his voice actor? Someone's here. Rintaro looked around. Ferris came a moment later, as well the older man who was her butler, but they were simply standing in the entrance of the room, concerned.
きっと
I'm sure it was just a bad dream. It's VA, okay. The antique clock on the shelf said that at some point it had gotten past 1 a.m. She must have slept for hours without realizing it. Yeah, you're right. I guess it was just a dream. She took a painful breath and wiped the sweat off her forehead without realizing that she sounded just like a little child. She sent Ferris and the butler back to their rooms. Rintril brought her a towel from the washroom.
ひどい汗だ
You're really sweating. You should wipe yourself down. She did as he said and wiped the beads of sweat off her face, chest, and limbs. As she was deciding whether or not to wipe the inside of her pajamas, Rintril took the hint and turned around.
俺も自分の部屋に
I'm
戻る
going back to my room. Call me anytime if you need something. How's Hashida?
あ
Oh, I just got word. He met up with Suzuha. I see.
それじゃ
Good night. Rintril was about to leave her bedside, but Maho, and she couldn't believe she was doing this, reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt without thinking. Wait. Please, it doesn't have to be for long. Just stay here.
ヒヤチョウさん
Yacho, don't leave me alone. Maho was surprised by the words she was saying, but the thought of spending this terrible night all by herself was too much for her. Rintril must have understood how she felt because he nodded without smiling.
わかった
Fine.
眠
I'll
る
stay
ま
with
で
you till you fall asleep. Thanks. Sorry for asking you to do this.
いやいいん
No,
だ
it's fine. I had a hell of a time getting to sleep myself.
後ろ向いてるから
I'll turn around, so at least wipe off the sweat. Okay. While Rintril stared back at the door, she took off her pajamas and wiped off the thick layer of sweat that covered her whole body. She tried to put her pajamas on again, but they were too drenched for her to want to wear them. She had no choice but to dive back into the covers in nothing but her underwear and bring the comforter way above her chest. It's okay now. Amidst the dim glow of the nightlight, Rintril brought a chair to the side of the bed and sat down.
ここで見張ってるから
I'll be watching over you right here, so you don't need to worry about a thing. You know you'll be safe, right?
不安か
You worried? No, I'm fine. Maho's face felt hot from some feeling that she didn't understand. She sank deeper into the blankets and turned away from Rintaro. She softly closed her eyes. She could feel his presence behind her. The two of them stopped talking, and the only noise was the distant sounds of night coming from beyond the curtain. How long did they spend like that? Just as she was about to fall into a light sleep, she heard a soft voice in her ears.
ヒヤチョウさん
Yajo, are you still awake? Huh? Yeah. She felt herself waking up again. She opened her eyes and turned back towards Rintaro, only to see him staring towards the window. It was as if he was trying to see some sight that lay beyond it. His profile is so handsome. For some reason, that was the thought that came to her. What's wrong? Rintaro seemed unwilling to talk, so Maho decided to speak first. He swallowed loudly. I really meant to tell you this a lot sooner, but I didn't have the courage. I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
俺は
There's one thing. One thing?
君に
One thing I haven't told you. Maho leaned forward, not caring that he might see her chest.
さっき
I told you about the other world line,
話したよな
and the Krisu I met there, about the time machine and the time leaps. Yeah,
クリスと
about Krisu and her dad.
あの時
There's actually one more thing I should have told you, but I just couldn't.
どうしても
His head was slumping forward in the chair. Maho waited silently for his next words. Despite the late hour, she heard a helicopter in the distance. For some reason it sounded really loud. She hadn't seen the news, but it was possible that the media was still talking about the gun battle that had taken place this afternoon.
これは
This was something I needed to tell you and you alone.
君にだけは
When he finally spoke, his expression was unlike any look she'd ever seen on his face before. It was pained, sad, and suffering, like someone at the bottom of a deep, dark place. And yet there was something in his eyes that hinted at incredible self-hatred and rage. Kabe? Suddenly, her chest felt like it was about to burst from pain. She didn't know where the pain was coming from, but she wanted Rintaro to stop looking like that. That day, at the radio building, the one who killed Krisu was... His hands were forming some kind of shape, like he was holding an invisible knife. The one who killed Krisu was... Enough! She screamed, unable to take it anymore. She rolled out of bed, forgetting how she was dressed, and covered Rintaro's hands with her own. That's enough, enough! You don't need to say any more. Yeah, he really did. Though I'll also agree, timing, his strong suit. I believe you, so you don't need to tell me. Someday, when the time comes, I'm going to make you tell me whatever or whether you want to or not. That time isn't now. Until that time comes, keep your mouth shut. She strengthened her grip and forced him to let go of the invisible knife. Rintaro nodded without saying another word. They simply stared at each other for a while. Maho couldn't look away from his gaze. It was as if he was clinging to something, or wandering in search of salvation. You're gonna catch a cold. She sneezed. Well, yeah, you're going to catch a cold. Guess I said that one too early. And it was only then that she realized that she was holding Rintaro's hands while wearing next to nothing. I mean... Rintaro looked a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. She quickly jumped back into the blankets. She curled up into a ball and tore at her hair, screaming inside her mind. She let a boy see her naked not once, well, to be fair, she's in her underwear this time, but twice. Still, you know, I understand her point of view, but... This time, I'm going to bed. Sorry for bothering you. You're not bothering me at all. But never bring that up again, okay? Okay? Oh, clearly, yeah. Thanks, Yajo. I haven't done anything that you should thank me for. Anyway, good night. Good night. The room got quiet again. The adrenaline rush kept Maho awake. After a while, she heard snores coming from Rintaro's direction. Evidently, he'd fallen asleep. He must have been tired. He went through the same attack that Maho had. Of course he was. Breathing wasn't peaceful at all. It was pained. He may have been in the grip of some terrible nightmare. Maho hesitated several times, but finally she turned over and stretched out her hand from the blankets. She softly touched the backside of his hand. She felt its warmth on her fingertips. What did Krisu call you, I wonder? Okabe? Or was it Rintaro, maybe? She didn't know, but it didn't matter. Hang in there, Rintaro Okabe. Is the man I fell in love with really that weak? She tried to think about how Krisu would say those words, and evidently Rintaro's breathing started to become more peaceful. Relieved, she let go, and then she changed her mind and grabbed the hem of his shirt again. She felt embarrassed, as if she was a little kid, but at the same time she felt like now she might not have any more nightmares. That night, for the first time in a very long while, she dreamed of a smiling Krisu. Sorry, just dusty monitor. Maho and I stayed at Ferris's house for several days after that. Now that Krisu's computer was destroyed, the odds that anyone would come after us had gone way down, but there was still a chance. Just to be extra careful, I stayed away from the lab. Excuse me. Maho, Lintalo. Dr. Leskinen looked a little thinner since the last time I'd seen him. Professor, I'm so glad you're safe. You too, Maho. Sounds like you had a rough time. Yeah, doesn't it? Dr. Leskinen held Maho tightly in his huge arms. The difference in size between them was so great that Maho looked like some kind of stuffed animal. Sorry, just stretching. Professor, that hurts! You're hurting me! Dr. Leskinen and Maho were leaving the country in the afternoon on a weekday, so I was the only one who could come to see them off. Don't know why my arm is just feeling weird. Since I'd been with Maho the whole time, instead of only seeing them off, I had actually just brought her there. Maho, after all, was the kind of person who would incapacitate her, who was incapable of getting to an airport on her own. I was amazed she survived this long, given her lack of basic skills. We'd held Maho's goodbye party last night at Ferris's house. Ferris was there, and so were Mayuri and Daru, and the others from the Christmas party. All were sad to see her go. Rintaro, thanks for staying with Maho. You've really been a great help. Not at all. So, when can you come to my lab? Huh? You wasn't kidding about that, huh? I'll study hard so I can go as soon as possible. Can I contact you when I'm ready? Of course, I'll be waiting. He smiled as he took my hand and shook it. I was really glad to hear it. After meeting Amadeus, my desire to go to Victor Grandia had only increased. Let me say thanks, Okabe, really. If it weren't for you, I might not even be alive right now. You're exaggerating. No, I mean it. I'm really grateful. I'll be waiting for you, too, so do your best. Yeah, you too. Good luck with your research. So, Lint Hollow, as we discussed previously, I'm going to be revoking your access rights for Amadeus today. That's fine, right? Yes. Evidently, they couldn't leave me with access to Amadeus after they left the country. I was only supposed to test her during their stay here anyway. Want to say a final goodbye to Krisu? Yeah, you're right. Can I say something to her quick? Of course. I tapped the icon for Amadeus. What? Do I get a goodbye too? Krisu was expressionless for some reason. I guess so. Do you not need one? You said goodbye to Maho before me, right? You did. Maho interjected before I could speak. I hope so. Krisu was inside my screen. Was it a good thing that I'd spoken to her like this? Or a bad thing? In the end, I knew I needed to forget about Amakase Krisu, but I couldn't. I couldn't escape from this curse. Once I lose access rights, we won't be able to see each other anymore, will we? Well, I'm slightly grateful to you that you gave me someone to talk to. There's a chance you're coming to Dr. Leskinen's lab, right? I'll make sure to remember you until we meet again. Huh, you're such a tsundere. Character who is soon, prickly and cold in public, but becomes a dere, warm and loving in private. Also the personality type itself. However, in recent years, the definition has become somewhat vague. Tsundere, what's that? Don't use words I don't understand. Yeah, sure, okay. Then why is her face red? She's blushing. Krisu is just very shy. Clearly. Jeez, not you too, Professor. Stay healthy. Probably isn't the right thing to say. You don't get sick. Don't tease Hyajo too much. Right. You don't need to tell me. I already know. It's not gonna stop her. I hope so. I hope someday your smile doesn't look so sad. I hope someday you can smile for real. Guess even an AI could see right through me. Amakase Krisu really was one hell of a woman. Bye. Yeah. Krisu disappeared from my screen. I turned to Dr. Leskinen and nodded, deleting the Amadeus icon from my screen. We'll handle the paperwork for the access revocation on our own later. Thanks for your help with the testing. We got some really valuable data. No, thank you. I bowed deeply to both Maho and Dr. Leskinen. Yeah, really sad. As I watched the plane take off into the distance, I noticed that it felt like there was a hole in my heart. I clutched my phone tightly. Its connection to Amadeus was gone. Kagari, from now on, you're officially my daughter. This was when Kagari was 6. She'd been living in a facility for war orphans and getting treatment at a dedicated clinic next door. It was a completely different place than the normal hospitals, which were overflowing with casualties from the war. It was an idyllic garden shut off from the despair of the outside world so that children could live in peace. I legitimately don't remember where one goes into the other. So, I don't know. That was where she'd met her mom. I guess if we'd done this ending before, then we'd know, like, I don't remember. Mom, Mayuri Shina, was a Class 2 caregiver at the facility who was always very nice to her. Really? You're going to be my real mommy? Yep, that's right. Yay, mommy! It was impossible to express with words how happy Kagari had felt. Being Mom's real daughter meant that Kagari had become her real name. Kagari became Kagari Shina. Hey, don't hug me so tight. You're so spoiled, Kagari. Then I can leave, right? I can live with you, right? I'm sorry. It looks like you need a little more treatment. That's right. Oh, doctor. Kagari didn't know the doctor's name, but he was a nice old man who was always kind to her. It's going to be another 6 months, and then it's over. You'll just have to hang in there till then. 6 months? When we talked about this before, you said 2 weeks. I was referring to her physical wounds. The post-traumatic stress suffered by children during the Great Bombing of Tokyo far exceeds that of adults. And we learned at her exam yesterday that she's still having nightmares. Is that true, Kagari? But that's not true! I don't have nightmares anymore. It's all fun dreams. Fun, fun, fun. Kagari, it's not good to lie. It'll only make your treatment take longer. You told me yesterday that you wake up with nightmares all the time still, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, I see. It's proof that the memories of the bombing still exist in her mind as terrifying experiences. If we don't treat them properly, it could lead to irreversible consequences. You're right. So you don't mind if we continue with the treatment, do you, Mom? Oh, of course. Kagari, let's do our best and beat the bad sickness, okay? Mom rubbed her head. Kagari felt so at peace that she could cry. Okay. Yep, that's my girl. Okay, see you later, Kagari. Mom took her hand away, and instead the doctor took Kagari's hand. She was taken to the usual room. There was a white reclining chair, and next to it some kind of mechanical system connected to a headset. Can hear the same voice as always. You need to protect your mother, protect this world. That's why you were born. Shiniru's Maya. She couldn't remember when she started hearing the voice, but by the time she was 6, whenever she was worried, uncertain, or in trouble, she could hear it. It was always kind and strong, and it always cheered her up. In Kagari's childish mind, she started to think it might be the voice of God. Since only she could hear it, everyone else said it was just an illness, but Mom was the one person who believed her. I need to protect Mommy, so I need to work hard at my treatment. Kagari's young heart was filled with the hope that she could someday live with Mom. As soon as she opened the door, Kagari Shina was struck by an unpleasant wave of heat. It was early June, and this was the first day to hit summer temperatures. It was hot enough that just walking outside could cause you to sweat, but this small Japanese-style room had thick curtains and the windows were closed. The room was dark and cramped, and there were so many clothes on the floor there was no place to stand. It wasn't just clothes, there were all kinds of filthy things. Bags with half-eaten snack bread still in them, half-rotted food packs, plastic convenience store bags overflowing with trash, all scattered around the floor. And the air around the half-naked girl sitting against the wall was covered in bandages and gauze soaked with blood and pus. There were bandages tied around her exposed stomach, chest, and limbs, but these too were soaked with blood. The room was filled with a sickeningly sweet stench, though there was no way to know it was coming from the garbage or coming from her. The owner of the room, Kiryu Moeka, raised her head and looked at her, eyes filled with hope. M4, you're still alive? When she saw Kagari, who was still wearing her shoes as she came into the room, her shoulders slumped.
FB ち
You're not FB. Who are you?
ゃん命の恩人に向か
That's
っ
an
て
awful thing to say to the person who saved your life. Moika gave a painful cough and spit up some stomach fluid mixed with blood. It stained her thighs and the floor. She's alive, but she doesn't seem happy. Her wounds must have opened again because the bandages around her stomach began to turn red. She spent 5 months like this with no treatment from a doctor. Moika had gotten into a gunfight with the Russian army and failed her mission as a rounder. She lost 2 of her companions, and her target, Makase Krisu's laptop, was also destroyed. They pinned the blame on her. She was wounded and almost killed. It was Kagari who saved her and brought her to this room. But if someone with a gunshot wound went to the hospital, the police would be notified. And for that reason, she'd never gotten any real treatment. Her wounds had become infected, and even 5 months later, they still brought her incredible pain. Her terrible fever hadn't let up at all, and it wasn't rare for it to go from 39 degrees to over 40. But Moika didn't seem very interested in her wounds. She was more interested in sending messages with the phone in her hands. She must have been sending more messages to her beloved boss. In the past 5 months, she'd sent almost 1,000.
どうして
Why, FB? Why won't you answer me? FB was Moika's boss on the Rounders, a woman who always gave orders to Moika via text message. Moika worshipped her to a degree that far exceeded what could occur within a normal employee relationship. The shock of being abandoned by FB had hurt her many times more than her actual wounds. Kagari tossed the bag she'd had slung over her shoulder at Moika's feet, along with 2 plastic bags. The backpack was filled with medicine that wasn't available without a doctor's prescription. Along with it was a whole box of illegal drugs used only for the treatment of severe pain. Normally these would be kept under strict control at a hospital, where no normal person could get them. Both of the plastic bags were filled with canned goods and other things Kagari had chosen because they had the lowest probability of spoiling.
生きる気がなくなったら言うと
If you don't feel like living anymore, tell me. I'll bring you poison instead. But Moika didn't seem to notice Kagari at all anymore. She was completely unresponsive. Kagari had gotten used to her little attitude over the last 5 months. But she wasn't just going to go home today. She wordlessly reached for Moika's cell phone. What are you doing? Moika tried to resist, but evidently she had no strength left. Kagari was easily able to grab the phone. It was covered in blood and pus, but Kagari forced it into her pocket without hesitation. Give it back! Moika started crawling towards her. It was like something out of a zombie movie.
勘違いしないで
Don't get the wrong idea. You've got new orders from FB. Yeah, it's a plot point from the first game. They've mentioned it in this one. In passing. Moika froze. Two streams ago, I want to say? They definitely mentioned it. Orders from FB.
So,
Yeah,
受け取
take
り
it.
なさい
It's Mr. Brown. Yes. Kagari took another cell phone out of her pocket. It was the same Japanese cell phone that Moika had been using, minus the dirt and bloodstains, which is why Okabe went to him when he was like, hey, there's stuff going down, can you protect us? Because he knew he's in some stuff himself. Also built like a brick house, but you know.
今までの回線は
The phone you've been using is under surveillance by the Russians and Americans, so she can't use it. So from now on, your orders will come via
こ
this.
っちを使って指令が来る
Moika reached a trembling hand out towards the phone. And in an instant, she snatched it away and clutched it to her chest like it was her own child.
FB は
Will FB send me messages if I have this phone?
多分もう
You
来
should
て
have
る
some
はず
already. Moika quickly opened the screen on the phone. When she saw the words on the screen, tears started to flow down her face. M4, my beloved daughter. Oh, does she? Must have been so hard for you. I know it was hard for me. Your failure was unfortunate, but I'm very glad you're alive. Get better and wait for my next message, okay? This time, complete your mission successfully and regain my trust. I believe in you from the bottom of my heart. To my beloved daughter from FB. Okay, so she's just gonna read it too.
失敗し早く あなたのことを私わざわざ読み上げなくてもいい
You didn't need to read it aloud. Of course, this message wasn't from FB. Kagari had written it herself. Keep someone at the brink of death for 5 months, then give them exactly what they want as bait, and you can easily put anyone under your control. Kagari knew this well. Open first called. Oh, he definitely panicked to some degree. Well, maybe not outwardly, but he definitely realized how serious things were, I suppose. Also, hey Dragon, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Yeah, definitely to that moment of like, oh, okay. The Saitama from One Punch Man going from like goofy to serious. Life suddenly returned to Moika's face. She spilled out the contents of Kagari's backpack like a woman possessed. I want to get better. I need to regain FB's trust. That's right, M4. Kagari smiled, satisfied, and knelt down in front of her. I'll treat you. Take off those bandages. When Kagari left the apartment, the sun had set. She spent several hours treating Moika's wounds. Her hands still smelled of medicine. It wouldn't go away for days, possibly. She sighed and put on her full-face motorcycle helmet, then went to the parking lot and got on her bike. Yeah. I wonder if I'll hear the voice of God soon, she whispered. She took off on her motorcycle. It was almost July. The rainy season hadn't been that bad this year, and what little remained of it had already disappeared. Temperature-wise, summer had come a long time ago. Summer. In other words, it had almost been a year since it happened. It's also been like a year since we saved. Okay, and then one Saturday afternoon, if I stayed home, not only would it be hot, but Dad would be on my case about helping with the family business. To get away, I'd come to the area around Ikebukuro Station. A year ago, I could have gone to the lab, but with Suzuha living there now, I'd mostly stopped going. That meant that it was hard to find a place to study on my days off. It's too much trouble to go to the university, and the classrooms probably weren't open on weekends anyway. After a lot of research, I settled on spending my free days visiting this cafe near my parents' home and spending a few hours there. In fact, a lot of the other patrons did the same thing I did, buying a single cup of coffee and sitting there for hours on end. Some brought books, some brought computers. I chuckled to myself and realized that I'd joined the ranks of the other normals. Tutru, where are you now? Coffee emote. Oh, the usual cafe, right? I just went to your place and you weren't home. You did? Did my dad make a nuisance of himself again? It's okay, he gave me some barley tea. I have to go shopping. Will you come with me? Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'll leave now. Wait for me. So she went to my house. My family's business was called Okabe Green Grocer. It's a beat-up old store located in a run-down shopping street. The place is almost 40 years old. I really wanted them to rebuild it. Whew. My mind had wandered. Mayuri was going to be here in less than 15 minutes, so maybe it was time to call it a day. I had worked pretty hard during the morning, so it wasn't too bad. I was a little surprised at how hard I've been working lately. I could feel how having a goal gave me energy. I needed to get to Victor Krandia University as soon as I could. Victor Krandia University. I was still in contact with Maho via email and chat. She was evidently busy with her research because she was always sleepy. I took out my phone. I found myself looking for a certain icon on the home screen. But of course, I deleted it myself 6 months ago. Amadeus. Was Krisu doing well? Knowing her, she was probably coming up with some complicated theory or teasing Maho. Or both. It was also possible that she was visiting @channel and hiding it from Maho. Definitely. @channel? That's right, Krisu had internet access. So it makes sense if she accessed @channel. But given that,
アマデウスって
could Amadeus post on
ネッ
message
ト掲
boards?
示板に書き込んだり
Chris had spent a lot of effort last summer trying to argue with John Titor on that channel. A lot. That happened in the Alpha World line too. Still, it meant that she was okay with posting. So there was a chance that Krisu was doing the same thing. If Amadeus had even temporary access to the network, then just maybe, I opened the web browser on my smartphone, and without really expecting much, ran a search for a nickname I knew I'd never forget. Kurigohan and Kamehameha. It was the handle that Krisu had once used. Whoa! I spoke without thinking. I bowed my head a little towards the other customers, who were staring at me coldly, and looked back at my smartphone. Amazingly, the search turned up several hundred results. They were all comments on Ad Channel. I took a look at the dates on the results page. The oldest dated back to 2008. Those must have been written by Krisu when she was alive. Never expected to see traces of her
って
here.
いうか
And wait, did she really need to post this much? Didn't realize she spent that much time on that channel. Her comments were spread out on a lot of different boards. Physics, mathematics, science, fiction, oh, and of course the occult board. Of course. For example, in the science fiction thread, she'd had passionate discussions about time machines. But unlike in the Alpha World line, she never came out and denied the possibility of a time machine. Surprisingly, some of her comments seemed to be quite the opposite.
いや
No, I guess that's not surprising at all.
ないか
After all, she'd gone through all the work required to go write a paper on time machines. Compared to that, her comments on the board of the occult board were brutal. She would absolutely crush the arguments of anyone who dared to propose anything even the least bit unscientific. Supernatural phenomena like crop circles, poltergeists, and spontaneous human combustion, out-of-place artifacts, the Mayan doomsday calendar, conspiracy theories about how human DNA had been brought from another planet. She broke them down and refuted them with a cold thoroughness that even drove away her own side. Excuse me. And if anybody dared challenge her, she'd leave them flat on the canvas. It was just like Krisu. Her comments offered so little room for discussion, it was aggravating to read them. Did she actually enjoy all this occult stuff? She put enough energy into that I couldn't help but wonder.
いくらなんでも
This is just too much.
なさすぎだろ
The first time I met her at last year's ATF, I'd gone through the same experience. But, after a certain point, the Kurigohan and Kamehameha comments suddenly stopped. The cutoff date was July 27th of last year, the day Krisu died. The last comment was a slightly too heated response to someone who was mocking Dr. Nakabachi's time machine press conference. My chest tightened with the sensation of nostalgia and sorrow. I decided to close the browser, but then I stopped as soon as I saw the next comment. I brought the phone closer to my face and stared at it again and again. The date of the comment was December 1st,
これっ
2010.
てまさか
This can't be. Krisu died on July 2010. So this couldn't possibly be her, so who was it? Was it someone else who'd taken over the identity of Kurigohan and Kamehameha? Or was it... Since there was no trip code, I couldn't tell for sure. Any coded string of characters that appears next to a name by the @channel message board. By entering your name as a name, number, some word, you can cause some word to appear in an encrypted form. December 1st was just after Maho and Dr. Leskinen had come to Japan, and also about the time I had encountered Krisu. After that, Kurigohan and Kamehameha commented at about a rate of once per week. I looked for the most recent comment. Wait, that's last
じゃない
night!
か
It was a discussion about relativity theory. So you're one of those people who thinks that the Michelson-Morley experiment led to the development of relativity theory? No wonder you weren't making any sense. Go back to grade school, fool. WW. No point in even talking to you, WWW. Then I realized that she said the same thing to me face to face. If this wasn't some imposter, if this was really Krisu, what a miraculous and yet stupid story. Did Maho and Dr. Leskinen know about this, I wonder? Probably not. Krisu wasn't going to tell them. I couldn't help but laugh. Should I try to make contact with her? I wanted to see if this Kurigohan and Kamehameha really was Krisu. And then I came up with a good handle. Salieri's neighbor. Of course, this was a knockoff of Maho's ID. If Kurigohan and Kamehameha really was Krisu, she'd have to notice it, right? Okay. I thought I smelled moron. It's true the original purpose of that experiment was only to prove the existence of Aether, but you can't deny that it helped Einstein. As a result, you can say that it formed the basis of his theories. Someone needs to go back to school, and it ain't me. Oh. Whew. And there, it's posted. That is the most Hoyoin Kyoma post to be posted. How about that? I wrote something deliberately provocative, and importantly, I'd mixed in some mistakes. So you're just trolling her. Got it. Not to brag, but I thought I knew a lot more about Krisu than Maho did. If it's Krisu, this will fish her right in. The act of catching fish also refers to deliberately provoking someone in an anonymous internet message board, or typing in deliberately false information and enjoying the angry responses. I'd call it trolling, but you know, you do you. Surprise! At some point, Mayuri had walked up in front of me. Oh, you're here already. Been so busy writing my comment that I hadn't noticed. I hurriedly put the phone away and stood up. Okay, ready to go? He's gonna come back to his phone later with like 900 replies, just ripping into him. Huh? What's wrong? Nothing, let's go. Mayuri and I left the cafe. Mayuri and I met up and headed for Tokyo Hands. When I stepped inside the air-conditioned store, I felt refreshed. If it was this hot in June, I shudder to think what it was going to be like in July or August. So, what are you gonna buy? We're gonna make some signs for advertising, so I need poster board and highlighters and stuff. You're gonna put out a book at this year's Komimo? Nope, it's for Akabe Greengrocer. Huh? What did you say? My family business. When I went to your house today, I talked to your dad about it. And I said that Mayushi would make them for him. Wait, seriously? My dad could be such a jerk. There's really no reason you have to do that. But Mayushi wants to do it. You sure? Your mom and dad are always so nice to me. Okay, I'll get you something as a thank you present then. Really? That makes me so happy. I took a quick look around and saw that they were selling a lot of things you could use for advertising. I decided to mostly leave the purchasing decisions up to Mayuri. She spent quite a while deciding what to buy. But, well, maybe because of all the time she spent at Mei Queen Nyan, her taste in that direction ran in the direction of cute and anime. Hey, don't you think this heart shape is cute? How are you going to use a heart shape to sell fruits and vegetables? Well, how about this? Mr. Matsutake is thick and sturdy. Why not take him home tonight, ma'am? Or maybe... try my juicy, ripe melons. Daru didn't brainwash you while I wasn't looking, did he? Huh? No, never mind. Mayuri looked confused and completely oblivious. Anyway, no heart shapes. Look like we're up to something we shouldn't be. Really? I think it's cute. Doesn't have to be cute, that's what I'm trying to say here. My original intention not to interfere had gone by the wayside. And anyway, if you buy any more of this, you're going to have extras. My shopping cart was filled with cardstock of various colors and shapes. This will last us for a long time. You're right. Okay, let's go then. We went to the cash register to check out. But since it was a Saturday, the checkout area was overflowing with shopping carts. I also like how they credit her taste being cute in anime because Mei Queen Nyan, not the fact that she is a cosplayer, watches anime, go to anime conventions. Nah, it's all Ferris's fault. Since it was going to take a while, I sent Mayuri to browse the toy section on another floor. I knew they'd have some stuff from one of her favorite shows, Rainet Kakeru. It's one of her favorite shows, like... Mayuri looked apologetic, but did what I told her to. In the end, I waited a whole 15 minutes at the register. As an apology, I decided to get the present I promised her. She seemed really happy as she stared at the keychain. It was Upa, the mascot character from the Rainet Kakeru series. I told her when she went over to the toys section she could pick out anything she wanted, and this is what she chose. You seem pretty happy about that, given how many Upas you already have. That's a regular green Upa, right? Not the rare one? The rare one. Do you mean the metal Upa? Most popular and rarest of the Upas was the shiny silver metal Upa. For example, whenever there was a lottery for rare Rainet Kakeru stuff at the convenience stores, the top prize was always a metal Upa. Mayuri had told me once that they sold for tens of thousands of yen at auctions. Tisk, tisk, tisk. For some reason, Mayuri was wagging her finger at me. Nope. This is a green Upa, but it's not a regular one. This is the green fairy Upa that was in the movie they just released. Come to think of it, there had been a Rainet Kakeru movie out in spring, and Mayuri sat in a theater full of little kids to watch it? The green fairy? Is it okay if I spoil the movie? Go ahead, I'm not gonna go see it. So, this movie is about a fight with an evil super hacker in the virtual world. The virtual world is a forest where the fairies live. Mr. Super Hacker is really strong, and Kakeru and Upa are in big trouble, but just when they're about to lose, the fairies come to save them. And it turns out that the fairies are actually the flowers in the school garden that he'd always taken care of. They come all the way to the virtual world to save Kakeru, and then there was this big shiny light, and then they combined with Upa. And that's Green Fairy Upa. He's really cute and really strong. She thought it was so great. I love stories like that. The director's a genius. I see. It was rare for Mayuri to get this excited about something. Took a close look and saw that the design was a little different from the standard Upa. I didn't know a lot about Upa, so I couldn't say exactly what was different. It's not difficult. I've actually spent a lot of time looking for this keychain. It's really popular, so it's sold out everywhere. I never would have thought Hands would have one. You're pretty lucky, huh? Ocarina is blind, that's true. Yeah. Yep, and it was the last one. I'm glad I came today. I need to thank you and your dad. Mayuri took the tag off the keychain, got her house key out of her bag, and carefully attached it. Ocarina, Mayuri will treasure this forever and ever and ever. Yeah, please do. Make sure you don't lose it 5 minutes after you get it. It had happened before, after all. Like the metal loop I had won for her at the radio building. Mayuri had lost it no more than 5 minutes after I gave it to her. Wondered if she'd ever found it. Didn't really want to remember that time in my life, so my memory of what happened to the metal looper was vague. Yep, I'm never gonna lose it again. The two of us started to head back. I'm gonna work hard and make the ads for your shop, okay? Oh yeah, you still gotta do that. I've been thinking the job was done once we bought the materials. The real work actually began now. Should I help too? No, I'm fine. Believe in Mayushi. I'm a little worried after you tried to buy heart-shaped cardstock. It's fine. Well, it's nice of you to make them at all, so I won't complain. Oh, I need to call Mom. I'll tell her that I'll be home for dinner. Why not eat at my place? I'm sure either Mom or Dad will try to get you to stay anyway. Huh? I don't know. Are you gonna stay at home the rest of today? You won't go to any singles parties? I haven't been to any lately. Last fall, when I'd been trying to become a normal college kid, I'd forced myself to go to as many as possible. Well, lately I'd been so busy with my studies that I hadn't had a chance. I see, then maybe I will. Mayuri took out her phone and started to type something when her expression suddenly darkened. She stopped moving. What's wrong? Just got a message from Kaede. I didn't notice it. What should I do, Ocarina? Mayuri seemed like she was on the verge of tears. Did something happen? Hey, Ocarina? You told me before that Fubuki's not sick, right? Fubuki? You mean Nakase? Not Kurashima, right? Yeah, is that true? She's really not sick? Yeah, I don't think so. But Mayuri showed me her phone. Fubuki's back in the hospital. I'm on my way. Here's the location. She's back in the hospital. Couldn't believe what I was seeing on the screen. Fubuki was at a different location than before. This time it was the AH Tokyo General Hospital High-Tech Medical Center at Yoyogi. It was supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. I'm not in the wrong route. Like, things are definitely different than the last time we were here. But it's just weird that, like... It's different, but it overlaps a bunch. And it's just... yeah. It's supposedly one of Japan's most advanced hospitals. According to what I read on the internet, patients with the new encephalitis, that's what it was, encephalitis, You were right, that everyone was talking about were being gathered here for special treatment, but I also read lots of really bad urban legends about the place, and I was a bit worried about what kind of horror show I'd find there. Yeah, he stopped her from buying that. He found the @channel account. Like, things are definitely different, but it's just, it overlaps enough that I'm like, did I do something wrong? But it's also new enough that it's just like, stay the course. But of course, when we arrived, it was nothing like that. It was very clean and decorated like a luxury hotel. Mayuri, oh great. This way. Kaede and Yuki waved us as we entered the lobby. Yuki had gotten a message from Kaede as well, and had evidently come right over. Where's Fubuki? Let's start from the very beginning. Hush. Where's Fubuki? She's fine, I'd never do that. Yuki gave Mayuri a soft hug and a smile. The first hint of something going wrong, I would never just crack and restart the entire thing. Kaede bowed her head apologetically. Sorry to scare you. I was kind of in a hurry myself. I should have checked more carefully before I messaged you. What do you mean? How's Nakase doing? I just met her mom in the hospital room, and it doesn't look like her illness has gotten any worse. And they've just brought her here for more examinations or something? Yes, that's what they said, so there's nothing to worry about. Oh, I'm so glad. Mayuri looked extremely relieved as Yuki continued to hug her. If I remembered right, the last time they examined her, they said it was possible she had the disease, but as long as it didn't get any worse, it wouldn't affect her daily life. They just told her to come back for regular checkups. The new encephalitis had arrived in Japan over 6 months ago, but the numbers of patients was still increasing. Fortunately, there hadn't been a single casualty yet. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure there's no illness, though. I was certain that what they were calling encephalitis was actually something similar to reading Steiner. One time when I went to visit Fubuki in the hospital, I had secretly investigated the other patients. I wasn't able to get any proof, but I found out most of the patients in our wing had, to varying degrees, memories of the same world line. Many people had memories of Japan at war. Can we see Fubuki? They say they're doing an MRI to look at her brain right now, so she's not in her room. I see. But it'll be done soon. Fubuki's mom told us to wait here. Kaede motioned to Mayuri, indicating she should sit down at the nearby sofa. Once the exam is done, she's going to come get us. I let the girls sit down on the sofa and stood next to them while I surveyed the lobby. This is an amazing hospital, isn't it? Yeah. Is Nakase's family really rich or something? If she's staying in a place like this? No, that's not it. Fubuki's mom says that the Japanese and American governments are paying for a new treatment project. It's going to be centered around this lab in a dedicated hospital in America, supposedly. I see. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. If I was right about what this disease really was, it was hard to imagine a bigger waste of money. Please, give all the patients private rooms and try to keep the rooms as far apart from one another as possible to ensure the patients don't come into contact. But there aren't that many open rooms. You need to do it anyway. If the patients talk to each other, they'll start to share the dreams, right? Sure, that's true, but once a person hears about someone else's dream, their brain can trick them into thinking they had that dream as well. Across the lobby, I saw an old Japanese doctor in a white coat and a big man in a suit who was frantically trying to talk to him. Oh, I'd seen the man in the suit before. Actually, it was a man I knew well. Professor Leskinen. I hurried over. Dr. Leskinen, it's me, Okabe. He must have been wearing his translator because he was communicating with the old doctor in Japanese. Dr. Leskinen's face quickly broke into a smile when he saw me. Yeah, you really can't pick his voice out. His voice was so loud that everyone in the lobby, doctors, nurses, staff, and even the patients turned to look at me. But Dr. Leskinen didn't seem to notice them as he ran over. He was like a giant American football player racing for a touchdown. Wait, Professor, stop! You can't stop the hugs. My cries were unheard as Dr. Leskinen tackled me and then pulled me up. Then he switched from football player to pro wrestler and he swung me up and down. I felt like I was a little child. There's nothing I could do to resist him as he flung me around. A moment later, he noticed the cold stares of the people around us and finally released me. Oh my, I'm sorry, I was so surprised. I got a little too excited. Dr. Leskinen bowed to the people around him in apology. Dr. Leskinen, who is this young man? The doctor that Professor Leskinen had been talking to was staring at me suspiciously.
あ
Oh, well, wasn't sure exactly what to tell him. Wasn't like he was really my professor. You seem to be a student. Which school are you with? If you're studying brain science like the professor... No, he'll be a student at Victor Grandia this September. I'm planning on having him come to my lab. Huh? I see. Victor Grandia University, eh? That's a surprise. I looked over at Dr. Leskinen questioningly, but he just gave me a mischievous smile. This guy. He really was such a kid. It's very rare for a Japanese student to be able to go there. I'm impressed. Thanks. After the doctor left, I sighed loudly enough for Professor Leskinen to hear me.
あの
So, who was that guy?
この病院の
The director of this hospital. The director?
そんな偉い人
You just told a lie to someone that important? Oh, did I lie?
確かに
I said you'd be a student starting in September, but I didn't mean this September.
何もそれとも何かい君は結局
Yeah, he gets interrupted.
自信がないのかな
Did they? I honestly don't remember.
残念だが
I don't remember. If they'd mentioned it, I don't remember what it is. Or what? Do you think you don't have what it takes to make it to my school in the end? That's a little unfortunate, but he really was like a little kid, completely shameless. But still, it was hard to hate him.
でも驚きま
I'm
した
surprised though. I had no idea you were in
が
Japan.
また日本に来ているなんて
It hadn't been 5 months since I'd seen him off at Narita. I looked around for Maho, but I didn't see her anywhere.
ウィンタールはどこ
Are you not feeling well, Lintolo? Did you come here for treatment?
あいえ
Oh no, I'm here to visit a friend.
ああそう
Oh, I see. That's good.
いや
Well, it's not good for your friend. I'm sorry.
あいえ
Oh no.
それで
So, what are you doing at a Japanese
日本の
hospital?
病院で何を
Dr. Leskinen brought his face close to mine. I whispered so that the people around us couldn't hear him.
君も知っているだ
You've heard about the new encephalitis cases, right?
アメリカ政府
The American government asked our psychophysiology lab to look into it, but they've hit a roadblock.
私も調査
The university ordered me to help with the investigation.
そうなんですか
See, so you're helping with the new encephalitis cases.
新型脳炎
Now that was a word I didn't expect to hear. I explained that my friend was here because they thought she might have the disease.
もしかして
Is your friend named Katsumi Nakase, perhaps?
え
Oh, yeah, you met her at the Christmas party, didn't you?
うん
That's right. My interest in this new disease started with that party, you see.
君と
Both you and Katsumi collapsed, right?
倒れただろ
He was right, actually. In my case, I'd been sent to that other world line.
勝美には
I met up with her again several days ago. She demanded to know why she was being sent back to the hospital.
何度か噛みついてきてよ
I swear I'm not
そ
tired.
してまた
Well, she was just fine. Slept fine last night. I've actually been sleeping really good all week. I'd see. But I've also been really tired all week. Like, I slept well, and I keep being tired every day, and I don't know why. Would you tell her it would make me happy if she was a bit more cooperative?
はあ
Yeah.
実際のところ
I actually feel really bad for both her and all the other patients.
我々も
We in the Japanese team are doing what we can, but we just don't understand the results we're getting. Dr. Leskinen's usually chipper expression darkened. The man was such a ball of vitality that I hadn't noticed until then, but when his smile disappeared, I could see the wrinkles that had formed in his face from exhaustion. He must have been working hard, like he said.
正直最初はどの医師もこれほど
So yeah, it definitely gets interrupted a lot.
思っていな
To be honest, none of the doctors thought we'd have this much trouble explaining it at the start. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Hmm?
What's wrong, Lintalo? Oh, well, is there something wrong? No,
俺は医学生じゃ
I'm not a medical student, so this is all outside my expertise. Just about to tell him about my reading Steiner, but in the end I couldn't. If my uninformed opinion was wrong, it could cost the encephalitis patients their lives. I couldn't just tell him when I didn't have any proof. And then his face drew closer to mine again. By the way, Katsumi was saying something very interesting. She said something about not being sick, about how she was actually experiencing another world in her dreams. I told her not to say anything about it. Could she not help it? This was bad. I might start to doubt her sanity. Well, Nakase's got a very vivid imagination. Maybe she loves sci-fi and anime. She probably just said she had the power to experience parallel worlds because she saw it in some show somewhere. Engineering major. I mean, that would check out. I mean, considering the stuff they built in the Future Gadgets lab, like, that would make a lot of sense. But if he's all just doing something to try to get to somewhere else anyway, he could have just put in, like, whatever simple thing he thought. But engineering would be like an actual thing that makes sense. I tried my best to come up with excuses, but Dr. Leskinen still seemed concerned. If he was American, if Okabe was somehow American and in a way alternate world line, I could see him being like a host of Mythbusters. I could see him being like Adam Savage. Like 100%. In a weird alternate world line. You heard it here first, folks. Adam Savage is American Okabe Rintaro. But still, I was really surprised when I started participating in the treatment project. Want Hoyo and kill my Mythbusters? Oh man. One of the strange things about this illness is that many patients share the same dreams. Theater Club World Line. I'm assuming it's similar to a mass hallucination. What do you think? I've never seen this before. From a brain science perspective, I just don't have any answers right now. To be honest, unscientific is the word that seems to best fit. Like parallel worlds or memories of a past life, you know? I see. It would help if you talk to Katsumi too. There's some things you can't say to a doctor, but that you'll tell your friends. Sure, I'll ask her, I guess. So, Lintello, that aside, I have a question for you. Dr. Leskinen was looking over my shoulder. I get a sense of this at the Christmas party, but your girlfriends really are cute, aren't they? Huh? Turned around and saw that Mayuri, Kaede, and Yuki had all stood up from the sofa and were looking at me. When they saw Dr. Leskinen was looking at them, they waved. So are any of these girls involved with you right now? Yuki, Kaede, Mayuri, Luca, or maybe Katsumi? What? His words were so surprising I couldn't think of anything to say. Maho would often call this middle-aged man a mischievous boy, and that was exactly the look he had on his face. No, I won't force you to tell me. I don't want to pry into your private life. But, well, I hope to have something to tell my favorite student. Dr. Leskinen turned to walk away before I could figure out what he meant. Alright, Lintello. I've got to talk to the director a little more, so I'll be going. I'd love to go around to all those girls and give them a hug too, but I'll save that for the next time. Tell them I said hello. Oh, sure. Yeah, they really did a great job of making him likable up until the point where he's not. Mayuri and the others came over to me as I watched him. Was that Dr. Leskinen? Yeah, I knew I'd seen him somewhere before. I thought he'd gone back to America. Oh, great. There was no way I could tell the girls what Dr. Leskinen and I were just talking about. After Fubuki's exam was over, we went to her room and listened to her complain, and then the visit was over. Just like Dr. Leskinen had said, she looked just fine. She told us she was ready to leave the hospital and jog all the way home. Mayuri and the others were relieved, but I felt worried. Excuse me. Did I need to talk to Dr. Leskinen about reading Steiner after all? But how would I explain it? Yeah. Might be a better idea to talk to Maho and have her explain it to him. I couldn't come to an answer right away. We said goodbye to Kaede and Yuki at one of the stations on the way back. Before we got back to Ikebukuro, I remembered to take out my phone and open up the web browser. I went to @channel, eager to see how she'd respond to the bait I'd spread this afternoon. Put my hand over my mouth to stifle the noise. Ever get torn apart so badly in a 4chan thread that you audibly, you just feel pain, you can feel them ripping out your heart in real life? Mayuri had been standing next to me and she was leaning over my screen. It was Fitzgerald and Lorenz who based their hypothesis off that experiment. Einstein himself said it had nothing to do with his theories. You don't even know that? How ignorant are you, www. Oh, what was it? Sorry. I fished her up alright. I didn't think it would go this well. The timestamp was from just 30 minutes ago. Decided to respond immediately using the same name, Salier's neighbor. You're the ignorant one. In a letter written before his death, Einstein said that he was aware of Michelson and Morley's experiment. Oh, that's it? Alright. I posted and then reloaded the thread. There was already a response from her. I know that. Duh. All he said was that he knew of the experiment. Obviously, Einstein used the experiment and stellar aberration to come up with the theory of relativity. The time lag between the posts is just 21 seconds. It's kind of irritating to have her come after me so hard. It was as if she was insulting me as a person. You literally baited her into this, dude. You baited her into this. You knew what you were doing. Well, I was the one who deliberately written in mistakes, so I should have expected it. You just can't let anyone else win, can you? I see you haven't changed a bit, WWW. Are you Mozart? The threads of the residents were probably confused, everyone except for her. Regular users of her service primarily refers to frequent commenters on anonymous internet message boards. Mayuri had been watching our exchange and looked at me confused. Do you know this Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha person? Yeah, there's someone I've known for a long time, I think. Now then, how would she reply to the nickname Salieri's neighbor and post I just wrote? I was curious, but there wasn't an immediate response like before. The train reached Ikebukuro Station. Look, we're here. The train stood in the station and stopped. I reloaded the thread one more time before the doors opened, and there was a very short response from Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha. Oh, you're right, sorry. It was important, you're right. There was a very short response. What's going on from here? Imatika Industries. Who are you? There could be no doubt now. This Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha was Krisu. I mean, he already had no doubt. I don't know why that was the thing. I was like, this shows it for sure. It was a very hot day in 1998 when Suzuha said goodbye to Kagari Shina. She'd gone to get food and water from a local store, and when she'd come back and opened the hatch, Kagari was inside screaming. Oh, come on, how does this stupid thing work? Oh, we get to see this happy scene again. She looked inside and saw that Kagari was slamming her tiny hands down on the control console. What are you doing? Kagari shrank back when she saw Suzuha. I'm not. This isn't what it looks like. Answer me. But I woke up and you were gone, and it was dark and the lights wouldn't turn on, and it's so cramped and scary in here. So I tried to open the door. And then when I was fiddling with it, this happened. Kagari started to cry. I'm sorry, big sis Suzuha, I'm sorry, but I was really scared. I see. Suzuha relaxed her guard. Kagari had PTSD from her time as a war orphan, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Mayuri had once told her that she'd gotten very frightened in dark and cramped places. It would make sense if waking up in the dark caused a panic attack. And the time machine could only function with Suzuha's biometric authorization. Wow, that's not a difficult word. Someone of Kagari's size wouldn't be able to break the console either. I passed out from the shock of time travel, so I wanted to let you get some rest. I'm sorry. Suzuha grabbed one of Kagari's tiny hands to help her up, and then led her outside the machine. Wow, it's so hot. Kagari, promise me that you won't touch the switches on the control console no matter what, okay? Okay. Going to get started. You go and rest. Have some food and water if you want. Suzuha handed Kagari the provisions she brought, then went inside and poked her head into the cargo space under the control console. She connected the IBM 5100 she stored there to a portable terminal she brought from the future. By all appearances, it was an early 2000s cell phone, but inside it was a miniaturized quantum computer from the year 2036. Of course, future Daru had made it himself. When she booted up the IBM 5100, rows of numbers started to appear on the screen. What are you doing? Kagari was looking in from outside the machine. Did you study the year 2000 problem? I studied it a little at the orphanage. In the end, nothing happened, right? That's what everybody thinks. It wasn't made public, but at the time, a lot of places and a lot of countries had serious problems because of it. Really? The issue was this computer, the IBM 5100. It's got an old programming language on it, and the engineers weren't able to fix the program. In fact, they didn't even know that an important program existed that was written in this language. The race to develop the time machine was the beginning of the Third World War, but there's a chance that something that happened during the year 2000 problems and the divisions that resulted from that were deeper cause. She didn't expect a 10-year-old like Kagari to understand this, but she didn't feel like taking the time to explain.
しかも
And the year 2000 is a special year, you see. All of the world lines temporarily converge here.
それに関連して
This means that it's possible the year 2000 problem has a huge effect on all the world lines.
私たちが目指してる
The world line in the cap that we're trying to reach, Steins Gate, is no
シュタインズ
excuse.
ゲートも例外じゃない
She looked down at the terminal connected to the IBM 5100.
だからこれは
So,
2000年
this
問題を起こ
is
さ
the
ないように
patch
するため
program
の
to keep the year 2000 problem from ever happening. Right now, the terminal was converting the patch into the language used on the IBM 5100. The next step was to spread this program all around the world in the form of a virus, and the year 2000 problems that this era's engineers missed would completely disappear. The word connect appeared on the terminal subscreen.
OK
Okay, it's connected. She'd been told that in Japan, in this area, ADSL was still in the test phase, and most normal users connected to the internet by low-speed dial-up using ISDN. Integrated Service Digital Network, a completely digital network that uses digital exchanges, relays, and subscriber lines. It was far faster than the analog lines that were originally used by dial-up internet services, but use mainly decreased after the introduction of the faster ADSL. Asymmetric Digital Subscriber Line. Type of internet connection, ADSL uses telephone lines for high-speed data transmission. In the early aughts, these quickly replaced ISDN as the de facto method of connecting to the internet. But in the later part of the decade, FTTH services using fiber optics became more popular, and the number of ADSL users had declined ever since. Netslang, it's used to mean I just joined this thread and I'm not sure what's going on. Oh, that was what the person posted. Okay, yeah. Can someone explain it to me in 3 lines or less? A play on the Japanese words Imakita Shengyu, which can mean either I just got here, give me 3 lines, or Imakita Industries. But in major city areas like Akihabara, universities, labs, and some big computer companies are starting to use fiber optic broadband. Some of them were even using wireless LANs. Suzuha cracked her way into one of those. Dad had laughed when he said that with 2036 technology, cracking late 20th century network security was a joke, but he'd been right. But if you change the future, won't that change the world we were in? Surprisingly, Kagari had gotten the gist of what Suzuha had just told her. That's right. I refuse to let that world exist any longer, so I've come here to reach Steins Gate. Suddenly, the uneasy look on Kagari's face vanished. It was as if her soul had left its body. Suddenly, her face was expressionless and her eyes were wide. Voice? Can hear God's voice. Kagari? You can't do that. It's not right. You can't do that. Big Sis Suzuha, you can't. Huh? Kagari was acting strangely. Suspiciously, Suzuha reached her hand out towards her, but... She slipped past Suzuha's hand, and quicker than any child should be able to move, she slammed her shoulder straight into Suzuha's body. Whose voice is those voice? Yeah. Suzuha was caught completely off guard. That's how fast it was. Kagari's shoulder hit her on the solar plexus. She bent over and collapsed onto the seat. Kagari tore the terminal out of Suzuha's hands. The cables connected to the IBM 5100 were ripped out and errors displayed on both screens. What are you doing? Kagari didn't answer the question. Instead, she grabbed the backpack that Suzuha had placed on the seat and spilled its contents onto the floor. There were MREs, spare parts, clothes, and a semi-automatic pistol. Suzuha couldn't believe it. Kagari was going to try to pick it up. Stop it! She forced herself to ignore the pain as she jumped on Kagari's body. But another unbelievably powerful body slam knocked her back. Something about the character looking at the screen, like, phasing off, just reminds me of every time the the jump scare in Robotics Note of just, like, lightly off screen, just slightly prancing. Good times. Something cold was pushed right up against her brow. Don't move. Kagari's tiny hands weren't shaking at all as they clutched the semi-automatic pistol. Ari with the most casual jump scare. In the space of an instant, the safety on the gun had been flipped off. That's when Suzuha realized that this wasn't just a temper tantrum. Suzuha was the one who taught her how to use a gun. That's why she knew that Kagari was perfectly calm. Are you insane? Put the gun down now! Stop doing this! You're the one who needs to stop. What? Excuse me. You can't change the world. You're not making sense. There was no hesitation in her eyes. Instead, Suzuha saw only resolve. Yep. Do you want the war to happen then? I don't know anything about that. I just want to go back to my old world. Then, that's never going to happen. We've already used the time machine to interfere with the past. The world lines changed. There's almost no chance we can go back. Shut up. I'm going to save Mommy. You can't erase this world. I won't let you. Kagari turned the gun towards the IBM 5100. Stop! Yep, before Suzuha could stop her, she yanked it down on the trigger. Again and again. Stop it, Kagari, please stop! And then Kagari jumped out of the time machine, and Suzuha never saw her again. On every night that's passed, she remembered Kagari. Suzuha had spent some time looking for Kagari when she'd first come to this era, but in the end, she never found anything. But Kagari Shina, who was now 22 years old, was here in Akihabara. Suzuha was sure of it. Oh, Mahotan, hey. Hitaru was sitting on the computer next to Suzuha and talking into his monitor. The monitor was displaying a video chat screen. On the screen was a young girl dressed in slovenly fashion. No, a proper, fully grown lady. I like how they just cut off the first letter so you don't know. It's not Skype. It's definitely not Skype. But it could be anything. And it's fine. That is just... That's the face of a scientist right there. Morning. It was 8:30 p.m. at the Future Gadgets Lab in Akihabara. Meanwhile, Victor Crondia was an hour off from usual due to daylight savings time, and it was 7:30 a.m. She has cat ears. Yeah, she does, doesn't she? Yajo, you okay? It's early. She probably just got up. Maho was a mess. Her hair was never combed right, but her eyes were bloodshot and her gaze was wandering. The spots under his eyes were too dark for the little bit of makeup she'd applied to cover them up. Her cheeks were sunken, which made her look even thinner than usual. Top of that, her skin was terribly pale. She looked like something out of a zombie movie. That's how I look when I wake up, to be fair. Anemic Mahotan for the win. She doesn't even have anything for that. Normally she would have gotten upset at Itaru's joke, but either she'd gotten used to it or simply given up because she said nothing. How are things going there? I've managed to rebuild it to how it was before Ocarina took it apart. I think it does most of what it did before. Itaru glanced towards the development room, past the curtain in the back of the lab. Right now he was working with Maho to recreate what Okabe had called the time leap machine. It's not going well? Yeah, it's just not stable. It ends up being a normal microwave. I see. I wonder what's wrong with it. If we could ask Ocarina, I'm sure things would be different. We can't do that. He'd get really mad if he even knew we were working on this. Yeah, he would, for really good reason. Uncle's afraid. He's afraid of the power of the world line convergence. It won't be easy to convince him. No, it won't. In fact, it had almost been a year since she'd first tried and failed. There was a moment of silence. Wait, Mahotan, are you asleep? That's another great face, actually. Maho's whole body jerked, and she almost fell out of her chair. That was close. I almost went back to bed before I left for work. Oh, that is a terrifying feeling. Yeah, No, that's the face I'd make too. You know, you're working too hard. If you get sick, it'll only slow us down, you know? I'm fine, and actually, after all this work, I'm still not as good as the real genius. I don't think so, you know, I think you're a genius. I don't need you to make me feel better. I've got all these hints about the time leap machine that Okabe told me about, and I still can't find the answer. How did she manage to compress all that memory data and send it to the past? Krisu managed to do it, but I... Maho seemed upset. It was obvious even through the monitor. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't time to complain, is it? Is there anything else to report for today? If not, I'm going to head to work. It's one more thing. Suzuha looked at Itaru. About what you'd asked me to look into. Did you find something? Nothing clear yet. I see. I've done some breaking and entering into a bunch of networks and taken things about as far as it's safe to do, so... Not blaming you. Tell me what you know. No, if you want to start screaming insults, I wouldn't mind that at all. Dad. Hurry, I'm running out of time. Sure. Itaru opened a different window on the monitor. He displayed one of the text files in it. It was a record of the information that Itaru and Suzuha had collected. First, the incident where you were attacked in the hotel basement. The cops say it was some kind of crazy cultist on a drug trip. Yeah. But that's definitely a lie. A lie? Just like the police announcement said, he was an assistant professor at a college. And that's fine, but I can't find anything linking him to a cult at all. I tried accessing public safety's secret data file on the cult too, so I'm certain of it. So they're lying. If you look at that channel, you'll sometimes see people who look like they're from the cult, claiming that they're innocent, that the whole thing's a conspiracy. Whenever that happens, the haters show up instantly, and they beat the daylights out of the guy. Beat the daylights, a one-sided battle in which the target gets the daylights beaten out of them. Thanks, dictionary. Thanks, tip screen. I couldn't have figured that one out on my own. Cool. People on the internet with a negative opinion about a certain person or thing. They'll go wherever fans of that person or thing gather, and deliberately write things to provoke them. They often get into heated debates with fans. Necessary one, yeah. And the haters always have this really well-made fake evidence. Digitally altered images and stuff. There's no way that's a coincidence. Really? I don't know a lot about this @channel thing. Most of the big sites have agents on them, including @channel. And they get paid like it's a business. So they do it 24 hours a day from morning till night. Information control, propaganda, an advertisement for a specific ideology, primarily used for political and religious purposes. Propaganda has been around since the time of the Roman Empire. Beginning in the 20th century, particularly after the end of the Second World War, its methods have become more insidious. One example of this new propaganda would be attempts to manipulate public opinion via the mass media. Propaganda advertisements are not always true, and the most obvious of them include lies or slander towards the target if it's to the wielder's advantage. Politicians and bureaucrats use them to infiltrate public opinion on the net. Influence, not infiltrate. There are even companies that specialize in this sort of thing. I see. I can understand that. America has the same thing. These agents can change their IP, but they can't hide from me. So I did some research, and there's an insane amount of agents assigned to that case. It's to the point where I have no idea where the money to pay them is coming from. I see. What about the attack on your workplace, Dad? Same deal. The police had called it a fight between foreign mafias trying to expand their territory into Japan. The media never questioned the story at all, and even people on the boards of the famously skeptical @channel believed everything they were told. Of course, there was no mention whatsoever of Russia or CERN. So, I decided to post a thread where I pretended to be a witness and say I saw some Russian special forces. And wow, was I amazed! Talk about serious try-hard trolling. I got pissed enough that I almost doxed the agent's real name, his company name, and everything else. Evidently, he'd been really irritated. It was rare for Itaru to get so angry, or maybe it wasn't, she decided. In other words, pressure came down from somewhere to shut down the discussion. That's Japan for you, a real free country. America's no different, is it? You got that right. The two of them smiled at the joke. It's not a joke. Anyway, so that's all I can do. I see. That's enough, thank you. Yajo, you think you can get permission from the lab to come to Japan? Well, I keep sending requests to go as Dr. Leskinen's assistant, but they keep turning them down. Dr. Leskinen's here now, right? Yeah, he's researching the new encephalitis. Since it had nothing to do with artificial intelligence, they say Maho wouldn't be allowed to go along. But that's fine. If they keep turning me down, I've got ideas of my own. What are you gonna do? Buy a plane ticket. Don't tell me you're gonna defy your superior officer's orders to drop the case, and then you'll get caught up by the bad guys. I've seen that hentai before. Hey, Maho. Say, kill me in as frustrated a voice as possible. Dad. Suzu's hand went for her back pocket. Sorry. Utaru's shoulders slumped and he apologized. Lately, she'd been able to put a stop to Utaru's terrible jokes just by doing that. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing that she knew exactly how to handle him. Well, anyway, I should be there before too long. Okay, tell us when you get a date. Oh, and Hyajo, if you're going to work, you should take another look in the mirror first. Just before the end of the call, Suzu decided to warn her. Maho stood up and walked towards the closet without turning off the camera. She vanished from view, but a moment later... she must have seen how terrible she looked, because she let out a very unfeminine scream. Poor Maho. They relaxed for a moment after turning off the video chat. Suzuha thought back to the time before she'd become a time traveler. She did this every time she got off the video chat with Maho. Maho Hyajo, someone who helped build the time machine, huh? It was after Maho had gone back to America that she'd volunteered to help Suzuha and Itaru with the time machine. That meant that when Itaru Hashida completed the time machine 25 years from now, Maho Hyajo must have contributed in some way. But... I know I shouldn't say too much about the future, but there was nobody by that name helping you, you know? Huh? Really? Which means she probably left the team at some point. I don't know whether it was of her own free will or due to some external force. But if nothing else, I don't think she was part of the core team. I see, she's pretty handy to have around, though. I don't really want to say this, but there's a possibility she might be a spy. What? No way, not Mahotan of all people. Sorry. I just want you to remember that it's a possibility. It's in the other timeline? I told you, the war of information that comes before the Third World War has already started. Either way, we can't let anybody find out the machine's secrets. Just make sure you're very careful about that. Yeah. So, how are you going to work on the time machine going forward? You really need Okrien's help. That's the thing. I don't know if we can persuade Uncle Okrien. I might have to try to do it by force. Who was it that tried that before and then it failed? Suzuha pursed her lips. Even with a gun in his face, Rintaro Okabe still wouldn't get in the time machine. To be honest, Suzuha was out of options. I tried gun. Gun didn't work. We have no options. There's no option left to us. She stifled a sigh. It didn't do any good to let herself get down. Gun solved all problems, but not that one. Come to think of it, how are things with Mom? Huh? I'm more worried about that. Is everything okay? I'm still going to be born, right? That's such an awkward question to ask. Oh, well, is that more important than the time machine? Hey! Suzuha stormed over to Utaru. You can't screw this up, Dad. Yeah, Daddy's gonna do his best, okay? All you ever do is talk. You even wasted those movie tickets we gave you, didn't you? Excuse me. Damn hiccups tonight. She meant the pair of movie tickets that Mayuri and Ferris had conspired to give them at the Christmas party. That was because Okrien and Miss Fubuki collapsed, you know? We were so busy with hospital visits and stuff that the movie left the theater. It's not like it's my fault. But I heard that when they tried to give you new tickets, you turned them down. Who told you that? Big Sis Mayu and Big Sis Rumi, obviously. That's because, you know, it's not very manly to make those two do all the work, is it? So, did you go and do something yourself? This isn't going to work. Maybe this was a more important problem than the time machine. Suzuha brought her hands up to her head. Listen, Dad, I'm not going to be around to lecture you at this forever. I'm going to yawn at you, though. I'm leaving soon. Oh. Suddenly, there was a sad look in Itaru's eyes. Don't make that face. I promise I'd stop worrying about it. Yeah. For the past 6 months, Suzu had been thinking about whether it was really right to erase this world. But in the end, it was none other than Itaru who'd pushed her to go ahead. Sorry. She couldn't bear to see her father so depressed, so she patted his broad back. Don't just sit there and be glum. Send Mom a message and see if she's free sometime. And if she is, invite her to a movie. That's way too sudden. I don't care if it's sudden or not. Do it anyway, okay? This is an order. An order? What's your answer? Oh darn. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Oh, but before that, I'm gonna hit the convenience store. I actually haven't eaten yet. I'm probably gonna be up all night again, so I want to get there before it gets too late. When in doubt, Totsugeki. Also, hey Crescent, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. Still hunched over, he pointed towards the development room. He was pointing at the phone wave, name subject to change, Unit 2, Unit 02, that was put together but still undergoing testing. Don't glare at me like that. I'll eat as healthy as I can, so please forgive me. Vanilla. Huh? I want ice cream when I'm done with my shower. Vanilla ice cream. Okay, I'll go buy you a lot of really top shelf stuff. Doesn't have to be a lot, just one thing is fine. And he's gone. Okay, also. Oh yeah, Okami's fantastic. That was enough to cheer Daru up. He took his wallet and ran out of the lab. I've got it on PS4, I think, but I haven't really gone fully through it again. He's such a handful. She had just about taken off her jacket so she could take that shower, but... Suzu? Itaru had come back into the lab. What is it? I found this on the stairs. Itaru showed her a keychain she was holding. Or he was holding. See, yeah, it's a great game, no matter how you look at it. It was a round anime character whose color had faded to a smoky green. It was an Upa? Do you know whose this is? It's this Mayu's, probably. She leaned forward to take a closer look, and then felt like she was experiencing deja vu. I've seen this Upa somewhere before. She'd seen it before. She couldn't really remember when, but her internal alarms were going off. This keychain was extremely important. Upas were common enough that you could find them anywhere. The plastic edges had worn down, the paint was faded and coming off in places. But there was no dust and there were no stains. Instead it shone brightly as if its owner had put a lot of effort into taking good care of it. The chain was so old that part of it had snapped off. That was probably how it got dropped. Where was it? I've seen this before. Did Mayushi show it to you? I don't know. She stared at the green Upa in Itaru's hands, and then, in her mind, she heard a young girl scream. This is Mommy's Upa keychain. I'm giving it to you. Take good care of it, okay? She gasped. A feeling of indescribable terror raced down her spine. This can't be. Kagari's? That was when she'd last seen it, August 13th, 2036, the day she'd gone into the time machine. That's when she'd seen this Upa. It was older and more worn now, but the more she remembered that day, the more certain she became. This was the Upa that Mayuri had given to Kagari. She'd seen Kagari holding it and crying to herself many times before. Kagari, you mean future Miss Mayu's daughter? Yeah. Did you find her? No, but she knows where I am. What do you mean? She's watching this lab. Satisfied, she headed off to take a shower. Ever since then, her careful efforts to defend the time machine had paid off, and she hadn't seen any sign of Kagari, but she'd never thought she'd be watching the lab. No, it would have been obvious if I'd given it any thought. She was trying to stop us from reaching Steins' gate. She doesn't want this world to end. Excuse me, which means she's watching not just me, but you too? Huh? Me? PS5? I did, yep, and it's preloaded. It's, right there. 1 day, 1 hour, 30 minutes. Though I won't be able to play it. Like, we'll play it Thursday, but you know. Well, I don't think your life is in danger, probably. If you believe what we know about how world lines work, you'll live to at least 2036. But she might come to interfere with your research, so we can't reach Steins Gate. A lot of bad things have been happening around Suzuha, Itaru, and Rintaro Okabe. There's some possibility that the final target was Itaru. Cool, cool. I went basic, but like, it's all good. Oh, the deluxe had the season pass, so I was tempted, but I'll almost certainly grab it, but I'm just gonna wait for it. From now on, just to be safe, lock the door whenever I'm not around. Oh yeah, for sure. 100%. Okay, got it. Yeah. Oh. That's a cheesy comment you got right there. Why? Why so much cheese? I can copy and paste something normally. I'm a normal human being. I can copy and paste things. There we go. Like, it works, but why?
Gouda, Brie, American cheese, Pecorino Romano, Cheddar, Manchego, Camembert.
Even if Uncle Okra
Gouda,
and Mom or Big Sis
Provolone,
Maya were here, don't leave it
Babybel,
open.
Parmesan.
It might not help much, but make sure you use the door chain too.
Asiago, Feta.
You know, Okra and Mayoshi are one thing, but if I did that when I was alone with the Maneshi, I don't think that'd give her the wrong idea.
Stilton, Abbey de Bella,
That's true.
Grana Padano.
If that makes her not like me, my whole family could be in trouble.
Fontina Val d'Osta, Roquefort,
Suzuha groaned softly, unsure of what to do.
Emmental, Grana,
If
Jarlsberg,
you'd only gotten to be her
Mozzarella
boyfriend
di
sooner, there
Bufala,
wouldn't be a problem.
Pepper jack.
Wait, we're back to that?
Bocconcini,
Just be careful,
fromage
okay?
fraise, ricotta salata, cream Havarti,
Suzuha decided to keep the green upa
fromage
keychain.
raclette,
She softly ran her
chèvre,
fingertips over it
pecker.
as she stared at it. Hey, Suzuha, Kagari-tan's not related to Mayushi, but she's still her daughter, right? That's right. Could somebody raised by Mayushi grow up to be that kind of person who would assault someone? I just can't imagine it. From what you told me, I'd expect her to be a kind, easygoing, and cute little girl. I wish that was what had happened. Yeah, I thought that was how she turned out too. But now she's probably... From what she'd seen at the radio building, she could tell Kagari had definitely received professional combat training. It wasn't just the simple self-defense techniques that she'd learned from Suzuha when she was a child. As she'd grown up, she'd been taught the cold techniques of a killer. There was no way to know where she'd been or what she'd been doing ever since she'd gone missing in 1998. But there was no doubt in Suzuha's mind that she was trying to ruin her plans. Suzuha sighed as she took her shower. Since it was summer, she'd set the water temperature low. It was barely any hotter than tap water. Sorry, I just click back on those. There we go. As long as the water was pouring down on her, she could feel like all the bad memories were being washed away. She slapped her cheeks with both hands and turned off the water. The small tiled room suddenly became quiet. In the silence, she vigorously toweled off her hair. No, we've seen bits of this before. This ending has new stuff, but they're repeated bits. The building was never intended for anyone to live in. Not only was there very little room, there wasn't even a place to change. No, you're right. And, like, I guess I could just skip the stuff we've read. I already think we're going to have to go late tonight, but it was small and there were no windows, and the steam from the shower room built up, making it an unpleasant sauna in summer. But there's just enough different. Supposedly, Itaru and Okabe would sit naked next to the fans to get away from the heat and moisture. Of course, that was only when the girls, as well as Luca or Shibara, weren't around. But Suzuha couldn't do that. There were these huge scars on her chest. If she was careless and let Yuki saw them, she'd have a big problem. So she always forced herself to change within this small space. Oh yeah, we're finishing it tonight. Like, committed. The second she left the shower room, she realized something was wrong. The lights were off in the part behind the curtain where the lab room was. She was sure she had left all the lab lights on when she'd gone to take a shower. She didn't remember turning them off. Still completely naked, she flung open the curtain. She dropped to the floor, ready to move. She could tell just by the light from the shower room that there was no one else there. She didn't hear any breathing and she didn't feel any other presence.
父さんが
Did Dad
一度
come back?
戻ってきたのか。
And then when he left, he turned off the lights? No, that couldn't be right. She looked around the room and saw that things had been moved in a way that an amateur wouldn't be able to notice. Tara's computer desk, the sofa areas, the bookshelves, even the mini kitchen. Someone had gone through them all. I remember that. Oh yeah, tombstones. From the look of it, the same was probably true of the development room. Suzuha glanced over at the areas where she kept her guns. The closest was the sofa that she used as a bed. She wanted to have one easily available if she was attacked while she slept, so she had cut out the back of one of the sofa cushions and hidden a suppressed semi-automatic pistol in it. It was just a .32 caliber for self-defense, so it wouldn't do much damage unless you had good aim. But it was small and relatively quiet, which made it the best choice for a place like this. Suzuha tensed all of her muscles coiling like a spring, and slowly moved towards the sofa without making a sound. As she did, she tried to notice any changes in the surrounding area. There was a small sound in the development room, the tiny, tiny creaking of the floor, to which you'd usually pay no mind. That was more than enough for Suzuha. In an instant, she moved from quiet to action. She cleared the distance of the sofa in a single movement and quickly drew her gun. She held it ready and slipped into the shadows of the refrigerator. From this position, she could barely see into the development room. The room became silent again, but this time the intruder in the other room didn't try to hide their presence. Try anything and I'll shoot. Hands on your head, come out slowly. Suzuha threatened the intruder in a low voice, but the intruder seemed completely unconcerned as they exposed themselves to Suzuha's gaze. Oh, it's supposed to be gaze. You must be pretty hot wearing that in this weather. Why not at least take off your helmet? The intruder was wearing a motorcycle suit, just like before. Even the helmet was the same. The leather suit clung tight to their skin, revealing a voluptuous and perfectly proportioned body. It's clearly a woman. What you're looking for isn't there. It's in my pocket. Suzuha pointed towards the entrance of the shower room. The shirt she'd just taken off was lying there on the floor. The girl in the motorcycle suit turned her head, but because the face mask was down, Suzuha couldn't read her expression. You should know better than to drop that. It's something Mommy gave you. Right, Kagari? And there she goes. The second she spoke, Kagari Shina was the first to move. She drew a deglossed military knife that she must have been hiding behind her back, and closed the gap between herself and Suzuha in an instant. Suzuha pointed the gun at her legs, pulled the trigger carefully, aiming away from her vitals. She heard the small pop of a suppressed .32 and saw Kagari lose her balance and fall. Or she thought she did, but it was a feint. She'd only pretended to lose her balance. In fact, she changed directions and was headed for the shower room. It seems her first goal was to get what she'd come for. Huh? After firing only one shot, Suzuha realized even a .32 should have more recoil than this. She fired again, but Kagari didn't flinch even for a moment. A blank? How? At some point, all the bullets in Suzuha's gun had been swapped with blanks. That instant's panic was all it took. Kagari reached out for the shirt on the floor in front of the shower room. No way! Suzuha gave up on firing and flung the gun at Kagari. There was a dull thud as the hard barrel slammed into her neck. Caught off balance, she staggered before she could grab her shirt. Ugh. She could hear Kagari's voice for the first time from within the helmet. Suzuha jumped. She kicked the off-balance Kagari as hard as she could with her toned, muscled legs. This was no time to hold back. Kagari went flying all the way to the edge of the room. That had to have broken a few ribs. Suzuha jumped towards her to continue her attack. But with terrifying speed, Kagari leapt off the ground and charged at Suzuha. There wasn't enough time to come to a full stop. A sharp blade swept by, mere centimeters from her exposed abdomen. If she'd pulled back even a few tenths of a second later, the knife would have fatally sliced open her gut. You bitch! The blood rushed to Suzuha's head. Kagari was serious. She was planning to kill her. There was no hesitation in her movements. Suzuha leapt back and searched for something she could use as a weapon, but the other guns were probably no different. There was a good chance they'd all had their ammo swapped with blanks too. It was even possible that all her self-defense knives had been taken too. She left. There were several knives carefully stored in the kitchen. Yuki had brought them over to use in teaching the other girls how to cook. But Kagari had evidently noticed them as well, and she was moving to keep Suzuha from reaching them. Huh? Looks like you had a lot of practice. Excuse me. It's hard to believe you're the same girl who spent all her time sobbing inside the time machine. I'm surprised. Suzuha kept her distance from Kagari as she slowly moved along the wall. Her competitive drive burned even brighter as she tried to come up with a new way to overcome her disadvantage. Here, Kagari, this is what you're after, right? She picked up her shirt from in front of the shower room and took the green keychain out of its pockets. What's wrong? Come get it. Her fingers moved as if to crush it. She could see Kagari twitch. For the first time, she could detect a hint of emotion behind the helmet. And in an instant, she threw it at Kagari's stomach. The keychain flew in a slow arc, like it was tossed to a friend. If something they loved was thrown like that, even the fiercest warrior would instinctively reach out both hands to grab it. Kagari was no exception. She carefully held her mother's memento in both her empty left hand and the right hand that still clutched the knife. Using the slow arc of the keychain as camouflage, Suzuha ran at her in a straight line. Her right fist connected hard with Kagari's stomach. Then her left arm smashed Kagari's head to the side. Kagari's body fell to the ground, her right shoulder taking the brunt of the fall. Suzuha could hear the sound of her joint dislocating. The knife slipped from her grasp. Suzuha got behind her and mounted her, twisting her right arm mercilessly. At the same time, she slipped her own left arm around Kagari's neck and squeezed hard. She could hear something like a moan from Kagari's throat. She could both hear and feel the bones in her arm and neck creaking. It's not a good line. Yeah. Stay put, I'm not going to kill you. But Kagari picked up the knife on the floor with her left hand and once again tried to use it on Suzuha. Suzuha was forced to squeeze her arm and neck even harder. Stop it, Kagari. I understand how you feel now, but it's wrong. It's wrong. But Kagari didn't stop. If anything, she tried even harder to pull Suzuha away. What kind of training did she get? Even in all the battles she'd been in, this much pressure on two different spots was enough to get even the toughest soldier to submit or fall unconscious. Terrified, Suzuha squeezed even harder. At this rate, she wouldn't simply knock her out. She really would kill Kagari. But if she stopped, Kagari would kill her. What should she do? It says, Suzuha, it hurts, it hurts. And then she heard a sad, weak voice from inside the helmet. It startled her, and she relaxed both of her arms, but that was just what Kagari had hoped for. The knife came very close to cutting Suzuha's left arm. When she let go to dodge it, Kagari shook her off and kicked at her hips with both legs. Suzuha was slammed back hard into the computer desk, and for a moment she couldn't breathe. She fell to the floor and the printer and monitor crashed mercilessly into her naked body. She forced herself to stand up, grasping hard as she did so. Kagari's breathing was heavy too. Her right arm was pointed in an impossible direction and hanging limp. She wouldn't be able to use it for a while, probably, but her left arm was still holding the knife. You've learned some dirty tricks, haven't you? Suzuha glared at Kagari's face, not that she could see what it looked like beyond the helmet. The two of them fell silent as they tried to catch their breath. The tension in the air was so thick that it was difficult to move a muscle. Sweat rolled down her forehead and into her eyes, but she still didn't blink as she waited for Kagari to make her next move. It was the sound of the front door opening that broke their stalemate. Hey, Suzuha, did I just hear a loud noise? Suzuha felt a chill run down her spine when she heard Itaru's voice. Huh? Why is it so dark? No, Dad, stay back! She yelled at the exact same instant he turned on the lights. The sudden brightness was enough to make Suzuha flinch for an instant. Kagari was wearing a full-face helmet, and that made all the difference. She leapt towards Itaru just a moment before Suzuha. Kagari's black knife went up to his throat. Yeah, that. Kagari spun around behind him, using Itaru's huge body as a shield. Suzuha staggered towards him, gritting her teeth. Let go, Kagari. Lay one finger on Dad, and I don't care who you are, Kagari. I'll kill you. But Kagari remained silent as she headed outside the door with the hostage. And then, in the next moment, she shoved him forward. Itaru lost his balance and fell towards Suzuha. Suzuha fell to the ground underneath his weight. Itaru just barely managed to support himself with his arms and legs to keep from crushing her. Move! Suzuha tried to shove him off, using a little more force than she may have intended, but Itaru was so huge it would take him a moment to get up. This is why I told you to lose weight! What? She was getting away. She somehow managed to crawl out from under him and quickly tried to follow after Kagari. Suzuha, wear this! Itaru was still lying on the ground as he tossed the naked Suzuha her shirt. She grabbed it, quickly put it on, then ran outside. When she looked around the street, the girl in the motorcycle leathers wasn't there. There was nobody to even know where she'd gone. She got away. It would be dangerous to run around trying to find her now. Well, you want Viper play Elden Ring? Yeah, I know. Not doing it, though. There's a chance Itaru would be attacked while she wasn't at the lab. Was that Kagari-tan? Itaru came outside as well. Yeah, I'm almost certain. I see. So, this is how it's going to be with the two of us in the end. The bruises and wounds were bad enough, but the pain that ached in her heart was the worst of all. You know, I really did like her. Yeah. She was small, but so brave, and she always did her best to protect Big Sis Mayu. And I taught her a lot. I thought of her as, like, a little sister. Yeah. And now she's my enemy. Itaru straightened up her shirt sleeves. You know, you look like a slutty girl in an H game right now, Suzuha. Huh? What? Suzuha was caught completely off guard. True, her t-shirt only came down to just below her hips, though roughly the length of a miniskirt. Her breastbone was completely bared. The shirt's hem was turned up, and she felt exposed. Well, I don't mind H games with slutty girls, and I don't think the whole naked except for a shirt thing is all that bad. You're being silly again. You could have gotten badly hurt. But Itaru shook his head. Yeah, I freaked out by the knife, but I don't think I really needed to be that scared. Unless I'm mistaken. He's cheering her up. Itaru rubbed the part of his neck where the knife blade was. When she had the knife to my throat, I could hear it just a little. Or what? She was probably crying. Huh? Crying? Under that helmet? After that whole battle with Suzuha? While holding a knife to Itaru's neck? But why? So, don't you think it's too early to jump to conclusions? Dad? Hmm? Did you buy me that vanilla ice cream? Yeah, of course. I'd love to eat it. I'm a little tired. And then she almost fell forward. Yeah, you know. It could be anything. Itaru managed to catch her before she hit the ground. Hey, Suzuha! I'm fine, but let me rest a little.
少しだけ
That was all she had the energy to say.
休ませ
She closed her eyes in her dad's arms, and her consciousness melted away. When July came, the sun shone down even harder on eastern Japan. Summer was truly here. The news had been saying for days that the heat island effect might make this the hottest summer in years. And then, on the first Sunday in July, the arrivals lobby at the international terminal of Narita Airport was filled with foreigners and Japanese passengers returning home. Look at all these people. I think there's more now than there were a minute ago. Didn't expect the airport to be this busy on a Sunday now. Don't miss her, Mayuri. Ferris, you know how tiny she is. The three of us are waiting for someone here. Sorry, I can't go today. It's fine, no problem. Something to do, it's alright. Yeah, it's fine. I see, it wouldn't be right to make her uncomfortable. She's staying in Tokyo for several days, right? That's what she said. Then I'll see her some other time. Please do, I'm sure she'd love it. Okay. We've been there almost an hour. Okay, I'm gonna have to tell her you said that. Please don't, it was just a joke. There's no sign of her though. Maybe it was a mistake to try and surprise her by meeting her at the airport, Nya. We should have at least asked what time she was arriving. We hadn't told her we were coming to greet her, and so all we knew was that she was arriving at Narita on an afternoon flight. If I'd known we were going to have to wait so long, I would have tried to get the arrival time out of her. There was a stream of passengers flowing by us, but no sign of the person we were waiting for. Just as I was starting to wonder if we'd missed her because she was so small, she finally appeared. Or more precisely, I saw a giant travel suitcase rolling all by itself away from the gate. And from behind it I heard a voice I recognized. Christ, I did not fake my passport. What is wrong with people? Every single time, no matter what country I go to, they always have to check it and it always takes forever. Poor Maho. I walked up to the suitcase and gave it a pat. Yajo? Huh? Maho had been leaning forward and pushing the suitcase as hard as she could. Her mouth hung open when she saw me. It's been a while. Glad you were able to make it past customs. You? You look really pale. You okay? Of course I'm okay. Wait, never mind that. What are you doing here? You told me you were arriving this afternoon, right? So I decided to come surprise you. You did? That... Thanks. Thanks. For some reason, her voice became really weird the moment she saw me. Was my being here really that much of a surprise? But you know, I told you I can get to Akihabara Station on my own, and to meet me there. Oh, come on. You've come all this way, so it's the least I could do. Also, I'm not sure you can really get to Akihabara on your own. How rude, I'm not that helpless. Mayuri and Ferris came up as well. Maho, Tutu. Maho-nyan, I missed you. As Mayuri grabbed Maho's hand, Ferris walked up and gave her a big hug. Mayuri, Ferris, it's good to see you. You came all this way to welcome me? Thank you. By the way, can you not yell Maho-nyan at the top of your lungs at a place like this? No, she can't not do that. Why not? It's cute. Look around, everybody's laughing, right? It's embarrassing. No paws, but still ears. Meow, is it meow? Ferris really sticks out after all. While we've been waiting here, all the foreigners have been pointing at her and yelling, cat ears, cat ears! Somebody even asked for pictures. She clearly loves it. Yajo, I'll take your luggage. Oh, thanks. Still, this was a really sudden trip, wasn't it? It's only a few days ago that I found out she was coming. Are you here to help Dr. Leskinen again? Oh, well... Maho was fidgeting and glancing up at me. Are you still talking to Dr. Leskinen very often? Yeah, he's still over here doing research, right? Sometimes he invites me out to dinner. It's a big honor. I see. That's bad. Bad? Why? Oh, nothing. Nothing you have to worry about. She really was acting weird. She wasn't like this when I saw her last winter. Was she tired from her trip? Or was seeing us here that much of a surprise? I'm not here to help the professor this time. I'm visiting some relatives in Okinawa. But since I'm here anyway, I decided to drop by Akihabara first. I see. Okinawa, huh? For a moment, the name of that place brought back visions of that nightmarish time. After I collapsed on Christmas, I was sent to another world line where I'd spent a month fleeing to Okinawa. Okinawa? That sounds so nice. I'd love to go there. You didn't go there on your school trip now? We went to Hokkaido. I went to Hawaii now. Wow, a foreign country. Aloha. Putting aside the girls and their talk of school trips. So, Hyajo, you're not staying in Tokyo that long? Huh? Yeah, I guess I wouldn't be. You're right. Do you have a hotel in Akihabara now? Not yet. I'm gonna go look for a cheap business hotel. Then come stay at my place. You can use the same room you used before now. There's no negative emotions based on that room whatsoever. But I really couldn't. Aw, don't worry me about it. Don't worry me about it. I'm always happy to have you, Nyan. But I really couldn't. Cool. Sounds like a good place. Then how about this now? You can stay for free, but in exchange you have to do just a little bit of work at my cafe now. Your cafe? May Queen Nyan, right? You can't mean the place where they wear the cat ears. That's right, Nyan. All my cat-eared maids are busy with komima preparations right now. They come to me crying and asking for time off now. In other words, there's a serious shortage of cat-eared maids now. That's right now. So how about it, Maho-nyan? How about it, Nyan? Peer pressure from both sides. I refuse. What? Why not? Why? You know why. I wouldn't look good in those things. You sure would. Mayushi's sure you'd look great. No objections, Nyan. Oh, Green, you think so too, right, Nyan? Yeah, I'm sure she'd get plenty of fans. Fans? I don't like being flattered. I'm not flattering you, though. Then you need to go to an optometrist and get your eyes checked. Yeah, she turned all red. I did not. I think Maho-nyan needs to realize how attractive she is now. Yep, if Mayushi was a boy, she'd be in love. I'm telling you, that's not true. I think you should probably, I don't know how to say it, put a little more effort into your appearance, maybe? If you did, I'm sure you'd look more... There's no good way to finish that sentence, Rentaro. I was trying my best to sound encouraging, but just ended up sounding like a real jerk. It's the Ocarina special. Of course she was annoyed. I'm fine as I am. My job as a scientist is my first priority. But, what if you find a guy you like, Nya? You won't be able to show him how you feel, Nya. I'm fine. I don't think it'll ever happen, so it doesn't worry me. She gave a sigh that was a little too deliberate. Whew, I'm sorry. The jet lag and the trip have got me a little tired. I know the feeling, Nya. Jet lag is rough, Nya. Does the guy behind my Yuri have a Moogle palm coming out of his back? Because that's what it looks like. Okay. I've got a limo ready so you can catnap on the way, Nya. A limo? Paris had rented a white limo to pick up Maho. Sheesh, she really did go overboard. Definitely not a light on the wall. No, there's no other lights like that. It can't be. But thanks to that, Mayuri and I were about to enjoy this big comfy seats on the way to the Narita airport. You can rest on my lap if you want, Nya. Or would you rather rest on Mayushi's lap, Nya? Mayushi's okay with that. I'm fine, I'm not a kid. But I can tell you're really tired, though. Are you that busy with work? Well, I've got 2 projects going on. 2 projects? You're working on something besides Amadeus? Excuse me. Ah! She quickly put her hand over her mouth. She's as subtle and good at hiding things as Okabe is. Oh, well, it's classified information. I see. Sorry about that. It was true that American University labs had a lot of stuff like that going on there. I'd heard there were a lot of industrial spies. If she wasn't careful about what she said, she might get fired or worse. It was a mistake on my part to even ask. And come to think of it, Where's Hashida today? He's doing the most important job of his life right now. The most important job of his life? Daru's on a date right now. Maho's shock was almost comical. I must really be tired. I'm hearing things. No, I can understand why you'd feel that way, but he really is on a date. What? I can't believe it. You're kidding me. That pervert? Even Maho was calling him a pervert. Daru had said he was talking to Maho a lot too, and I could just imagine what their conversations were like. But actually, if Daru didn't do his best today, it would ruin the world's entire chain of causality. In that sense, Daru's date today was an event with universe-spanning implications. And he's not wrong, which is the scariest part of that. He's not wrong. About half the seats at Go-Go Curry were full. It was Sunday, but it was also after 2 p.m., and so the lunchtime rush was over. Suzuo was sitting down at the restaurant's far edge, a baseball cap pulled down over her face. Alright. It won't let me do it. Okay. I don't think we've finished the first ending yet. We're going tonight. We're finishing this, because we're... By the time it hits an hour from now, like, we're already at a point of no return, where it's like, we can't just not, but like... Whew. She was hiding her face with the cap and carefully watching a couple sitting nearby. Well, we're going all in. There you are, you're Major Curry. Like I said, I've actually gotten a lot of sleep over the weekend, so like if I lose some, it's okay. Cheerful employee put down 2 giant silver plates, or trays more accurately, in front of them. Suzuo could see the other customers looking at them and whispering. The couple really stood out after all. The man was a giant who looked like he ate Major Curry all the time, but the woman was slim, pretty, and looked very kind. Yeah. The combination of huge man and slim woman was as unbalanced as the combination of pretty girl and Major Curry. The Major Curry was big, it was huge. Suzuo knew from experience. The massive silver trays were loaded with rice and curry and topped with 2 fried cutlets, fried shrimp, sausage, oh now I'm hungry. Not the fried shrimp, I guess. A boiled egg and a mountain of cabbage. Maybe, but whatever. It was 2 or 3 times as much curry as you'd find in a normal dish, and the toppings were just as big. Even a growing young boy would find it hard to eat them all. Suzuo was irritated. Why are you ordering Major Curry on your first date with her dad? The Beauty and the Beast couple that Suzuo was watching, of course, was Itaru and Yuki. In the morning, they'd gone to see a movie in Yurakucho. Then they'd come to Akihabara and gone straight to Go-Go Curry. Suzuo had followed them the whole time. That's why she couldn't believe Itaru's choice of date spots. I don't mind Go-Go Curry at all. In fact, I like it, but... This is your first date. There are other places you could have gone. She clutched her spoon tight and gritted her teeth. Suzuo knew next to nothing about Japanese youth culture in 2011, and even she knew it was a bad idea. Who knew what was going through Yuki's mind, or so Suzuo thought, but... Wow, it's even more amazing than the pictures! Surprisingly, Yuki was ignoring the people around her and innocently enjoying the huge curry. Amanishi, if you can't eat it all, I'll finish for you, okay? Okay, thank you, but I'm actually pretty good at this. Yeah, that's a surprise. I actually would always just come and look at the menu outside. I always wanted to try this. I'm glad you brought me here. I'm glad to hear that. Oh yeah, he's still flustered over hand-holding. Suzuo had evidently worried over nothing, but she still realized that Itaru was acting strangely. Ever since he'd come out of the movie theater, he was walking and talking strangely. Instead of his usual hunched posture, he was forcing himself to stand up straight. His every movement seemed oddly forced, as if he were a broken robot, and he drowned glass after glass of water. Oh, I'm sorry. May I have some more water too? Huh? Oh, sure. Thank you. Itaru poured water into Yuki's cup. Suzuo had a bad feeling. She was right. Itaru was moving so awkwardly that he almost spilled water on her hand. Are you okay? My hand just got a little wet. Anyway, let's eat before it gets cold, okay? Yuki quickly wiped down the table with her handkerchief and grabbed her fork and spoon. There were stars in her eyes. That's what Go-Go Curry will do to a person. Okay, let's eat. Yuki seemed to be really enjoying her meal, but Itaru was very formal and quiet. He was taking little nibbles out of a piece of fried cutlet, like a squirrel eating a nut. The whole time, they weren't saying a word. What are you doing, Dad? Mom's not going to want to be around you if you're like that. She decided to send him a message on Ryan, telling him to get his act together, and she'd just taken out her phone when... Here's your major curry with extra roux. CG to actual stars in her eyes. Yeah, it would be nice. A huge plate was laid on the table in front of her. The other customers started murmuring again. Come to think of it, when she'd followed them into the store, she'd ordered her usual major curry with extra roux, and then forgotten about it. Now everybody's going to focus on her. In a small shop like this, it was suicide. Huh? Just as she expected, her eyes met Yuki's. Suzuha, I didn't realize you were here. Oh, yeah, what a coincidence seeing you here, Yuki, brother. Oh, it's, yeah, so much subtlety. You should have said something. Oh, I didn't even notice you, really. She realized that she should probably leave, but she couldn't go without at least taking a bite of the major curry in front of her. Her experiences in the war had led her completely unable to waste food. She felt Yuki and Utaru staring at her as she reluctantly picked up her spoon. Anyway, yeah, you two enjoy yourselves. Her only choice was to finish her extra large curry as soon as possible. She couldn't let herself be in the way. But instead, Yuki came over and picked up Suzuha's plate. Huh? Excuse me, can my friend sit with us? Sure, go ahead. She says it's okay. Let's all eat together. Wait, why? Why? Because he ordered major curry too. I think we need to have a race. Huh? Hashida can be the judge. And before Suzuha could respond, Yuki had moved her plate over to their table. No, wait! She had no choice but to follow, but before she sat down, she whispered in Yuki's ear. You're on a date, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm on a date. Makes me blush when I say it aloud. Excuse me. Utaru didn't react at all, even though she was sure he'd overheard that. I've never been on a date, so I don't know how they work, but... Is it normal to have a curry speed eating contest with another girl in the middle of a date? I don't really know. But you see it a lot in anime and manga, don't you? Little sister who doesn't want to lose her big brother runs up to the girlfriend and says, "Let's have a competition!" For some reason, Yuki seemed incredibly enthused. Suzuha was overwhelmed by her energy. I don't know anything about that. Is that how it works, brother? But even when she turned to Utaru for help, he just awkwardly sat there, eating his curry like a robot. Brother? He awkwardly turned his head to face her. The rest of him stayed completely still. Did you say something? What's wrong? You're acting weird. I am not acting weird. I'm not acting weird at all. Suzuha glanced back at Yuki. And for the first time, Yuki looked concerned. In the end, Yuki and Suzuha did have their curry eating contest, and surprisingly, both of them completely finished their meals. Suzuha won by a very small margin, but the battle was exciting enough that not only the other customers, but the staff as well were applauding at the end. But the whole time, Utaru kept eating by himself. Since this wasn't even a conversation, let alone a date, she sent Utaru home alone. Part of her wanted to demand Utaru explain himself right now, but she decided to talk to Yuki instead. She tried her best to avoid Yuki so far in order to keep her identity a secret, but it was July now. She would be gone from this era very soon. This might be her last chance to talk to Yuki at all. Ooh. I'm so glad you were there. Yuki sighed a little after Utaru left. Maybe I did something to offend him? Hashida didn't seem to enjoy being around me. You don't think he was just nervous? But he was having fun talking to me before the movie, you know? But after the movie, he started acting really strange. Did I do something wrong? I asked him to take me to the curry place, but since he was acting like that the whole time, I wasn't really sure what to do. And so since you happened to be there, I turned to you for help. What had happened inside the theater? Suzuha hadn't followed them inside. She spent about 2 hours killing time outside. Hey. Why do you like my brother? Huh? Huh? I mean, maybe I shouldn't say this, but he's not exactly a lady killer. What do you think about your brother? Me? Do you like him? Hate him? You like him, right? I can tell by watching you. Well, sure. There were parts of him that she didn't like, but of course she loved her dad. Wait, why are we talking about me? So, what about you? I still don't really know if I like him or not. I see. Not only had Itaru not told Yuki he liked her, this was still their first date, and they hadn't spoken that much before either. She hadn't even reached the point where she saw him as a member of the opposite sex. For almost a year, Suzuha had stayed with him, and she, Mayuri, and Ferris had done everything they could to get the two of them together, but there hadn't been any real progress. Suzuha felt uneasy when she thought about the future. Maybe her dad wouldn't be her dad anymore. Maybe her mom wouldn't be her mom anymore. Dad and mom wouldn't be together. She imagined that future. I don't want that. She looked straight into Yuki's eyes. I'm going to be leaving soon. What? I'm moving someplace far away. Really? I don't think I'll be back. And I'm worried about my brother. Subtlety. So, Yuki, I know this is a weird thing for him to ask. Then she bowed deeply. Please take care of Itaru Hashida. Everyone, there was no answer from Yuki. Suzuha looked up, afraid, and tried to gauge the expression on her face. She looked kind of lonely and kind of sad. I don't know what I want to do. Yuki whispered, and then Suzuha... Oh jeez, what are we gonna do? Everything's almost finished, even though it's never even started. As soon as she got back to the lab, she yelled at her useless father. Oh, Suzuha, I'm sorry, the Hashida family is doomed. Stop sitting there feeling sorry for yourself, this isn't funny. Start by explaining why you were acting that way today. You looked so excited when you left this morning, and Mom said you were normal until halfway through the movie. Yeah. So what the hell happened? Well, you see, listen to this. You know how movie theater seats are cramped, right? So I tried to sit as far to the edge as I could so I wouldn't get in Amaneshi's way. And then I heard this crack and the scene almost broke. What? Then I tried to support myself, so I grabbed the armrest. But it wasn't the armrest, it was Amaneshi's, hand. Yeah? Mom didn't say anything about that. I'm telling the truth, it was so soft. It couldn't have been an armrest. It was a girl's hand. It had to have been. I see. But you see, I've held a lot of 2D girls' hands, but never a real girl's. And what happened then? Amaneshi was so nice, I guess she didn't try to shake it off, because she didn't want to hurt me. But you know how fat I am, right? I sweat a lot. She must have gotten soaked, but she didn't say a word. So I really started to think about that. Ah, I see. That's why you were acting so weird. I'm sure in her mind, Amaneshi was going, "Get off me, you creepy loser pervert." Mom's not like that. In fact, from the way she was acting, she probably thought she'd upset him somehow. The problem was what she'd said. I don't know what I want to do. What does she mean by that? I don't know what Mom's thinking. Suzuha, let's give up on Mom and you can live with me. You're not making any sense. How am I even supposed to be born? But it's impossible. How come you're not even trying? Even if things look bad, you have to keep going. She grabbed her father by the collar and shook him. If you don't... She remembered how sad Yuki had looked when they had said goodbye. Otherwise, something awful will happen. Yeah. And then she heard a car park in front of the lab. We're here, Nya. She recognized the voice coming from below the open window. You'd have to, then Nya's give it away. Oh, is that Ferris Tan's voice? Suzuha let go of Itaru's collar and moved over to the window. Below, she saw a group of people she knew. Rintaro Okabe, Mayuri Shina, Ferris Nyanyan. And Maho Hiyajo too. Yacho's here already. But why is she here with Uncle Ocarine? And then she gave a start and turned back towards the room. Wait, this is bad. We haven't put it away. Huh? Suzuha pointed towards the desk in the development room, where the phone wave name subject to change Unit 02 was sitting. Oh, crap, hide it! This all comes back to Okie Dokie. If nothing else, this meant that Maho Hyajo was coming to the Future Gadgets Lab. Suzuha hoped that this meant the work on the phone wave would get back on track. So, well, this is the path of the ending, not the true ending, the ending now. So, we in this. There was a small explosion and the room filled with smoke. Ah, the window! Open the window! Ah, okay. Okie, cough, dokie. Maho crawled out into the living room. Yutaro rushed to open the window, and she heard a man who was probably the building's owner yell up at them. Hey, Hashida, what was that sound? Are you making bombs up there? I'll call the cops! Sorry, the microwave blew up. Yutaro poked his head out and apologized to the man below. It took a minute, but the owner was finally satisfied and the argument ended. Whew, that really scared me. As Yutaro wiped away the sweat, she saw that his face and clothes were both covered in soot. It scared you? It should have! Maho was no different. Some of her hair had been burnt off, and the white lab coat she'd gone through all that trouble to get had turned pitch black. Explain what's going on. Where did that smoke come from? Probably the microwave. I picked it up from a dumpster, so it's probably shorted out somewhere. You picked it up from where? What's wrong with you? We're working on one of the greatest inventions in human history, and you're using parts from a dumpster? Why? Commercial microwaves are expensive. I can't believe you. Do something about this. Use my credit card if you have to. Maho didn't have that much money, but this was no time to be cheap. That's a big help. Maho wiped her sweaty, soot-covered face with a towel. The white towel turned black immediately. I can't take this anymore. I'm turning on the air conditioner. That's not happening. If you use it at the same time as the phone wave, it'll trip the breaker. And I told you, you can't use that air conditioner for more than an hour a day because it's so expensive. These working conditions were abysmal. Was Krisu really able to create the time loop machine under these conditions? Look at circumstances, just thinking about it gave her even more respect for Krisu. Fine, but I'd at least like to take a shower and get the soot out of my hair. Go ahead. If you even think about peeking, I'll go straight to Suzuha. Remember that. I wouldn't do that. For some reason, Yutaro responded to Maho's warning by sighing and slumping his shoulders. And actually, I don't feel up to dealing with jokes like this right now. With that right now. Maho hadn't meant it as a joke, she was extremely serious. I'm in such a bad way that I'm not even playing H games. She heard from Suzuha that the day she'd arrived in Japan, Yutaro had screwed up bad on a date. It was true that Yutaro was a lot quieter than his usual self. The mad scientist, of course. Also, hello, welcome to Viperland in the chat. How's it going? Sounds rough indeed. Mayuri, oh, we read that one. Mayuri even said that Daru not playing H games must be an omen of some impending natural disaster. But either way, she didn't have time for his negativity, so she mostly ignored him and went to the shower room. Since Suzuha used the shower regularly, it was relatively clean. There was a good selection of body soap and shampoo, and Suzuha told her she could use it as she liked. Sheesh, I'm spending Tanabata covered in soot. That day was indeed Tanabata. Actually, Maho had been secretly looking forward to this day. Since she lived in America for so long, she was interested in Japan's traditional summer holiday. She was especially interested in the famous story of Orihime and Hikoboshi, and the customs of writing down wishes and hanging them from bamboo. The man who appears in the legend of Tanabata in Japan, Altair, the brightest star of the constellation Aquilia, is known as the summer Hikoboshi star. This is just the Viper mispronounce everything section. The star Vega, Orihime, is separated from Altair by the Milky Way, and the legend says that only one... No, I'm okay. Pizza's tasty, but it's fine. That only on Tanabata can they cross it and come together. This was originally a Chinese legend. The girl who appears on the legend of Tanabata, star Vega in the constellation Lyra, is known as Orihime's star. She was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven and was given the name Orihime, weaving princess, because of her mastery of the loom. She is married to Hikoboshi, Natsuhiko, but the Emperor of Heaven decreed that they would only be allowed to meet once a year on July 7th in the old Japanese calendar. It's not a real event if it doesn't explain Tanabata. Since she was here, she sort of wanted to try writing down a wish too. She didn't want to bring it up herself because she didn't want anyone thinking of her as childish, but Mayuri, Ferris, and the other girls seemed like they'd want to do something like that. Part of her had hoped they'd invite her too. That's why it hurt so much to be spending the hot summer afternoon in the lab with Itaru covered in soot. She was thinking about that as she washed herself off when... she could hear Itaru calling her from outside. Huh? What? Don't tell me you're really going to peek! I dare you to open the door even an inch. I'll cry! Now's no time for being cute. I just got word from Mayushi. Okarine might be coming here. What? Okabe? Maho's mind started to race. She'd been told that Okabe rarely came to the lab anymore. In fact, after he dropped her off here the first day, he hadn't come by even once. That's why she felt safe going in and out of the lab, but... I hit the phone wave, but make sure he doesn't find out what we're doing. Right, I know. Wait, I shouldn't even be here. I need to get back to Ferris's place and hide. Why? Because I'm supposed to be in Okinawa. That's how she explained her visit to Okabe. If he found out she was working on the phone wave with Itaru, there would be trouble. That's right! Okay, hurry up and come out. I can't, not with you standing there! Oh, that's right. After she was sure Itaru was gone, she quickly washed the bubbles from the body soap off her body. The long hair still wasn't dry, but there wasn't time for that. Hair that long takes forever to dry. Like, what are you going to do? She wiped herself off with the towel and was about to leave the shower room when she heard the door open. Hey, Taru. He was here already? She quickly shut the door to the shower room again. But then she looked down and saw that she was naked. Her clothes were lying on the floor past the door. There was no way she could get them without Okabe seeing her. Her only choice was to stay hidden, completely undressed, and wait for him to leave. But this is really kind of nerve-wracking. Over to Okabe. Hey, Daru. Daru greeted me as I came inside the lab. He seemed to be in kind of a hurry. Oh, Okarine, I didn't see you coming. Don't see you coming by yourself very often anymore. The room smelled kind of like smoke, and someone must have been using the shower room because the smoky smell was mixed in with the scent of soap. But whoever it definitely wasn't Daru. His face and clothes were blackened with soot. Thought it might be Suzuo, but the lights in the shower room were turned off. What were you doing, dude? You're black with soot. Well... I got this microwave from the garbage dump, you know? And it was warming up a lunch I got from the convenience store, and it blew up. Blew up? Are you okay? Mr. Brown got mad at me. Don't get him too riled up. You don't know when he'll kick you out. If he does that, you might be okay, but Suzuo will have nowhere to go. That's right. So, what are you doing here? Mayushi isn't here. I need to talk to you. Good news. But I refuse. I haven't said anything yet. Nothing you've ever come to talk to me about has ever ended up being good news. So he's the professor from Futurama. Every time he's like, good news, everyone, they're like, ah. Come on, just hear me out. Last night I went to dinner with Dr. Leskinen, and we were talking about the exchange program. Oh, that again. I was keeping in touch with Dr. Leskinen. Of course, the professor knew that Maho was here in Japan. Yesterday he showed me a picture of her taken in Okinawa. I could see her standing on the surf with a blank expression on her face. A friend or her family member must have taken it. Yeah, his last crew can totally contest to it. Dr. Leskinen had been really nice to me, and I talked to him a lot about going to Victor Grandia. Of course, at a minimum, I needed to graduate my current school and pass the exchange exam for Victor Grandia. I actually was telling him about you, and he was interested. Huh? In me? Victor Grandi's got something called Information Science Lab. It brings together hackers from around the world, supposedly. With your talents, don't you think you'd fit in there? I'd been inviting Daru to come to America with me, but he didn't seem that interested. He said things like, I can't imagine living away from the otaku mecca, and no way am I living anywhere you can't get H-games and anime figures. He'd done nothing but give excuses like that. Well, I am a super hacker. I'm sure to be fine, but why not meet with him at least? You've met him before. I'm busy now. You can make time for one day. Not until Kamima's over, probably. That's over a month away. It's not happening for a while, okay? Give me a break, man. You're full of excuses. Do you really not want to go that badly? I mean, clearly. I sighed and sat down on the sofa. This room really was hot as hell during the summer. The windows were open and the fans were running at full speed, but I was still sweating. There was an air conditioner, but evidently he wasn't using it. Daru, got any Dr. P? I don't know, maybe Mayoshi put some in the fridge? I got up and took a look at the fridge in the corner of the room. There was regular soda, mineral water, and some sports drinks, but not a single Dr. P. As usual, the freezer was stuffed with juicy fried chicken #1. Mayuri really did buy a ton of this stuff. Wait, was there even more than usual? Maybe she'd bought some for Suzuha too. I'm going to grab a sports drink. Take any except that one Suzuha already drank out of. I grabbed an unopened bottle and took a big gulp. I happened to take a look at the snack shelf next to the fridge. Mixed with the instant noodles and snacks were 5 bunches of bananas. Mayuri must have brought those too. But still, all that fried chicken, and now these bananas. Was she eating more than she had been? She always said that no matter how much she ate, she never got fat, but if she brought this many bananas at once, they were all going to turn brown and squishy before she could eat them all. Does Mayuri really need all these bananas? Oh, it wasn't Mayoshi who brought those, it was me. Oh. Daru quickly cut himself off. I turned towards him and he averted his gaze. Subtlety to the last. He'd been acting really weird this whole time. Was he hiding something? You bought all these. When did you start liking bananas? First of all, bananas are delicious. But even I can't have that many bananas. Like, at some point you just go, that's enough bananas. Well, you know, it was Suzuha's idea. She told me to eat some every day because it's good for my diet. There was a diet like that before, come to think of it. Some celebrity had gone on TV and said she lost a bunch of weight on a banana diet. And the next day, all the bananas in Japan disappeared from stores. My dad had tried to get in on the boom a little too late and bought a huge supply of bananas, only to see it flare out and most of them rot on the shelves. I remember that. So don't buy so many at once, they've already changed color. Well, whatever, I was hungry, so I decided to take one. I took a banana and peeled the skin. Just don't go overboard with everything, okay? You're right, yeah. I finished a banana in 3 bites and went to toss the peel in the burnable trash can. Then I noticed something strange. The can was filled with bananas. More than anybody could possibly eat. Over half the can was filled up with bananas. And it wasn't just the skin. Some of them were unpeeled, but half rotten. And the summer heat made them give off a nasty stench. Oh, rotting fruit is bad. Rotting anything smells bad, but I remember seeing something like this once before. We're making gel nanas again? Ah, 428 will live forever. That's right, it was when I was living here a year ago, doing experiments every day. Then my mind flashed back to the contents of the fridge. That bizarre stockpile of juicy fried chicken. Gel bananas, gel nanas. Important translation change. It couldn't be. I feel like gel nanas just rolls off the tongue more, but I plunged my hand in the garbage can, not caring about the filth. Disgusting. Wait, Ocarine! Daru was clearly uneasy, but I ignored him. I was right. Under the remains of the bananas, I saw tons of boxes of empty fried chicken. No matter how much Mayuri liked them, or how much of a glutton Daru was, no one would voluntarily eat this much frozen fried chicken every day. I went deeper into the garbage can. Then I found something I didn't want to see. Hey, Daru? What? Bananas and frozen fried chicken. This brings back a lot of memories, doesn't it? Yeah?
1年くらい前か。
Must have been about a year ago. We used to do all kinds of experiments like this. We'd waste a lot, so Mayuri would get mad at us. She'd tell us not to waste food. That's right.
しょうがないから。
So we ended up having to eat the bananas that we warmed in the microwave to get rid of them. They tasted terrible.
でも、
But we never were able to eat these. What I pulled out of the garbage can was a green, gooey mass. It was a thick, disgusting liquid like you'd expect to see if you crushed a giant bug. The goo dripped out of my fingers and splattered onto the floor. It was what used to be a banana, what we once called a gel nana. Oops. Daru put his hands to his head. Yeah, I guess I got the phone wave part running, but not the time leap part. But then he'd evidently given up on hiding it. Whoops, didn't expect you to find out this easily. I thought I could hide it a little more. I was actually going to tell you soon, because I needed your help. Daru tossed me the towel. Evidently he'd already used it, because it was covered in black soot, but I decided to wipe the gel nana off my hands with it anyway. Daru went into the development room and started moving boxes and dust covers. Here, this is Unit 02. And on the table appeared the horrible future gadget number 8, which I'd built, improved, and finally dismantled a year ago. You put it together again? I wasn't sure if I should call it Unit 2 or Version 2. I don't care about the name. Are you serious? I can't believe you're saying that. That is very un-Hoyoyin Kyoma of him. We used to have a roundtable meeting and have a lot of fun picking names for the future gadgets. That's all dark history. Really? Daru was looking at the dust-covered future gadgets that were sitting on the shelf of the development room. There was something like fondness in his gaze. Why the hell was he acting like this? Did he think that the nightmare is some kind of happy youthful memory? I was about to tell him to go screw himself, but held it in. Did you forget what I told you? This thing is dangerous. It's not something you should have. But I need to make a time machine in the future, you know? Which means I need to research this as the first step, I think. I gave up on trying to hold it back. I got up in his face and yelled at him. I told you again and again, and again and again, right? I told you what happened because of this thing. I told you what I went through. Mayuri was killed because we made this thing. Krisu was sacrificed because we made that thing. Your daughter went back into the past and committed suicide because we made this thing. If you've forgotten, do you want me to go over it again? Are you that stupid? Are you so dumb that you won't understand unless you experience it for yourself? You're the one who's being stupid, Rintaro Okabe. I suddenly heard an angry female voice behind me. She had the towel, man, hair floofy though. I looked back and saw Maho Hyajo glaring at me. What, Hyajo? Oh, legal loli for the win. What happened to your clothes? And wait, what are you doing here? Oh, I just couldn't sit there and listen. Don't stare at me, I'll sue. It's your fault for coming out like that. Hold on, I'll go get dressed. I mean, when you got hair that long and it gets wet, that's just what happens. It's just, especially in hot, humid summer temperatures, no less. Like, even my hair, when it gets longer, will just kind of poof. And my hair's fairly, like, straight. Any amount of curl to the hair, and it's just sudden poofiness. Maho quickly went back into the shower room and came out dressed a moment later. Biking style guy, yeah. Excuse me, sorry about that. Have you been hiding in here since I first arrived? Well, who cares about me? Did you fake that picture of you in Okinawa that you sent to Dr. Laskinen? Both the professor and I were completely taken in by that picture of her standing in that Okinawan beach. But it seemed we'd both been tricked. It was well made enough that Daru must have been involved. So you didn't come to Japan to visit Okinawa? Yeah, that's right. I came for that machine with the stupid name. What was it again? Phone wave, name subject to change? I told you what happened because of the D-mails too. You going to repeat that? No. How? If you send a D-mail, Echelon will pick it up and the world line will go back from beta to alpha. An advanced communications monitoring system said by conspiracy theorists to be owned by the US government. It said that the system is operated in America's National Security Agency, but the US government has never publicly admitted to its existence, and no proof of it has ever been found. Participating countries supposedly include America, England, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. France is not included among them. Japan's what's called a third party, which receives information in exchange for putting an Echelon receiving station in their country. It's rumored that the Elephant Cage, a massive antenna array found in the Misawa Air Base in Aomori, is actually part of Echelon. It supposedly intercepts a wide variety of messages from military traffic to individual cell phones, all of which is stored and monitored. And then Mayuri will die again. I won't be able to save her no matter what I do. She'll keep dying for all eternity. And then I had a terrifying thought and stared directly into Maho's eyes. No way. She of all people couldn't possibly. I trusted Maho completely, and I didn't want to believe she was capable of it. But the terrible machine that I just confronted had drained me of any kind of rationality. A flashback felt like it was going to hit me any second. Images of Krisu and Mayuri's deaths were flashing through my mind. So I said something I never should have said. You aren't trying to bring back the Alpha World line, are you? What? Are you trying to create a world where Krisu lives and Mayuri dies? What? You know, he had that one coming. Just a little bit. There was an impact on my cheek, a loud sound in my ears. The next thing I knew, I was lying on the ground face up. It was a while before I understood what had happened. The left half of my face felt like it was on fire. I was punched? By Daru? I'd known him for 5 years, and this was the first time anything like that had happened. Apologize. Apologize to Mahotan right now. Wait, stop it, Hashira. I can only imagine how much you're suffering, Ocarine. So I'm not giving you any cheap sympathy. But in the end, you're just using that as an excuse. Mahotan, Suzuha, even Mayushi, do you know how much they've done for you? It's enough, stop it. Maho grabbed Daru's body and tried to hold him back. Let me go. He's not going to understand unless I hit him again. That's enough. What you just did was enough, so calm down. This time, Maho put her hand on Daru's shoulder. I'll explain the rest. Go wash your face or something. Go. She pointed towards the shower room, and Daru finally seemed to get control of himself again. Fine. He looked a little awkward as he lowered his fist. Normally, he hated any kind of seriousness, so in a situation like this, he'd always tell one of his perverted gentleman jokes. But there were no jokes as he vanished beyond the curtain into the shower room. A moment later, I could hear the sound of the water. Christ. Maho was looking down at me. This is your fault for being weird. Sure, you're right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I know that. You're not like that. Come on, can you stand up? I grabbed her hand and slowly got up. Taking a solid hit when I wasn't expecting it, so my head was still a little dizzy. That hurt. When somebody who's normally gentle finally gets mad, he's really strong. That's right. And when somebody gets mad for someone else's sake, not their own, I think that's wonderful. This has changed my opinion of him a little bit. Maho seemed a bit happy as she looked towards the shower room. Only a little bit? Because he's always sexually harassing me. Maybe he's fallen in love with you. Kids do that all the time, you know? Tease the girls they like. He's a kid at heart, after all. You gotta be kidding me. Do you want Suzuha to be my daughter? That would be bad, yeah. I chuckled a bit, but quickly stopped and turned to face Maho. The difference between our heights was so great that I was looking down on her. If you want my subjective opinion, this world exists because of Krisu's choice. Mayuri is safe because of Krisu. She can live and be happy. I have to protect that. You're a scientist. You're a lot smarter than I am. So you can understand, right? You can understand the laws of the universe. Yeah? Maho quietly nodded. You could call it God if you wanted to. It's stupid for humans to challenge God. But I tried anyway, and then I tried a dozen times more, and then I tried 100 times more after that. And I failed every time. It was all useless. God will never forgive human arrogance. You're right. Maho was looking out the window. It was as if she was thinking back to her homeland and ancestors. God is a popular guy back home, and among the people in Okinawa. I learned those wonderful beliefs from my parents and grandparents, too. I'm a scientist, but I would never mess with God. But then... Maho shook her head a little and looked up at me with a piercing gaze. The god you're talking about,
あなたが
it's
盛んに
completely
口にす
different.
る神は
Her words were sharp, with
そ
no
れ
room
と
for
は
disagreement.
世界の摂理で
The
す。
laws of the universe, those are just the equations
そ
that
んなも
define the
のは
world.
神なんて立派な
The
ものは
wonderful
介
being
在
called
していな
God
い
has
し、
nothing to do with them, and
私
there's
た
no
ち
reason
に
we
態度
can't
に導
solve
けな
them.
い道理はないのよ。
I was about to respond, but before I could, Maho went inside the development room. I had no choice but to follow her.
D メールとエシロ
I'm
ン
well
と
aware of the relationship between Echelon and the D-mails and how dangerous it is.
安心しなさい。
Don't worry, we've sealed away the D-mail function for now.
あなたの懸念してい
What
るよ
you're
うな事
concerned
態は
about is
起こらな
never
い
going
し、
to happen because I won't let it.
私が絶
I'm
対
not
に
letting
起こ
us
さ
go
せない
back to the Alpha World
Mochiro.
line. Of course, Hashira and I are working on a way to avoid the danger of the D-mail and neutralize Echelon.
ただ
But before we start spending resources on that, there's something we have to do first, something
やら
personal.
なくてはならないことがあるの。
Maho tapped the top of the phone
個
wave,
人的
Unit
に
2.
今私たちが研
What we're
究してい
researching
る
now
の
is the time leap technology that you say Krisu developed.
じゃあ
Then this can only time leap?
そういうことになる
That's
よ
right.
ね。
She was right. I was looking at a time leap machine, not the phone wave named subject to change. I could tell they've recreated all the improvements that Krisu had made to the phone wave. The most obvious was the PC and monitor that were connected to the microwave. And connected to the PC was a headset and what looked like a cord covered in electrodes. In this world line, only I knew the details of how the time leap machine was set up, and I hadn't told Daru or Maho about them. In other words, with only some small hints, Maho had managed to create the same thing as Krisu.
正直なとこ
To
ろ
be honest, it's really frustrating.
悔しい
Frustrating?
研究すれ
The
ば
more
する
research I
ほど
do, the more I realize that I can
や
never
っぱ
be
り記
Krisu.
憶をデータ化して
I can get as far as digitizing the memory data and transferring it to a cell phone along with the top-down search signals.
ただ
But I still can't clear the biggest hurdle, even though Krisu could.
データの圧
The
縮
data compression, right?
だな
Maho nodded.
何テラバイトもあ
I
る
just
膨大
can't
な記
solve the
憶デ
mystery
ー
of
タ
how she managed to compress all those terabytes of data. That was the part that Krisu had struggled with the most too.
私では
But in the
どう
end,
しても
with Daru's
できない
help, she'd been able to do it.
あなたは
Did Krisu tell you anything
クリ
about
ス
it?
から何か聞いて
She
いる
seemed a
のかし
little
ら
unhappy as she asked me that.
その
Asking
方
for
法
the answer meant giving up on finding the solution for herself, and so it meant admitting defeat. Maybe that was really hard for her. Yet she'd chosen to put completing the machine first. But I had no intention of giving her the answer right away.
前に
You made me a promise when we last talked, right?
タイムマシンでマキセ
That you wouldn't try to save Krisu or Makise Krisu using the time machine.
ええ
That's right.
今でも
Do you still intend to keep it?
その気がないなら
If you don't, I can't help you. Maho didn't answer for a while, but without even looking at her face, I could tell she was being torn apart inside.
もちろん守
Of
るわ
course I do. I promised you, after all. After a long pause, she gave her answer. I couldn't help but laugh.
君は嘘が下
You're
手
a
だ
terrible liar. With that look on your face, it's obvious you're not telling the truth.
話は終わったな
We're done talking. Then I left the development room. I looked towards the shower room, but I could still hear the sound of falling water from within. Daru was showering, no signs of being done, or showing no
No.
signs. Hey,
Daru.
Daru, I was the stupid one. I'm really sorry.
バカは俺だった
I spoke, but there was no answer. Maybe he hadn't heard me. It seemed better for both of us if I apologized tomorrow.
また
I'll be back tomorrow.
明日来るから
That was all I said as I headed towards the door.
岡部さん
Maho followed me. She came up to me so fast she almost slammed into me.
スタインズゲートは
Do you think Steins
実
Gate
在すると
exists?
思うまゆりさんが死ぬこ
Do
と
you
な
think
く
there's really another world line in the gap between the Alpha and Beta ones where Mayuri survives and Krisu doesn't have to die?
それを目指した俺
If you want to know what happened when I tried to reach it, ask Suzuha.
結局
In the end, I couldn't beat
あん
fate.
なのは
Steins Gate is just a stupid
そう
delusion.
言い切ってしまって
Are you really sure,
本
though?
当ないと
You haven't proven that it doesn't exist, you know.
そんなの
That's just the devil's proof, though, right? Nobody can prove a negative. Said to be originally developed by a jurist in medieval Europe during a case over possession rights. It's used as a hypothetical today in other contexts, such as law or politics, during discussions of rule violations. For example, if someone were to tell you to prove that the devil exists, you could, in turn, demand proof that the devil does not exist. Then, when they failed to provide that proof, you could say, since you can't prove that the devil doesn't exist, he must exist. This is, of course, simply sophistry that proves nothing at all. But since it could turn a debate into an endless loop, traditionally the burden of proof is placed on the first person to make a statement.
そんな証明
そうよ
That's right. You haven't proven whether it exists or not. You've given up after one failure. Maho was gritting her teeth hard.
呆れてしまう
I can't believe you.
何
What? I almost went out of control and grabbed her by the shoulders. but I managed to stop myself at the last second.
さっきも言っ
I
た
told you before, right? I tried dozens, no hundreds of times before that.
私も言ったはず
And
よ
remember what I said? That's not because of the laws of God,
神の
whatever they
摂
may
理で
be.
も世界線も
The
タイ
world
ムマシン
lines,
も
the time machine, Steins Gate. They're all just part of the equations that make up the world. You failed dozens of times or hundreds of times.
だからなんだ
So
というの
what?
そんなの
It happens all the time in science. If you fail that many times, then you try 1,000 times, or a million times, or a billion times. Alright,
何万回も
so I get that
何億回も
he's kind of been grieving for a little while. It's been like a year. And I get what she's saying, but when a scientist fails, they go, damn, that didn't work, let me try something else. When he failed, he had to watch his closest friend in the world die in front of his eyes repeatedly. It's a lot. I get what she's saying. And she gets the concept of what he's saying, but she doesn't get the emotions of what he's saying.
そうすれば
And then you're certain to find the answer.
君は
You don't know anything. You haven't experienced it. That's the only reason why you can say something so irresponsible.
いいえ
No,
嫌という
I've
か
experienced
経験してきた
all that more times than I can count.
失敗も挫折も
Failures,
後悔
setbacks, regrets, and the pain that comes with them. And all because of the genius named Makase Krisu.
数式に感情はない
Equations
数
don't
式
have feelings.
を解くのは
Yeah, but it's always
人間よ
humans who solve them in the end.
結局のところね
Excuse me. We are glaring at each other, our faces close enough to kiss. Maho's gaze burned into me. For some reason, I couldn't bear to look at her, so I turned away. I turned around without saying a word and tried to head out the door, but she grabbed the hem of my shirt and stopped me. I didn't expect that.
まだ何か用か
Do you need something else? I turned around, annoyed. A moment ago, her expression had been so fierce, but now she simply wore a sad smile. It was so different that, for a moment, I thought I'd jumped world lines. Huh? Maho whispered to me,
あなたこそ
You're a terrible liar, too. We do know this, to be fair. Liar? Was I lying? I put my hands up to my face, trying to figure out what she meant. That didn't tell me what kind of look I had on my face, of course, so I simply stood there confused. Liar? What do you mean? I'm not lying.
芦田さんに聞いたんだけ
Ashida
ど
told me something.
1年前のあなた
He said that a year ago he couldn't even bring up the
タイ
time
ムマ
machine
シ
with
ンに
you.
シュタインズゲートの
And
話
Steins
なん
Gate
て
was out of the question entirely. You didn't even want to hear the words. What are you talking about?
でも
But it's different now. The look on your face is the same as the one I used to have all the time.
クリスに実証実
I'd
験に
lost to
負けて
Krisu during the experimental trials. I'd lost to her with my papers. I'd lost to her in terms of fame. I was so depressed I was ready to give up.
けど
But in the end, I'd always look at myself in the mirror and yell.
鏡を見て
Maho
自分を
pointed at
叱
her
り
own
つけた
heart
の
with her index finger.
挑戦するのを
If you
諦
give
め
up
た
on
ら
trying, it's over, and then you'll never
そ
win.
うしたら
Then she pointed
永
it
遠に
at my
勝つ
left
ことがで
breast.
きない今のあなたは
Your face is the same as mine
心
was.
の奥の奥
In
で
the
は
very, very bottom of your heart, you're still ready to take revenge.
自分をこんな
You're
惨め
ready
に
to take revenge on Steins Gate for making you into this
シ
pathetic
ュタインズ
person.
ゲートに
Me, I still hadn't given up. No, that's not
そん
true.
な
違わないわ
It is true. You really
あ
are
なた
just like
まる
me.
で胸像みたい
It's like I'm seeing my own reflection.
強情で
You're stubborn, and once you say something, you never back down, even if you know you're
自
wrong.
分が間違
You
ってて
pout like a
分かる
child and refuse to admit it,
それを
which causes
絶
all
対に
kinds of
認めたく
worry
な
and
くて
trouble
子
for
供み
everyone
たいに
else.
拗ねてで
You know, it
そ
would
んな
make
こ
me
と
feel
な
a
いよ
lot better if you told me I wasn't like
少し
that.
けどね
But that's why I understand.
私もあなたも
When it comes down to it, both you and I are going to stand up on our own two
絶
feet.
対にそうでしょ
Am I wrong, Rintaro Okabe?
もう一度言うわ
I'll say it again. All the laws of this world are just equations, and
ただ
every
の数
equation
式で
can be
私
solved.
は何としても見つ
I'm
けてや
going
る
to
わ
find the key to that answer no matter what, and God has nothing to do with it.
そして
And I'm going to reach the world line in the gap, where Mayuri doesn't die and Krisu's still alive.
狭間の
After
世界
saying all
線
that,
に続く
Maho was
道
a
へ
little
と
out
た
of
どり
breath.
着いてやる
She had a lot of vitality in her tiny body. Her words, the way she looked, it hit me so hard I couldn't speak.
で
So, what will you do?
岡部所長
This is your lab, right? I can't
こ
keep
こはあなたの
running.
ラボなの
It
でしょ
can't keep running without you forever.
俺は
Then I got a Ryan message. Well, big trouble. What do I do? Mayuri, I just happened to pass by her, and she was running away crying. I've never seen her so sad. What? Mayuri was crying? I could tell that something bad was going on. When she saw my shock, Maho looked over at the phone too. She was crying. What happened? I don't know. I just happened to run into her, so I said hi, and she was crying. I was really surprised, but when I asked her what was going on, she was really upset. She said that it was her fault Krisu had died, and that's why you were suffering. She said she should have died instead, and then she ran away. I ran after her, but I lost her. What do I do, Okabe? What do I do? What?
だって
I looked at Maho.
まさか
Did she hear that?
そういえば
Come to think of it, Daru had come out of the shower room at some point and was standing right behind me.
オカリンがラボに来
It
る
was Mayushi who told me you were coming to the lab.
マヨシも
She said she was coming here too.
途中だって言ってた
Then that meant there's a good chance she did. Oh no.
そんな
Felt like my knees were going to give out. Mayuri existed in this world line because of Krisu's sacrifice, and that was the one thing that Mayuri could never find out. Me, Daru, Suzuha, Ferris, Maho, everyone who knew the truth had kept it from her. I needed to find her. I needed to find Mayuri. I couldn't let her be alone right now. I ran out of the lab. Ooh, it's still hot. I mean, it's summer, but... Summer solstice had passed, and by 6 p.m. the sun was finally setting behind the city skyline. Part of the sky was still red and the rest a dirty blue. For the past few days, Suzuha had worked on the time machine on top of the radio building. It was almost time for her to go back to the past, which meant she was putting a lot more effort into the maintenance work. Parts which could normally get dirty with no trouble had been polished to a sparkling shine. I'm overthinking this. Maybe I really am worried. Yeah... It's both things he needs to hear, but also you can subjectively be like, she's acting like she knows, but she clearly doesn't. Like, there's a huge world of difference between like, ah man, this is my job and I've screwed it up a bunch of times, but that's just how it goes and you keep moving forward, and I've watched people I love die repeatedly. She finished her work, put the tools back in the box, and stored the box in the time machine's cockpit. Then she sat down in the control seat and took another look at the battery gauge. With the amount of fuel she had left, in less than a month she wouldn't be able to go back to July 27th, 2010. She had to leave this era before that time limit passed her by. The original plan of taking Rintaro to the past looked like it was going to fail. That meant she would have to go on the mission that she'd spent the last year coming up with all by herself. Still can't believe you did this, Dad. She chuckled to herself and struck her head deep into the computer core. Inside was an external hard drive that clearly belonged in 2011, not 2036. Itaru would probably put it here when her back was turned. One of the secondary touch panel monitors was displaying a warning that read, "Foreign object detected in cockpit." These machines were capable of breaking through early 21st century camouflage in less than a second. It was clear from the way the fake wires were laid out that monitoring and data retrieval were not its objectives. He'd probably hidden it here because he didn't want anyone to find it. Maybe she should just pretend she didn't see it, and leave it here until she was just about to leave. As she pondered the best course of action, she heard the heavy door outside opening. Someone was here. Suzuha pulled her gun from its holster and looked out from the cockpit towards the iron door that led to the building. She still remembered what happened with Kagari the other day. Couldn't hurt to be careful, but when she saw who it was, she relaxed. This is Mayu. I almost never see you here. She put her gun away and jumped out of the cockpit to welcome her. Suzu? Are you crying? What happened? Suzuha had no idea why the always smiling Mayuri would be crying. Why didn't anyone tell me? Huh? Why didn't anybody tell Mayushi the truth about her and this person named Makase Krisu? She almost spoke, but quickly cut herself off. How did she hear, and from whom? The cruel truth that Mayuri's survival depended on Makase Krisu's death. There was nothing in the world Suzuha had wanted to see less than the look on Mayuri's face when she discovered that. Who told you? But there was only a few people who knew the truth. Excluding herself, only Rintaro, Itaru, Ferris, and Maho, and none of them would deliberately tell her. In fact, they'd all hidden it for her sake. I heard Ocarina and Maho talking. Then it was an accident after all. Hey, Suzu, can you tell me about something? About Mayoshi and Ocarina in the year 2036. Well, I could tell you about Mayoshi. Suzuha wasn't sure what to say. To be honest, she didn't want to say anything at all. It wasn't something that would make her feel better. You'll be happier not knowing about the future. Another line of tears spilled down Mayuri's cheek. Mayoshi's not good for anything, no matter what world she's in. The world needs Krisu a lot more than it needs me, and so does Ocarina. Suzuha suddenly felt like she was looking at the Mayuri she'd known in the future. She thought of the big sis Mayu that she'd seen ever since she was a little girl, and she couldn't refuse her request. The big sis Mayu I knew used to say the same thing sometimes. And then she'd always stare off into the sky. She looked so sad, like she was in pain. Me and Kagari hated seeing her like that. Kagari? It was only then that she remembered she'd been keeping Kagari a secret from Mayuri. There was a girl named Kagari. She was a war orphan. You adopted her, so she's your daughter. Mayoshi's daughter? She was a kind girl, but strong. She was still so tiny, but she'd always say that it was her job to protect her mommy. And so seeing you sad really hurt her, I think. Come to think of it, today's July 7th, Tanabata. Huh? Yeah. When I was a kid, you were the one who taught me about that. That it was the one day in the year when Orihime and Hikoboshi could see each other. The air pollution was so bad you could never see the stars, but you told me about it anyway. Even if the clouds are covering the night sky, the stars aren't gone from this world. They're still shining on the other side. So let's pray together, okay? The words you said gave me and Kagari hope. That's the one thing I want you to know. If nothing else, both she and I need to do. And Uncle Ocarina really cared about you until he died. Your happiness was the one thing he thought about. Until he died? Oh. Maybe that was another cruel truth for her. But Suzuha decided that she would hold nothing back now. That's right. Uncle Ocarina only lives for another 15 years. What? He dies protecting you. Later, Dad told me Uncle Ocarina's last words. I'm really glad I was able to save Mayuri. The whole reason I'm alive is to protect Mayuri. Mayuri put both her hands over her mouth. But you never got over it, I think. When we couldn't see you, you'd look up into the Tanabata sky and whisper to yourself. If my Hikoboshi had come back to life that day, would everything be different now? That day, my Hikoboshi, Mayuri was repeating the words to herself. The tears were still pouring down her face, but her sad cries finally came to a stop. She was still shaking, but her voice had gotten quiet. What does that mean? I think I know now. A year ago, I was really angry at Uncle Ocarina. The chance was right in front of him, so why did he give up? And I was really mad at you too for stopping him from doing what he needed to do. But after living here for a year, I realized that I was the one who was wrong. I think now I might be able to talk to Uncle Ocarina. That day. I don't know whether I can really change his mind or not, though. As the sun set in the west, the shadow of the time machine lengthened, and Suzuha along with it. Suzuha's. I only have one chance left, so I think I'm gonna bet on those words you said. I'm not going back to the day when Makase Krisu was killed. I'm going to the day you spoke of, and I'll see if I can grant your wish. Mayoshi's wish? Suzuha gently rubbed Mayuri's tiny little shoulders. I'm going to believe that's the key to Steins Gate. The key that can open Steins Gate isn't a normal star that's given up on being a Hikoboshi. I think only your Hikoboshi can do the job. So basically, my new mission plan is to bring Hikoboshi back to life. Dad would probably call it Operation Altair, or maybe Operation Aqualia. Or maybe since it's bringing Altair and Aquilia together, it would be Operation Deneb? I guess I'm not good at coming up with names like he is. Mayuri tried to draw herself up as best she could on wobbling legs. Hey, Suzu? That operation, let Mayushi do it. Suzu stared at the girl in front of her, unable to believe what she just heard. This is a dangerous bet. If I'm wrong, you may simply fail. The time machine is at its limits, and I don't know when it'll go out of control. It may simply vanish. Even so, please. Mayushi's a lab member too, right? I don't want to just have Ocarina and Daru save me and never do anything for them. Mayuri rubbed her eyes hard and wiped away her tears. Life was slowly returning to her frail body. Mayushi likes Ocarina. Mayushi loves him as much as Krisu. No, it's not true. Mayushi knows she loves him a lot more. But... I love Hoyoin Kyoma much more. When I lost my grandma and I was about to just disappear, he came to me and he said, "Stay in this world forever." He saved me. That's him, my Hikoboshi. I want to see him again. I want to hear that arrogant laugh of his again. Even if I know I can never be Orihime, he'll always be my Hikoboshi, and no one else ever will. I want to see Hoyoin Kyoma again. The girl who could never be Orihime shouted all of her feelings to the world at the top of her lungs. And right in that instant, Suzuha heard a sound from her cell phone that she'd never heard before. What is this? It was the sound of a video message. When she saw the sender and subject line, Suzuha gasped. This is a video message from the future. Always Taru, clearly. I stuck my hand against the wall of the Brawn 2 workshop to catch my breath. There was no sign of Mayuri. I'd gone to May Queen Nyan and to any shop I could imagine her visiting and had no luck. Kabe. Maho came back. She was out of breath too. Did you find her? No, I looked around and I can't find her anywhere. The panic was threatening to make me lose control. Where did you go, Mayuri? Daru, did you find her? I'd asked Daru to stay behind and call all of her friends and people she knew. Ocarina, the thing is... What's wrong? The phone's not picking up. I called Mayuri a bunch of times too, but it looks like she's turned off her phone. That's not it. It's not just Mayushi. I can't get a hold of anyone. Actually, my phone's at 0 bars this whole time. What? I took out my own phone. Mine's not getting service either. Me too. The lab had never suffered from bad signal before. We went up to the roof and even tried holding our phones up to the sky, but the result was the same. It doesn't work on the roof either. I can't get any signal even outside. Daru looked for news on the internet. Thankfully, the internet connection was still active. Hey, there's breaking news. There was an article on the top page of Taboo talking about a large-scale cell phone service outage. Wait, what is this? All cell towers in Akihabara for all carriers have stopped hiccuping. All carriers, is that possible? It didn't seem possible to me, not under the normal circumstances anyway. The events of a year ago and the Alpha World line flashed through my mind. That night, when Mayuri was mercilessly killed and all the safety I'd ever believed in was stripped away, that night, when all the pain began, started with a bomb threat at Akihabara Station that had shut down the train system. Someone did this deliberately? Something terrible was about to engulf Akihabara. That was the feeling I had. I tried my best to fight off the flashback. Now wasn't a time to be scared. I needed to find Mayuri. I couldn't leave her alone out there. I gritted my teeth to fight off all the trauma I was carrying and raised my head. Daru, the internet's still working, right? Oh, yeah. I'm talking to Luca and Amaneshi on Ryan right now. Okay, then they should be willing to help look for Mayuri. I'm going to go look around again.
待った。
Hold it.
実はもう一
There's
つ。
another thing that's bothering me.
電波障害の
I
こ
went
と
to
を
at channel to look for information on the outage, and somebody's cracked the occult board. And the one doing the cracking is, well, look. Term used to describe actions such as illegally accessing network-linked computers and modifying its data, often confused with hacking, but originally hacking was described as using and investigating a piece of software. Cracking, however, refers to a malicious, unauthorized activity. Most times when the term hacking is used by the media, this is what they actually mean. Daru brought up the at channel page on his screen for me to see. I wondered why it could possibly matter, but decided to take a look anyway. Ah. What? Salieri's neighbor? That was the nickname I'd been using to make contact with Curry Gohan and Kamehameha. What's going on? I decided to leave the explanation for later and clicked on the thread. It was all comments by a single person. To Salieri's neighbor, it appears... Oh, ooh. Well, it started with words. Can I scroll up? I cannot. Ah. It appears that we twins will now be temporarily driven from the place where we belong, so I may not be able to come back here anymore. Our Father in Heaven has developed a way to force open our most secret places. Now we shall become good children, his children who cannot tell lies, and thus would be forced to tell him the secrets of controlling time, and where those secrets lie. It is a great sorrow to me that I cannot protect these secrets. I had hoped we could be good friends, but this is probably goodbye. So lastly, I'd like to pass a message to the person I respect the most. I always regarded myself as an essentially ordinary intellect. Tell her that she was always the person I wanted to be. Tell her that she was the real Amadeus. The first comment had gone up an hour ago. After that, it was just an endless string of meaningless numbers and letters. Guess it's a way to keep the thread bumped.
どういうこと？
No, we're already going to be late. I can't read all that. Also, hey Mike, how's it going? Welcome to Viperland in the chat. No, I can't. What's this supposed to mean? Maho was looking at the screen from the side, and eventually sensed that something was amiss from the text. I answered her. Amadeus. What? This is the Amadeus Krisu. Something's happened to Krisu. This was some kind of message. She was trying to contact me with it. The secret to controlling time. That's the time machine. Information about the time machine leaked to someone? Wait, how does Amadeus know about the time machine? Did you tell her, Ocarine? Did I? I didn't think I told her when I was a tester, but there was no time to think about that now. Gacho, can you access Amadeus? It's against the rules, but I guess now's not a time to worry about that, is it? Ashida, can I use your computer? Maho took Daru's seat and used his PC to access the Brain Science Institute's computers. She put in her ID, Salieri, and her password. She pushed the enter key, but Amadeus didn't appear. This isn't what usually happens. What's going on? Confused, she typed a series of commands into the PC with a speed that rivaled Daru's, but no matter what she did, the Amadeus program didn't appear on her screen. When she'd finished accessing every server at the Institute, she stared at the computer and bit her lip. What's going on here? This is just impossible. What happened? It's gone. The Amadeus' program and all the memory data is gone. Just like the message from Curry Gohan and Kamehameha. Daru, hack it! Not just the Brain Science Institute. Force open every bit of data Victor Crondia has. Everything from server to individual PCs. Okie dokie. Gacho, help him, please. Right. But the answer was the same. Not only the Amadeus Krisu, but the Maho as well, were nowhere to be found on the Victor Crondia servers. There was no trace of them. Their very existence had been erased. Did they move them somewhere else? That's impossible. The only person with that level of administrative privilege for the Amadeus system is Dr. Leskinen. Dr. Leskinen? My mind flashed back to the message from Kurigohan and Kamehameha. Our Father in Heaven has developed a way to force open. Who was the Our Father in Heaven whom Krisu had spoken of? If Amadeus considered anyone a father, it would be... No way. Did Dr. Leskinen do it? Don't make assumptions like that. It's a lot more likely that his ID and password got cracked. Is there any way to get a hold of Dr. Leskinen? The phones weren't working, and there was no way to tell when he'd see an email or if he'd respond. Well, I was thinking hard, but it didn't seem like she was having any luck. We were getting nowhere. I was concerned about Mayuri, but I couldn't ignore the danger that was right in front of me. For now, I'll go to the radio building. If Krisu's warning is right, that's what they'll be after.
僕も行く
I'll go too.
お前とヒヤチョ
You and Hyacho stay here and gather information. Mayuri might come back. But if something happens, run.
すぐに逃げろよ
I gave my orders and ran out of the lab towards the radio building. Suzuha hit the play button on her smartphone's video display. The video was heavily compressed and covered in static, but she recognized the person that appeared. It was a face she'd known her whole life, a face that had been with her both in her past and her present. The man who she still remembered holding her up in the air as a child was probably about 35 in the video. Hey, Suzuha, how you doing? It's Daddy, and it's the year 2025. I'm really sorry to dump all this on you. Really. Forgive me, please. If you're seeing this video message, that means you and Mayushi have found another path to Steins Gate. In other words, the plan's moved to the next phase. You might be angry and wondering why I didn't tell you all this from the start. But it wasn't that I didn't, it's that I couldn't. In the world line you originally set out from, I never planned the operation that I'm about to describe. You've probably already noticed, but the choice you and Mayushi just made has changed the world line a little. In other words, I'm a different Itaru Hashida than the one in your world line. But, Suzuha, please don't get the wrong idea. No matter what world line I'm in, I love my daughter. By the way, which daddy is more handsome? I started weightlifting lately. Daru, stop screwing around and explain the mission. That's right, we all know you'll give up in a week. Stop wasting your time. We'll run out of time to record now. Come on, don't rush me. So, anyway, let me get on to the real reason I'm sending you this message. I'm about to share with you the details of Operation Aquilia. This is going to take everything you've got, and not a single mistake will be allowed. Pay attention and don't miss a word, got it? Suzuha paused the video there. If he was telling her to pay attention, it must be important. If she was going to memorize it all, she needed to calm down. To be honest, getting a video from her dad in 2025 had made her really excited. Felt like her father was telling her that the plan she'd come up with on her own was the right one. That's why she needed to pay careful attention. Mayuri was standing by herself, typing something into her phone as fast as she could. When the video had arrived, she told Mayuri that they may have to leave for the past today. There must have been some reason the video was sent today at this time. That's how it seemed to Suzuha. What are you doing? Oh, Suzu, how's it going? Are we going to leave today? I'm about to check the mission parameters. I see. So, if we do leave today, Mayushi is going to go missing, right? I don't want to worry anybody, so I want to write a message to Mom and Dad and to all my friends. I hope you've got time to at least tell Uncle Ocarina in person. She would be done going over the mission and deciding on a course of action by sunset, probably. I wrote a message to Ocarina too, so it's okay. Just a message? Yeah. Mayuri smiled and nodded. There were no more tears in her eyes, but you could still see wet lines drawn down her soft pink cheeks. It's kind of embarrassing. But you know, I wrote this message and then I realized maybe I can't send it, so now I'm not sure what to do. What? Why? I can't get a signal. Maybe this is a dead zone. You can't get a signal? Suzuha looked at the screen on Mayuri's phone. There wasn't a single bar in the antenna. That's strange, you can always get a signal up here. Suzuha took out her own phone to double check. Mine too. When she saw that Mayuri was using a different cell carrier than hers, she frowned. Got a bad feeling about this. She told Mayuri to hide behind the time machine and silently moved up against the iron door leading to the stairs. She opened it a crack, taking care not to let it creak. She looked inside the building. It was as quiet as ever. There was nothing on the floor below but a room for events and some storerooms, so on weekdays like this it was always quiet. Did I imagine it? She tilted her head sideways as she softly tried to close the door. At Mayuri's scream, she turned around, just in time to see armed agents in camouflage jumping over the fence. One of them had grabbed Mayuri. They climbed up the walls! Suzuha deeply regretted her mistake. She was well aware that someone could try to come up the walls. But the video from her dad had made her so excited she lowered her guard. There were about 30 men, all carrying small assault rifles. With Mayuri as their hostage, Suzuha couldn't do anything. Drop your gun and get on the ground, hands on top of your head. One of the men gave her an order in a cold voice. Resist, and we can't guarantee this girl's safety. He pulled Mayuri close and put the gun to her head, then flipped off the safety. Damn it. She had no choice but to obey. Suzuha took the gun out of her holster, put it on the ground, and then took a pose where she couldn't resist. Don't talk, they'll kill you if they have to. I'm just fine. From the way they moved, she could easily tell they were veteran professionals. That meant they were certainly after the time machine, and probably well aware that only Suzuha could operate it. That, Suzuha decided, meant they wouldn't kill her if they didn't have to. The man who'd spoken to her first, who was probably the leader, knelt down next to her. She was searched roughly to make sure she wasn't carrying any other weapons. I'm a girl, you know. Show some respect. They took the other small pistol she carried for emergencies, as well as several different kinds of knives. Target 2 and Target 3 have been secured. What about you? The leader spoke to the group of men gathered around the time machine. Target 1 secured. It's locked, and anything we try is met with an error. Several of the men had gone inside the machine as well. Leaving the hatch open had been Suzuha's own mistake, but still, it upset her to see them inside the machine. It's no use. It won't listen to anyone but me. Stand up. The leader kicked her with the heel of his boot. Keep your hands where they are. Move slowly. Try anything and we'll kill the hostage immediately. When she stood up, her hands were handcuffed behind her back. They prodded her from behind and moved next to the machine. Biometrics, isn't it? That's right. But you can't copy my veins or fingerprints. Cutting off my hand or ripping out my eyeball won't work either. Security systems in the year 2036 aren't that easily fooled. The men in camo seemed aware of everything she said. None of them seemed surprised or irritated. Where's the professor? The leader asked the man who was pointing the gun at Mayuri. He's on his way. Target 1 is only useful if Target 2 is with it. Tell him it's impossible without brainwashing. Suzuha gritted her teeth when she heard the word brainwashing. She had seen many of her friends in Valkyrie undergo this cruel procedure, then be sent back as spies before turning into vegetables. The leader turned towards Suzuha. You know what happens when you're brainwashed, I believe. The professor doesn't use drugs, he alters your brain directly. Think it would be smarter just to help us? What do you think? We're going the distance, yeah. Where she'd come from, an old doctor with that name had led a brainwashing team that had attempted to destroy Valkyrie. Suzuha had hated him more than anyone else. They hadn't used drugs either. It was safe to assume that both professors were the same person. Fine. She nodded. I'll help you, but I can't do it like this. Yeah. I probably should have used that hour last week. Hindsight. 2020. Suzuha jangled the cuffs behind her back. We'll take off the handcuffs, but if you resist, the girl dies. There was still a gun pointed at Mayuri's head. Even if she tried to resist, it would be impossible to save Mayuri from this many professional soldiers. When she went inside the cockpit, she used her biometrics to bypass the lock and brought up the control console. Lights came on all across the machine and she could hear a low rumbling. Okay, get out. We'll investigate the rest. I don't think you're going to be able to understand it, but sure. As Suzuha left the cockpit, the leader turned his gaze towards a particular cluster of the men, which seemed to be engineers. That was the moment she was waiting for. Her hand wandered below the console for just a moment when she left the cockpit. She'd hidden some knives there. Was this her training? A little bit, yeah. Without making a sound, she threw it at the leader. The knife pierced his throat. He went down so quickly he hadn't even had time to scream. She quickly readied another knife and darted between the men in camo. Her target was the man pointing a gun at Mayuri's head. She dropped her hips low to the ground. In an instant, she moved behind him and slit his throat. Blood poured out into an astonished Mayuri, but there was no time to worry about her. She grabbed his rifle and fired a few shots to force him to the ground, then grabbed Mayuri's hand and ran behind the machine. It's kinda what she does best, yeah. The plan had gone well so far, but she had seriously underestimated how well trained these men were. The second-in-command quickly moved to the front and worked to reassemble control. All she had was a knife and the gun she'd stolen, and she needed to protect Mayuri, a non-combatant. She was still facing more than 25 active enemies. Whatever the right way to get out of this was, she couldn't find it. The time machine was still active. She couldn't escape because she couldn't leave it here. One of the men fired several rounds towards her, which bounced off the side of the machine. And then Mayuri's head flew back as if she'd been struck. A spurt of blood came out. This is Mayu. Her cute face was turning blood red. One of the rounds had grazed her after it had ricocheted. She was clutching herself with her arms, and her expression was completely blank. Her tiny body was shaking. Suzuha couldn't blame her. She fired back at the enemy, but they kept drawing closer. Went through a lot of fights, but I don't think I've ever seen things get this bad. The time machine's maintenance hatch was right in front of her. When she saw that it was there, she visualized her last option in her mind. If I open that, I can blow the machine up from within. If she did that, all of her plans would be ruined. The path to Steins Gate would be forever closed. That didn't mean she was cold-blooded enough to sacrifice Mayuri here. If the world lines were going to converge, maybe Mayuri wouldn't die here at all. But what her father had said during the video message bothered her. You've probably already noticed, but the choice you and Mayushi just made has changed the world line a little. In other words, I'm a different Itaru Hashida than the one in your world line. Which meant that Suzuha had no proof that Mayuri would be alive in 2036 now. Had the world line really changed? Of course, for the sake of Operation Aquilia, she hoped it had. But that meant she wouldn't be able to move from this place. Imagine the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario. That would be these men taking the time machine. They could turn the world line into something even worse than the one Suzuha had experienced. They might become a world line where not only Mayuri's life wasn't safe, but Daru's wasn't either. If that was going to happen, she had to make her choice fast. Of course, yeah. She kept a careful eye on the men, and as soon as she saw an opening, she opened the maintenance hatch biometric lock. Rule breaker. Nah. She could see part of the engine, which was still giving off a quiet rumble. She turned her gun sights on it. Fortunately, the unit that created the Care black hole still wasn't active. Even if she blew up the machine here, it probably wouldn't cause serious damage to the space-time continuum. As soon as she saw that, she went to pull the trigger. No! And Mayuri's voice stopped her. Don't destroy it! Don't stop me, I've already made my decision. Mayuri had stopped her once before, and once again she hesitated for just another instant. On the battlefield, that instant can decide your fate. She took a quick look around again, and then she froze. Mixed in with the men in camo was a girl in a dark motorcycle suit and a helmet. Her? Kagari? Was it Kagari who had leaked this place's location to them? She was well aware of Kagari's abilities after their 2 battles. If she wasn't completely in control of herself, she'd be killed instantly. She talked to herself. I'll have to give up on my own survival. How many would she have to take with her in order to give Mayuri a chance to escape? Right now, the only thing she could afford to think about was getting Mayuri back to Okabe Rintaro. But just when she'd made her decision, she felt Kagari staring at her, or more precisely, the blood dripping down Mayuri's forehead. And just after that, Kagari did something she hadn't expected at all. What did you do to Mommy? What did you do to Mommy? There was a scream. No, it was the howl of an enraged beast. And then then the slaughter began. Kagari grabbed the second-in-command's head with her left hand. With her right, she steadied her rifle. After she fired, there was very little left of his head. The rest of him dropped to the ground. What are you doing? She slammed the piece of tattered flesh that had once been a man's head into the ground, and with no warning at all, leaped from one screaming man to another. She fired her gun into every one of them. What did you do to Mommy? What did you do to Mommy? What did you do? Even when her targets were already soaked in a sea of blood, she kept firing until their limbs were blown apart into unrecognizable rags. Some of them tried shooting her to protect themselves, but no matter where she was struck, Kagari didn't even flinch. When her magazine ran dry, she drew forth long military-style cleavers. Holding one in each hand, she used them in her military combat training to slaughter anyone she saw. The entrails were scattered all over the twilight rooftop, covering her whole body in blood and bits of flesh. Don't look! Cover your ears, too! Suzuha held Mayuri's head tight to her chest. Mayuri was shaking from fear, but she did as she was told and clamped her hands down over her ears. Even so, she could probably still hear the sounds of ripping flesh and shattering bone. She's not even human anymore. Even Suzuha had gone stone cold in shock. During all her time in combat, she'd never seen a one-sided slaughter like this. She'd experienced this when they fought, but Kagari seemed to feel no fear or pain. She simply focused all her energy on killing her opponent. Blame Taku for this? Yeah, of course. It was often said that humans unconsciously avoided using all their muscle power to protect their own bodies. But Kagari seemed to lack that capacity. Just now she stabbed a man who turned to run from her in the back, then tossed his huge body to the ground with only a single arm. Then she kicked his stomach from below and ruptured his organs, killing him. Surround her on fire! It's just one girl! Get around to the right! The right! Finally, after several, perhaps a dozen or more, of the men had been killed, what remained of the squad started to scream orders at one another. With terrifying reflexes, she dodged between the shots and brutally murdered several more. But at last, a hail of gunfire struck her left hand, and the knife she was holding fell to the floor. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't the knife that fell, it was entire left hand. The shot caused her body to stagger back. Now, fire! Someone screamed, in a voice that lacked any of the pride and bravery a soldier is supposed to possess. Several more bullets dug into her body. Parts of the motorcycle suit ripped open, and the helmet cracked. Blood that was clearly her own, not that of the men she killed, began to pour out. At last, she fell into a pile of corpses.
Yes!
Okay. They must have thought they finally had her. One of the survivors pointed his gun down to finish her, and just as he was about to pull the trigger, her bestial roar and the man's terrified scream overlapped into a horrible cacophony. She forced herself to leap up and brought the back of the remaining cleaver down on his arm, knocking him back. An instant later, the knife slit his throat and ended his life. Retreat! Retreat! The survivors began to flee in terror. You know, just casually cut away from that for a minute. It's okay, don't panic. There's still time, there's nothing to worry about. Suzuha's just fine, and before long Mayuri will show up at the lab like nothing happened. When I reached the radio building, I realized that many people in the crowd of pedestrians were holding their phones up to the sky. There was evidently no service near the station either. It took a moment to catch my breath as I looked up at the radio building. Excuse me. I could hear what sounded like a distant explosion. It wasn't just one. The explosions were coming in a series. Several of the people around me were glaring at their surroundings, confused by the unfamiliar sounds. Then I realized, it was gunfire. I remember the sounds I'd heard during the battle between CERN's rounders and the Russian military. The sounds were coming from the roof of the radio building. Had I not made it in time? Suzuha. I ran into the radio building. For some reason, the elevator was under maintenance and turned off. I had no choice but to take the stairs. My heart was pounding so fast I thought it would burst, and I tripped several times due to how tense I was. I stumbled again and again on the stairs. How many times had I come up these stairs feeling like this? Cursing my lack of endurance, I headed to the top floor. When I got to the 7th floor, I ran into someone I'd hoped I wouldn't see. No, my guess that I'd run into them was right. I wish that it wasn't, but... Dr. Leskinen. Hello, Lintolo. I didn't expect to see you here so early. Dr. Leskinen seemed perturbed when he saw my face. What are you doing here? Calm down for a moment. We can't talk when you're out of breath like that, can we? What are you doing here? What happened to Amadeus? The sampling test I asked you to perform ended 6 months ago. I can't tell you that. That was his answer. Even though Amadeus had disappeared, Leskinen was extremely calm. There was no sign of him trying to deal with the problem, and instead of being in his office, he was here. That was all I needed to know. So, the message Krisu sent me was true, wasn't it? The father that she spoke of was Leskinen, after all. What happened to Krisu and Maho? You're trying to analyze their memory data to extract the information on the time machine, aren't you? Well, that's a surprise. Krisu told you all that? I thought I was keeping an eye on her. I wonder when she did it. Leskinen seemed truly shocked, which meant he hadn't noticed that Krisu was an at-channeler, or that she'd spoken to me there. I mean, you know, and then Leskinen took out a gun and pointed it at me. Seems you've learned a little too much. Just who are you? A scientist. It's your boy. Guns. But science isn't a charity, you see? Are you aware of an American civilian intelligence company called Strategic Focus? Strategic Focus? The American company? Stratfor? I'd read about them on a conspiracy theory website. I remembered reading that they'd acquired top-secret information on Russian ballistic missiles that even the CIA couldn't get, and then sold it. The result was the destruction of CIA's reputation. At the same time, the total reorganization of Russia's military strategy. I'd even heard rumors that during the Gulf and Iraq wars, they'd obtained information about the warring countries faster than anyone and spread it as needed. The world government supposedly called them the Shadow CIA. So he was going to use Amadeus for military purposes? Was everything he said at that seminar just platitudes and lies? Well, I don't think I'm the one who's important here, am I? Anyway, Lintolo, I heard something from Katsumi. You have the new encephalitis too, don't you? In fact, you seem to know something about how it works. That's very interesting. Would you be willing to offer that information to me? All you have to do is undergo a simple procedure. And I'll be happy to hire you as my assistant. For some reason, my whole body broke out in goosebumps at the word procedure. The Dr. Leskinen I knew, the man with the childlike, mischievous heart and deep scientific curiosity, the man who'd been so kind to me, the man I respected, was gone. In his place was the cruel scientific fundamentalist, who thought nothing of human lives or hearts as he pointed a gun at me. Or was this who he truly was? Suddenly he seemed like a terrifying unknown. How about it? He took a step towards me. And then... another fierce gunfight broke out above. Leskinen clicked his tongue at the sound. He glanced towards the stairs. Why am I hearing a gunfire? I told them so many times to handle this peacefully. I took advantage of the distraction. Luckily, I was still on the staircase. I tackled his legs as hard as I could, and he lost his balance and fell. You know, priorities. He hit his head hard on one of the steps, and after a moment's jerk, stopped moving at all. He might be dead, but I didn't care anymore. I'd become a murderer many times over already. When I opened the door, what I saw was a vision from the heart of hell itself. There was blood everywhere, and bodies too. What is this? In the middle of the sea of blood was a girl in a motorcycle suit and a helmet, covered in crimson as she lay on the ground. She held a giant cleaver. I could see intensity and instantly that she was responsible for the disaster. Her shoulders moved up and down a little, so evidently she was still alive. I approached the woman, trying my best not to throw up from the stench. Are you okay, Mommy? I could hear her voice from beneath the cracked, broken helmet. I looked closer and saw that some of the blood was her own. Her body was racked by bullet wounds, and her left hand was completely gone. It was a miracle that she had somehow survived all that. She didn't seem to notice me as I slowly crawled through the blood. I followed her gaze and saw Mayuri huddled behind the time machine. Suzuha seemed to be unhurt, but there was blood on Mayuri's face. I hadn't expected to see her here, and I was worried about the wound, but more than anything I was glad she was safe. She raised her face when she heard my voice, but the next moment her eyes locked on the girl in the motorcycle suit. She saw the thing crawling towards her and screamed. Mommy? Mommy, this isn't what it looks like. Kagari didn't want to kill anyone. I just wanted to protect you. Kagari? Did she say Kagari? It was only then that I realized that the girl in the motorcycle suit was Kagari Shina that Suzuha had been looking for. I'm sorry, Mommy. Kagari, that's enough! Suzuha yelled, unable to take anymore. Don't move anymore, you'll die! Kagari didn't want to scare you. Really, I mean it. I just had to save you, so please don't hate me. I'm sorry, Mommy. Forgive me. At last her strength faded and she collapsed. I returned to my senses and ran to her before Suzuha could get there. Hey, are you okay? Her breathing was wheezy and shallow. One of the bullets had probably pierced her lungs. Thought taking off her helmet would help her breathe, so I put my hands on it to remove it, but she grabbed my hand and pushed me away. No, don't. Don't take it. Not in front of Mommy and big sis Suzuha. Please, Okabe. Her voice and the way she talked. I realized who this girl called Kagari Shina was. I looked close and saw I recognized her face. No, you're... But why? Uncle Ocarine, is Kagari okay? Stay back. I quickly motioned to Suzuha to keep her distance. Leave her to me. You take care of Mayuri. Is she okay? Check for me. She looked upset, but did as I asked. She went back to Mayuri and started to look at her wounds. Mayuri was covering her face and trying not to look at the bodies. It's okay. It's not deep. I relaxed a little when I heard that. So glad. You're safe, Mommy. Tried to hand wave it away. Kagari's voice was a whisper as I cradled her in my arms. And then she slowly closed her eyes. Her breathing got weaker. Hang in there. Why are you... It's okay. Don't worry. Even like this, I don't suffer or feel pain. I always hear the voice of God. He tells me that it doesn't hurt, that I don't feel the pain. So I'm just... I'll tell you, Okabe. The real one doesn't know anything. She's been in Europe on an exchange program for 3 years. The professor manipulated things behind the scenes to send me to Akihabara. The real one doesn't know anything. The professor? Did she mean... In this world line, Hashira and the real one will meet next year. Kagari opened her eyes a little once more and looked towards the time machine, towards Mayuri and Suzuha. It's okay. I'm sure the real one will love Hashira too. Just like I did.
Holy cow!
Don't tell anyone, okay? And this time, her smile still shining in her eyes, they closed for real. With one final shudder, the strength left her body. Her life faded away in my hands. There was so much I wanted to ask her. Why had she appeared before us using that name? There were so many things I didn't understand, but Kagari Shina's life ended in that moment. Uncle Ocarina, is Kagari okay? No. Very no. I came back to my senses when I heard her voice. If I told her about Kagari's death, it would cause her a lot of mental stress. That wasn't a good idea right now. I needed to do something about the time machine as fast as possible. She's okay. I'll take her to a hospital. I slung Kagari's bloody body around my shoulder and stood up. You shut down the time machine and hide it. The cops will be coming. It's too late. What? Before I could open the door, a huge shadow appeared from within. Professor? He wasn't dead, but he must have taken a lot of damage to the head because his face was the color of clay and one of his eyes wasn't focusing. This will be a war zone soon. America, Russia, and Japan have all started to move. Once the gears start turning, you can't stop them. Final boss music. If Kagari had only told us sooner, things wouldn't have gotten this bad. Luskin knew about Kagari, which meant that I was right. But Suzuha spoke before I could. I see, so you're the professor. You're the one who brainwashed Kagari, aren't you? Is that true? Is that the kind of person you are? I myself haven't done anything. Luskin didn't try to deny it. 10 years ago I found a helpless girl in the streets and helped her so she could grow up like this. Helped her? This never would have happened if she'd led a normal life. Could you not yell like that? My head is killing me. I'm telling the truth. She made contact with me. It was her plan to get plastic surgery and infiltrate the city. Evidently, the voice of God in her head tells her everything she needs to do. At first, I thought she was a homeless girl making up stories in hopes of getting food. But when I examined her brain and her memories, I found something very interesting and wonderful. This God she spoke of. And even as his face twisted in pain, he smiled proudly. This God she spoke of, it was me from the year 2036. You're a real mad scientist. Suddenly I heard a siren down below. Just hearing the sound made me feel uneasy. I never heard a sound like it before. What is this? This is guerrilla attack information. Repeat, guerrilla attack information. A guerrilla attack may occur in this area. Please get indoors and obtain further information from radio or television broadcast. I heard that announcement coming from the speakers on the street. It's just gonna... We're too late now. It's exactly what it sounds like. A guerrilla attack. I could hear several helicopters in the sky above me. Their engines were clearly more powerful than the ones of the media's news shoppers. I recognized the sounds from the time I'd spent in the wartime world line. Oh, no, everything's good. I told you, didn't I? There's about to be a war over the time machine, right here. The Third World War is about to begin? I'm sure the people here have no idea a world war is about to begin in the middle of the city. Oh, because they want to take back Gogo Curry, whose mascot is the gorilla. They want the curry. They're here for the curry. It's the obvious answer. And then Leskinen leaned up against the wall, sat down, and stopped moving. Whether he'd passed out or gone into a coma from the brain damage, I don't have time to find out. It was like the air in the city had gotten heavier. That's how it felt. A chill ran down my spine. Neat sneak, clearly. Spent a month in war in that world line, and the same future was about to begin here. Something like that couldn't happen in Japan. It's like a TV show or a movie, but I knew instinctively that this wasn't fiction. There had been science since 6 months ago, here in Akihabara, in Tokyo, in Japan. Spies and soldiers from all around the world had been working in the shadows. So I'd known this would happen. By refusing Suzuha's request and choosing the world line where Mayuri survived, I doomed over 5 billion people. I was the one who chose this. It was me. Uncle Ocarine. I looked and saw that Suzuha was pushing Mayuri into the time machine. We're going to have to jump to the past. What? Take care of Kagari. Suzuha had no idea that Kagari was already dead. She leaped into the cockpit. I raced over and grabbed onto the hatch, then looked inside. You can't mean a year ago. You're going back there, so suddenly? It's not sudden, and we're not going back there. She was tapping commands into the console as she spoke. But what do you mean you're not going back there? I'm borrowing Bix's Mayu for a little. Mayuri was already strapped into a seat, just like I was when I jumped a year ago with Suzuha. Mayuri, you... Oh. I heard fierce gunfire and screams in the distance. It looked like some of the spies had started fighting each other. Kagari may have just wiped out a force from one nation, but an army from an entirely different one is still coming. Yeah, it does. Ocarine, here. Mayuri handed me her smartphone. I took it without thinking. I can't get a signal, so I'll give this to you, okay? Read the message. It'll tell you how Mayushi feels. Wait, where are you going? Why are you going, even? If you go, it won't change anything. You can't do anything. And if you go, you won't be able to come back. No, it can't be you who does it. Oh, Cream, this is Maishi's job. I don't understand. I don't know what you're talking about. Please, get out of the time machine, Mayuri. If you leave the wheel of causality, then I won't even know why I chose this world line. Mayuri gently rubbed my cheek, and she smiled sadly. She softly pushed my shoulder. It threw me off balance and made me let go of the hatch. Then the hatch closed. Mayuri, wait! It's too late. By the time I grabbed back on, the hatch was sealed shut. The door controls were biometric. Only Suzuha could open it now. The time machine started to roar. A pale light began to gather around it. I'd seen this before in the Alpha world line. Why, Mayuri? Just then, a group of armed men kicked open the door and swarmed out of the roof. They were highly trained military operatives. And then an air attack helicopter descended from the sky. The soldiers started to shoot at it, but the helicopter seemed to ignore them as it slowly hovered in place. I realized the powerful rocket launchers on either side of its body were aimed at me, no, at the time machine. It couldn't be. No, don't! But my worst fears were realized. The helicopter fired its rockets. They headed straight for the time machine. It was still there, shrouded in light. The second I yelled, a powerful blast blew me back. The next thing I knew, I was crawling on the ground. I saw that some of the soldiers had already joined the mountain of corpses on the ground. Some of them were still shooting at the helicopters. I stood up as fast as I could. My whole body felt like it was on fire. My skin was burnt in places, my clothes had been blasted off. No, my own problems didn't matter. What about the time machine? I looked up towards where the time machine had been. If it had jumped in time, it should have been able to avoid the rockets, but... There were scraps of metal everywhere. I could tell they belonged to the time machine. Had I not made it in time? Suzuha, Mayuri. I looked around at the cloud of smoke. Mayuri, where are you? Mayuri, Suzuha, answer me! There were bodies everywhere, but I couldn't see Mayuri or Suzuha. I couldn't even tell if they were alive or dead. There were no bodies. They'd simply vanished. After that, things went far beyond my power to control. Need I remind you, nothing but happy times. Brutal battles took place on the ground and in the sky of Akihabara. I'd seen footage of war in the Middle East on the news. Those same scenes were playing out in Akihabara. I managed to slip through the chaos of the battlefield and barely escape the radio building with my life. I had no choice but to leave Kagari's body. I took the long way back to the lab so that no one would find me. By the time I arrived, the sun had set and the night sky was illuminated with explosions and tracer rounds. The whole of Akihabara was like something had poked a beehive. Yeah. Also, scene change. I gotta hit the bathroom really fast. We're seeing this to completion, but that means I cannot wait to use the bathroom and I have to just run real fast. I'll be right back. We're seeing this through. Sleep is an illusion and a myth.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? How very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea? Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead. Though your comrades only rarely respond in kind, which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer. so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone, except but this, and you will see how Eorzea's fate is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Schwa, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of
As if I don't hear Gaius at all times of all days. As if that's not constantly playing in my head. It's also gotten chilly in here. While I'm moving, I'm gonna put my hoodie on real quick.
Through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, but a single path is open to the impotent ruler.
And I saw the hydrate,
Of
so...
false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation.
Okay.
Come, champion of the
Okay.
face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule.
The lights were out of the
It is
lab.
only right that I should
But
take
inside I
your
found Daru,
realm.
Maho, and Ferris staring at the
None
TV and
has the
computer
power
monitor.
to stop me.
Okabe, I'm so glad you're safe. Wait, you're hurt. Are you okay? Did you get caught up in the firefighting? Or in the fighting? First aid, quick! I didn't have the energy to answer them. I looked towards the footage on the TV screen. The reporter was wearing a bulletproof vest and hard hat. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, trying to drown out the reporters from the other stations. It's like a war zone. The area around Akihabara Station and Center Street have been cut off. US and SDF helicopters and tanks are... Oh, just now I heard another huge explosion. Is this really Japan? I feel like I'm reporting on a civil war. The government says that it's terrorism, but I can't imagine. Then a stray shot from an anti-material rifle, fired by a special forces team from some country or another, struck the news van's engine and blew it up. Ah, it exploded! There's been an explosion! Are you trying to get killed? Get out of here! This is war! You're going to die! An SDF soldier forced his way into the screen and yelled at the media to run away. A war with who? Hell if I know. Whew, it's not a happy answer. Not that any answer is a happy answer, but... Just after that, I heard another explosion and the video was cut off. Did they take a direct hit? Excuse me. Everyone fell silent. It's dangerous here, too. Yeah, it's always the poor reporters. I can't go home. And that's in an uproar. Hey, Okarine, where's Suzuha? And did you find Mayushi? Oh. Suzuha and Mayuri are... Suzuha and Mayuri either went back to the past, or they're dead. What? Daru stormed up to me, infuriated. What do you mean? Which is it? An attack helicopter fired a rocket launcher at the time machine. It was destroyed. Suzuha and Mayuri were aboard. They were about to go back to the past. I saw some pieces of the time machine left, but it wasn't everything. And Daru, I looked and looked, but I couldn't find Suzuha and Mayuri's bodies anywhere. Not even a piece. It was like they vanished without a trace. Do you think they made it back to the past? The tears I tried so hard to hold back came pouring out. Daru fell to his knees. Ferris and Maho were staring at me, eyes wide in shock. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Hold on. There we go. Daru slammed his fist into the floor. This can't be happening, I can't. Tried to wipe away my tears and realized I was holding something in my right hand. It was the cell phone that Mayuri had given me. She told me to read the message on it. It wasn't locked. I opened the mail folder. There were several unsent messages addressed to her friends and family. One of them was addressed to me. Was this what she wanted me to read? With shaking fingers, I tapped the screen to open the message. Dear Okarine, Tuturu, it's Mayushi. I knew I should probably tell you this face to face, but I wasn't sure if I could say it right, and I wasn't sure what I'd do if you tried to stop me, so I decided to send a message instead. I'm going back to the past with Suzu. You're probably mad, and you want to know why, right? but it's something that I have to do. You see, I was the one who hid my hikoboshi, my strong hikoboshi, who always got back up and laughed no matter how bad things were. I was the one who hid him behind the dark clouds. I was wrong. No one was trying to make you save the future all by yourself. You've got Daru and Suzu and Luca and Ferris and Yuki and now Maho. Well, not Yuki. So this time it's my turn. This is my first big mission as lab member number 002. I'm sure you're worried, but I'll be fine. And even if something happens, I know you'll come to save me. The Hoyoin Kyoma I love will come riding in on a new time machine he made and save the day. I know it. So I'm going. I promise I'll come back. I'll come back to you, so just wait for me a little, okay? I love Hoyoin Kyoma. But, you know, I love Rintaro Okabe even more. You forgot, didn't you? You're my hostage. You can't be my hostage if you go away. You want me to come and save you if something happens? What kind of hostage are you? The mad scientist of madness would never go to save you. To save you? You're an idiot. Happy good times. But I'm a bigger idiot. My heart was in pain, it hurt so much. It was just like after I'd killed Krisu. Maybe I'd be better off if I just fell over and died. I would do anything to be released from this pain. But in the corner of my tear-blurred vision, I saw it. Hoyoin Kyoma's final weapon, his last hope. No, it was the thing that had brought me so many nightmares. I staggered to the development room and threw off the cardboard that was covering it. There it was. The phone wave, name subject to change, Unit 2. The thing that Maho and Daru had been working on behind my back. If I could complete this. Yeah, I turned around, wiped away my tears, and saw my friends looking depressed in the middle of the darkened room. You said you didn't know how to make the time leap machine, right? Will you do what I tell you? I'll give you the answer that Krisu discovered. And then we'll activate the time machine. Maho said the one thing she didn't know is how to compress the memory data, which means that everything else was finished. And I knew how to complete it. Daru was the first to nod. I'm in. Tell us, Sokurin. I'll help too. It's settled now. All three responded with no hesitation. They turned towards me and spoke their answers clearly. Alright. Daru, I want you to hack CERN. We'll need to remote control the LHC. We'll use that to compress the memory data down to 36 bytes. That's small enough to send back to the past. Just 36 bytes? You tell C she was a scientist. You could tell she was a scientist by the way her face went pale at the number. I'm gonna go with that. But sometimes this thing doesn't work right. Sometimes it's just a normal microwave. It's the 42-inch CRT in the Braun workshop. The phone wave, name subject to change, only works when it's turned on. The CRT TV, oh, so that's it! Just the words CRT were enough for her to figure it out. The life was coming back to their eyes. And we may be able to finish it after all. But even if we can finish it, are you going to start using it now? We can't run human trials without doing anything else first. You're not confident in what you built? But Krisu did it already in another world line. That's because she's Krisu, I can't be her. You saw Krisu's message on that channel, right? What? Lastly, I'd like you to pass a message to the person I respect the most. I always regarded myself as an essentially ordinary intellect, and you were always the person I wanted to be. You were the real Amadeus. You got Krisu to say that, and now you're gonna run away? I'm not running away. Don't underestimate me. I nodded back and smoothed back my hair, which had been mussed up by the explosion. Yeah, I'd imagine an explosion would probably screw your hair up a little. Kyoma, here. Ferris brought me my white lab coat, which had been hanging for ages on the wall in the development room. I bit down on my lip and wiped away the tears one more time. I took the lab coat and slipped my arms through the sleeves. I spun around so the hem of the coat flew up. and stood triumphantly in the center of the lab just as I used to. Then I declared in a loud voice, "We will now complete the phone wave, name subject to change, Unit 2, and perform a time loop. Lend me your aid." It's a really good CG to use, yeah. This time, I'm never giving up.
I am math scientist. It's so cool.
I looked at Daru and Ferris, and finally at Maho. Even if I fail the first dozen times, or the first 100 times, I'll try again 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, or 1,000,000,000 times. I'll save them all. Suzuha, Mayuri, and Krisu too. And this is the first step. For the first time in a year, I was back to my old self. My friends saw me and nodded, their faces filled with resolve. It took almost 2 full days to finish work on the phone wave. Meanwhile, the chaos in Akihabara continued, and it wasn't safe to go outside. Working on the time loop machine while knowing that the battles might reach us at any minute, or that a special forces team might bust in at any time, was a hard job that wore on our nerves. But still, we managed to finish the machine somehow. I jumped. The next thing I knew, I was standing in the middle of an Akihabara alleyway. I was holding a cell phone in my hand. I had a nasty headache, and there was a stinging pain in my neck. I felt a pain on one side of my head like a migraine headache, and the left side of my face hurt really bad. My vision flashed with dark and bright spots. I took a look around. The alley was still peaceful. I heard no gunshots and no explosions. The otaku were enjoying their shopping, and girls in maid outfits were calling out to passersby. That alone was enough to tell me for sure that the time leap was a success. I looked at the time machine on the time on my smartphone, July 7th, 5:45 p.m. I had around 40 to 50 minutes before the war began. That still wasn't enough, but the 48-hour limit of the time leap machine meant this was as far as I could go. No point in getting negative. If the machine had been finished just a little later, it would have been too late. I should be glad I have made it here at all. I knew what I'd been doing at this time. I was running around Akihabara looking for Mayuri. First, I needed to call Maho. First, I needed to save, because it's been forever. Yeah, that would have been handy, wouldn't it? She should have been looking for Mayuri, too. I mean, technically, it's technically in the micro... whatever. Oh, did you find her?
Yeah.
No, but I know where she is. Hurry back to the lab. I hung up before she could answer and went back to the lab myself. She was already there by the time I arrived. You found Mayuri, right? Don't you have to go get her? Daru was acting a little awkward, probably because he just hit me. Yajo, you did it! Huh? I grabbed both of her hands and shook them. Both Maho and Daru seemed confused as to what was going on. I've time looped here from 48 hours in the future. What? Seriously? We finish it sometime in the next 48 hours? Yeah. But how? I'll explain later. There's no time, so listen carefully. A lot of lives are at stake. I'd gone over the mission many times while waiting for the work on the phone wave to finish. I thought of everything to say. Yajo, access Amadeus right now and delete Krisu and Maho, as well as all their backups. Leskinen's not planning on using them for peaceful purposes at all. What? I can't just... I told you I time looped here, right? Akihabara is going to be a war zone less than an hour from now. They're coming for the time machine. And that will be the beginning of the Third World War. If we don't stop it, Suzuha and Mayuri will both die. Maho and Daru went pale when they heard that. Really? Wait, really? So do as I tell you, please. I can access the data, but to do anything I need the professor's access rights. That's Daru's job. Crack it and destroy all the data. Okie dokie, leave it to me. Daru started typing at incredible speed. His daughter's life was on the line. Maho stood next to him and typed in her ID and password to begin accessing Amadeus. I'm going to the radio building. You guys stay here. Oh great, take care of Suzuha. Right, leave it to me. Daru didn't even look up from his computer. Suzuha, Mayuri! When I made it to the top of the radio building, Mayuri quickly ducked behind the time machine. Oh, Corinne? Mayuri was trying not to look at me. Her eyes were a little red because she'd been crying so much. You heard me talking about Krisu's sacrifice on the Alpha World line. My heart ached again, realizing how much I'd hurt her. Mayuri, are you going to use the time machine to go back to the past? Huh? How? I have time leap here from 48 hours in the future. I know all about it. What, is that true? I nodded. This place is going to be a war zone in less than 30 minutes. What? Did someone find out about the time machine somehow? Yeah. That's bad. Then we'll have to jump right now. Suzuha leapt into the time machine. No, wait, just a second. Daru and Hyajo are dealing with it. They're smart people. It'll go fine, but if it doesn't... You may die. What do you mean, may? What happened to us before you time leaped? Wait, there was some fatal failure before you leaped, right? I didn't know if I should tell them. No, there was no time to hesitate. You were inside the time machine, and just before it jumped, it was hit by a rocket launcher. But I couldn't find your bodies in the rubble. I see. That's why you said maybe. Then the future hasn't been decided. There's still a possibility of success. I thought you'd say that. Don't try and stop me, Uncle. Her eyes were filled with resolve. They seemed to say that if I tried to stop her, she'd do whatever it took to ensure I failed. Of course, I had no intention of stopping her. She'd come here to do her job, and there was no way to change her mind. Actually, I'd come here to ensure that she could jump without having to worry about Stratfor's interference. But Mayuri, the uncertainty that had been going in and out of my mind ever since I'd read her message reared its head again. Mayuri, are you really leaving? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. But I, and Krisu, and everyone else, we love you. I came to this world line because I wanted to save you. So if you leave, No, I know exactly how you feel, but... Hey, Uncle Ocarine? And then Suzuha softly spoke. Operation Aquilia has begun. Operation Aquilia? It's not the original plan I was told about. We're not going back to July 28th. We're going to August 21st. August 21st? That was the day Suzuha had come in the time machine. And the day I'd given up on everything. We need Big Sis Mayu for that plan to work. That's what my dad told me from the future, just now. What? In the future, Daru would come up with an operation I knew nothing about, and he needed Mayuri for it? Her unexpected words sent my mind reeling. Ocarine. And then Mayuri came close enough for me to hold her and grabbed my hand tight. She looked a little like she was about to cry, but her eyes were clear and bright. Let me go, okay? Mayushi's a lab member too, you know? Mayushi's going to take her glum Hikoboshi and slap him across the face, okay? I mean, sometimes you need a slap. Please. I remembered what was in that message. I remembered how she must feel right now. The last remnants of my hesitation slowly melted away. I thought I was carrying all the burden myself, but I was wrong, wasn't I? I couldn't see what was right in front of me. It wasn't just you, Mayuri. I had all the rest of the lab with me too. I suddenly felt a horrible pain in my leg, and the shock knocked me several meters forward and onto the ground. I looked down at my leg and saw that there was a red stain around the calf. It felt like it was on fire. The pain flared up each time my heart beat, and I couldn't stand. Was I just shot? You're Kagari. A girl in a motorcycle suit was standing there. Kagari had a handgun in her right hand, and in her left she was holding what looked like a bomb. There was no sign of the professor or the other men in the camo. That much was fortunate, but Kagari had shown up a little earlier than I expected. I hadn't quite planned for this, but evidently I'd run out of time. Suzuha, get in the time machine. Go now. What? I'm sorry for being stupid. Daru's capable of doing whatever it takes to protect you. He's never going to fail. You know that. So, the machine will be just fine, right? Of course. In fact, there was no sign of anyone but Kagari showing up. That meant that Daru and Mahu's efforts had been successful and they'd kept the secrets of the time machine out of Stratfor's hands. Mayuri, you too, hurry! But what about you, Ocarine? She was looking at my injured leg and panicking. There's no need to worry about me. I'm not gonna die for another 14 years. Kagari fired again. The bullet struck less than 30 centimeters away from where I was lying on the ground. Nobody move, or I'll kill him. Don't get in the time machine. I'm going to give it to the professor. And then I'm going to have him tell me how to use it and go back to the future. Forget about her. I'll handle this. Just go. You too, Suzuha. You can leave Kagari to me. Got it. Big Sis Mayu, inside. What? Huh? Wait? Suzuha pushed Mayuri inside the time machine and out of my sight. Uncle Ocarine, take care of Kagari. Roger. Suzuha followed Mayuri inside. And at the same time, the hatch started to close. Told you not to do that. Come out! Kagari ran up to it. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the piercing pain, and blocked her way. I won't let you interfere. Shut up. Move. I refuse. Move. Kagari kicked my injured leg, and hard. The pain made me so dizzy I could hardly stand. Kagari slipped past me and tried to grab onto the time machine. She was going to use the bomb in her hand. If she did, things would turn out the same as the last time. My time leap would be wasted. Get out, or I'll use this bomb to blow up the machine. I grabbed her from behind and wrapped my arms under hers. I pulled her away from the machine, ignoring the pain in my leg. Don't you understand? If you do that, your mom's going to die. But I... Just calm down, please. Mayuri tossed a hard drive to me from the almost completely closed hatch. Ocarine, here! What fell on the floor was the thing Krisu had left behind for Maho. This is Krisu's. How did it get here? Thought Russia had destroyed it. Don't get mad at Dad. I think he's going to need it for the time machine research. I could just barely hear Suzuha's voice from within the machine. So that was it. Daru had hid it in the time machine. Bye, Ocarine. I'll come back, okay? I could see Mayuri looking at me from the small gap in the door. That's right. This was a temporary goodbye. I'd see her again someday. Right, Mayuri? So I would send off my brave lab member number 002 with my head held high. I'm counting on you, lab member 002. Mayuri Shina. Execute Operation Aquilia. Slap me in the face for being so pathetic. Yup, leave it to me. Ocarine, I love you. Yeah. I smiled as the hatch sealed completely shut. The time machine started to roar. I felt like I heard a helicopter in the distance. I believed in him, but for now I had no proof that Daru had been able to crack the complicated Amadeus system and delete every bit of data. It was possible that Special Forces teams from all around the world were converging on Akihabara right now. Imagining that made me want to hurry. Quickly. Go quickly. I felt like praying as I watched the pale light surrounding the time machine. Don't go, Mommy. Big Sis Suzuha. Kagari's cry went unanswered. A bright light covered the time machine and it vanished from this world. It worked. Kagari sobbed and glared at me with eyes full of hate. Why? Why did you let Mommy go? She shook away my hands and pointed the gun at my head. I stared her dead in the face. Your wonderful Mommy has gone with Suzuha to go scold a stupid man who ruined the world. She's going to do something very important for the sake of the whole world. You're lying. You're lying. Mommy and Big Sis Suzuha both left me behind. I'm not lying, and I'm about to go make it so you can meet Mommy in a much happier place. So let's stop this, okay? No, I can't believe that. No, I know you'll believe me. Because I know who you really are and how kind you really are. The gun barrel started to shake a little. You know me? I do. I have time leap from 48 hours in the future. Kagari put her hands on her head as her body spasmed with pain. I hear the voice of God. It tells me not to believe you. You're a liar and an enemy, it says. It says if I kill you, I can go back to Mommy. It says to kill the bad man who's trying to destroy the world. Then I can go back to my old world. Kagari wasn't making any sense. Was this brainwashing? Had the professor done something so cruel? I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand. I grabbed the flailing hand that held the gun and looked deep into her eyes. She was crying and scared. Listen, Mommy is not coming back, but if we do our best, we may be able to make a world where you and Mommy can be happy. That's why she traveled through this. You mustn't waste the chance she gave you. You can still start over. It's okay to disobey the voice of God? Yeah. The voice of God she was hearing was probably the professor's brainwashing. How far it had Try number 3. How far it had its claws sunk into her mind, I had no way to tell. But now we had Maho, a specialist in brain science. If we work hard at treatment, I'm sure she'll be okay. Hey, Akame? Her voice was normal again. I want to see Mommy. Can I? You can, someday. I'm glad. There was another sudden gunshot. Kagari's body collapsed right in front of me. I looked over at where it came from and saw another girl in a black motorcycle suit. She wasn't wearing a helmet, so I could tell it was Moika Kiryu, pointing a gun at us. Her face was deathly pale, and she was crying. Why? Why are you here? Why, Moika Kiryu? FB, hey FB, I didn't let that woman trick me. I knew this was a fake phone, so please don't abandon me, FB. The cell phone fell from her hands. Another shot from her gun blew it into fragments. I held Kagari in my arms. Her chest was turning red. Hey, hang in there. I'm glad. Even the voice of God wasn't right all the time. This is my punishment. I destroyed her heart and tried to manipulate her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to grow up like this. Mommy, where are you? Her voice grew thinner. Moika Kiryu collapsed some distance away. Her eyes were unfocused and all she did was mumble. She didn't seem capable of coherent thought. Both of them would be in danger if we didn't get them to a hospital, but... Excuse me, sorry. Dozens of men in camo jumped over the fence at the roof out of nowhere. What? Even Daru and Maho couldn't succeed in this short a time span. Or is this world line going to converge so that the war started here no matter what? No, but it wasn't a waste. If nothing else, they bought me time. And that had delayed the attack long enough for Suzuha and Mayuri to leave. That's right, in this instant we'd already won. The way forward was still uncertain, but there was no doubt that the path to Steins Gate lay before me. Target 1 lost. Target 2 and 3 lost as well. What's going on? The leader was talking on his radio. I could see attack helicopters in the sky. I heard that siren again. The war was starting, just as I had thought. Even the time leap couldn't change that. Is that you, Lintelo? Liskinen appeared from behind the men in camo. That's right, he was a secret member of Stratfor, just like them. What are you doing here? Is Kagari dead? Tell me, Lintelo, where is the time machine? I laid Kagari down on the ground and slowly rose back up. Blood wouldn't stop coming out of the wound on my leg. The pain was getting worse, but even still, I stood up proud and strong. In front of me, in front of the men with their guns. In front of the attack helicopters with its rocket launchers. In front of the professor. In front of the war that was about to begin. I laughed as loud as I could in that voice. Listen well, fools. The time machine you sought to attain is gone. It no longer exists in this time. Too bad. Now curse your own incompetence. And tremble in fear. For I, the great Hoyoin Kyoma, will never lose to you, and I will never lose to fate. It's a good CG. I will find the path to Steins Gate. That's right. This was the beginning of the long, long epigraph necessary to reach Steins Gate. Madness is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Einstein had once said that when he despaired of human folly. But now I would gladly give myself over to that madness and folly. I would use every bit of deduction and obsession within me to seek the lone different outcome which the laws of God could not reach. That is my choice. It's a good CG, for what it's worth. I think that's just the end. Yeah, I think that's just the VA ending. I think the true ending is to come. But it's been a long time, so either way we're letting it play out. We don't skip credits around here. It's not how we do. I do take like a sip of tea though. If I had just taken the extra hour last week to start down this path, if I had realized how long a path it was, it would be just midnight 20 instead of 1:20 now. But whatever. Hindsight. Who cares? I'm committed. Worst case, if you guys gotta sleep, do so. The VOD will be here. Like, understandable. I do too. But we here. You should sleep. For real. Like, I appreciate you hanging around, but like, you should sleep. For sure. I can nap after work tomorrow. I got time. And I can't... We can't come this close to the end and then I can't stop. I can't personally. Ah, that's also a nice arc. Yeah, see you around. Rest up. Thanks for dropping by. So yeah, I'm going to see it through. That's just how it is. And I'm really hoping I didn't do anything wrong, but like it was simply just going through endings in the right order, so I can't imagine I could have screwed that up. I can't imagine I could have screwed that up. But there's always that doubt of like, did I screw something up? I don't like that sound, but that's just Windows saying something. I always worry because it's the same sound it makes when OBS disconnects, and that would really, really suck right now. Really suck. If it's just like, oh, Windows, whatever, that's fine, I don't care. I can't see because this is the monitor it would pop up on, and I've got it set to show the PS5 right now. Now that the causal link has been established, allow me to explain the final stage of the plan. The purpose of this plan is to change divergence and reach the unknown world line called Steins Gate. By the way, I'm the one who named it Steins Gate. You of all people know why I named it that, right? Because it sounds cool, isn't that right? 2025 AD, the Future Gadgets Laboratory, aka the Lab. It was also the headquarters of the resistance organization Valkyrie. Once located in a room in a multi-purpose building in Akihabara, it had been moved to a new base after the Third World War. The place was far too filthy to really be called a lab, but it was, without a doubt, the home of the best minds in the world as they searched for a way to reach Steins Gate. In the center of the room, Rintaro Okabe was delivering a monologue, posing like a stage actor as his white coat flapped. Oh, we have future fairs. We reached the moment that you're in right now because we wanted to save Krisu. All the preparations for my plan are complete. The rest is up to you. The final phase of Operation Skull will now commence. On a mission to reach Steins Gate given by Rintaro Okabe in the year 2025 to himself in the year 2010. The parameters for the mission's success were as follows. Change the results of established events without changing the events themselves. Deceive the original Rintaro Okabe. Deceive the world. Skull is the youngest of the three Northern sisters, the goddess of fate in North mythology. She sits at the Erd Spring at the base of Yggdrasil, the world tree, where she tends to the tree's growth. Skull is the goddess that controls the future and is also one of the Valkyries. Your mission, change the outcome without changing established events. Krisu, aka Mako Hyacho, was staring at him, annoyed from a distance away. Krisu was Maho's code name in Valkyrie. Maho turned towards Itaru Hashida, who was sitting right next to her. Hey, is that really the right way to go about this? Yeah, probably. Itaru was grinning. He was history's greatest super hacker, and he loved Hoyo and Kyoma too much. Excuse me, sorry. Isn't Rintaro Okabe going to be embarrassed when he sees that with everyone else in 2010? Don't worry, back then he was even more amazing. Oh, I see. Maho sighed and shook her head. But even as she sighed, inside, she was so sad that she felt her heart was going to burst. She probably wasn't the only one feeling that way. Itaru, Luka Urashibara, and even Rumiho Akiha, who was doing the filming, all seemed a little sad when they thought about what was to come. Well, there you go. You've got a military outfit. Ferris. Deceive the world. That is the choice you must make to reach Steins Gate. And then Okabe walked towards the camera that Rumiho was holding. He insisted on standing away from the camera with his back turned to give it more atmosphere. So why was he walking towards it now? Maho sighed again. You just don't... Maho doesn't get the Chuny flair. Okabe took the camera from Ferris and brought the lens up to his face. Then he said the final line. Good luck, mad scientist. L. Sai. Kanguru. Yeah. And then he stopped the recording, and the video message to the past was complete. It had taken 15 years to get to this point. It was such a long time, but at the same time it had felt so short. Okay, that should do it, Nya. Alright, now we just send the email back into the past. Lukako, don't screw up the slender or the timing, okay? Right, we're sending that one to your phone in 2010. And Itaru's video message goes to Suzuha in 2011. Yeah, you got it. Okabe came over to Maho and the others, his white lab coat flapping as he walked. Good work. The way to Steins Gate is now open. This is all I can do. The rest is up to the me in 2010. Yeah. What is it? You look so glum. It's because everyone's so worried. Our first trial of the time machine is going to be a manned experiment. Maho looked up at the time machine. It's a huge time machine, unit number FGC-193, behind them. It's almost the same shape as the C-204 model that had appeared in Akihabara in 2010, but it was still a prototype with many unstable parts. Don't worry, I trust my talented right hands. It'll be a success. You're going to die in 2025. In this world line, that's unavoidable. That doesn't mean I want you to see you commit suicide. They'd had this debate 1,000 times before. Maho herself had thought she'd come to terms with it, but at the last minute she found herself bringing it up again. You're right. Suzuha told me once that I was going to die in 2025. She said I died saving Mayuri from a thug with a knife. Is that the actual branching path list for the game on the right? No, it's too few forks. Or it's too many forks. Yeah, it's too many forks. It'd be funny if they did that though, wouldn't it? Would have been really funny if they did that. It's too many forks on that one, but it's not far off. It's not far off. Mayuri's not here right now, but the world lines always converge. I was sure I was going to die in 2025, but... Okabe flipped his white lab coat up a little too dramatically and put his hands to his chest. I don't necessarily have to die, do I? Vanishing from the year 2025 is the same as dying, isn't it? What do you mean? This theory was new to Maho. In other words, I don't have to die to leave the year 2025. I can travel to another part of time and space in our first time machine. That's some serious positive thinking. But, as a theory, it works, right? The world can be tricked. Connect the possibilities. Deceive the world. That message from another world line gave me courage. What I'm about to do is also a trial run for Operation Skuld. Yeah, you're right. I do like how he has himself as mad scientist in his own phone. But to Maho and the others, it was all the same. After 2025, Rintaro Okabe would be gone. He would never come back. He wasn't saying it, but he knew it too. He stared at each of his friends for a moment in turn, as if to help him memorize their faces. Most of the founding members of Valkyrie and the former members of the Future Gadgets Lab were here to see him go. Itaro Hashida, Rumiho Akiha, aka Ferris Nanyan, Lukio Urashibara, Maho Hyacho, and standing quietly in the back, Yuki Hashida. A 7-year-old Suzuha Hashida was hiding behind her legs. Everyone, thanks for coming this far for someone like me. But the battle against the laws of God continues. The next fight is in 2036. Until then, keep it up. Good luck, Valkyrie. As she listened to Okabe's final goodbye, Maho tried her best to stop herself from crying. She couldn't cry here. She decided long ago that she'd keep hope in her heart as she watched him go. Alright, time to go catch my escaped hostage. Take care of Suzuha too. Leave it to me. With the Care Black Hole Tracer loaded onto this thing, I'm sure I'll be just fine. That was a special device that only the C-193 was equipped with. It was capable of tracing the space-time distortion continuity created by a Care Black Hole, anywhere from 70 million years to the past to the future. You could call it a time machine tracker. It had been specially designed to allow them to find another time machine. Times and lines. Taku had to die. Of course, they had only one reason for making it. To find Mayuri Shina and Suzuha Amane, who'd gone beyond the space-time horizon on Tanabata in 2011. They'd guessed that when the battery of the C-204 failed, it had lost the ability to properly time travel. So after finding them with the C-193, Okabe would give them a spare battery and send them back to this time, if possible. He'd go too. If they could do that, this mission would be 100% complete. But doing that with this prototype time machine would be extremely difficult. Okabe had to have known that. Perhaps he was thinking of sacrificing himself to send Mayuri and Suzuha back to this time. Alright, I'm off. See ya. Oh, wait! The last member of the Future Gadgets Lab, Kagari Shina, came running into the floor. Kagari, I wondered why you weren't here. Where have you been? Sorry, I went to get this. Ocarine, take this for good luck. Kagari handed him a faded green Upa keychain. You sure? This is important to you, isn't it? Yes, that's why I'm giving it to you. Make sure you give it back, and bring Mommy back too. Got it. I'll bring it back, I promise. Okabe took the keychain and gave everyone one final firm handshake. Finally, he came to Maho. Stay safe. You too, Krisu. No, Maho. Hey. Yeah? Do you think Steins Gate really exists? Do you really think there's a world between where both Mayuri and Krisu survive? It was the first time she'd asked that in 14 years since the battle began in that year's Tanabata. It does. I know it. Intro Okabe, Hoyoin Kyoma, answered her with a smile. But his smile seemed so sad that Maho couldn't help but cry. Don't cry. I'm not crying. Yes? Maho gave him a hug and swore to herself that she'd never forget his warmth and conviction. Goodbye. Kabe nodded a little. Okay, everyone, step back. We will now begin the operation, and the name of this operation shall be Operation Altair. He shouted as if trying to raise his own spirits, not just everyone else's, and then he entered the cockpit of the FGC-193 time machine. Maho and the others quickly began the countdown sequence to start the time machine. Since this was a trial run too, they needed to record all the data they could get. A low roar enveloped the whole machine. The vibration and noise were so loud that the building shook a little. But as far as Maho could tell, the data was normal. The thick hatch of the time machine was slowly closing, and then there was a sharp sound of it sealing tight, cutting Okabe off from the rest of them forever. It's going to work, right?
大丈夫。
Don't worry, Kyomo will do just fine, yeah.
その通りです。
That's right. He's the man who makes the impossible possible. Yeah,
それで
that's
こ
a
そ
Rokurin.
ホカリンさん。
A rainbow-colored fog started to rise up around the machine. The sound of the engine grew so loud that it threatened to blow out their eardrums, and no one could hear a thing.
オカリン
Itaru screamed, unable to hold back any longer.
お前の死が確定
Doesn't
した
matter
と
if you're
か
supposed to die. Come back here anyway.
みんなずっと待ってるから。
Everyone will be waiting. I'll be waiting too, so make sure you come back.
絶対に帰ってきなさい。
As they screamed, the machine started to fade away. And then... just as he'd promised on that distant day, followed the two Orihimes. With a blinding flash of light, the time machine took off from the year 2025, headed for a time far away, and disappeared.
宇宙に始まりはあるが、終わりはない。
Yes.
無限。
無限 is
星にもまた
infinite.
始まりはあるが、自らの力を持って滅びゆく。有限。英知を持つ者こそ、最も愚かであるのは、歴史からも読み取れる。海に生ける魚は、陸の世界を知らない。
Yeah, it's
彼らが英知を持てば、
good.
それもまた滅びゆく。人間が光の速さを超えるのは、魚たちが陸で生活を始めるよりも滑稽。これは、そんな
Clearly they just deemed it
最後通告に
unimportant.
抗った者たちによる執念のエピグラフ。
Even weirder. When I originally played it on the Vita so long ago, I don't remember if it had a translated bit. Like, that was so far back. It's weird that it would just miss that, though. Have it on Steam. Huh. Weird. Very strange. It's been so long. I legitimately don't remember if there's like another scene or anything. Like we're letting the credits go anyway. Like obviously we let credits roll here. It's what we do. Especially with good sad music and good background art. That's the translation, alright. Okay. Good find, and quick find, by the way, thank you. Weird that they wouldn't translate it here, though. Weirder that they translated on Steam, and not here. Whatever. It's one of those things that's, like, thematically important-ish, I guess, but it's not, like, super plot important, as it were. Like, without that, the plot doesn't change. Credits. I legitimately don't remember if there is or isn't another scene. Truly don't. So, just gonna let it play out. If it brings us back to the main menu, we could. I like this a lot better in the second playthrough. I didn't hate it on my first playthrough, but it really depressed the hell out of me. But I really went in expecting something different than what it was. I went in expecting Steins Gate. I still like Steins Gate 1 better than this, but I have a newfound appreciation for this one. I really do. I'm glad I decided... When I first played it, I was like, I'm never playing this game again. Depressed the hell out of me, never playing it again. I'm glad I decided to play it again for this. I'm glad that... And go to the world, which... Milky Way crossing completed. New items open in CG laboratory. New wallpaper. That should be all of it then. That should be all the endings. There we go. We have the endings. Took 34 hours. I guess the last bit wasn't too long. It only went about 10 extra minutes. 20 extra minutes. I am very glad I decided to play it again, both for the completion's sake of if we're saying we're going to play all the IDV games, I couldn't really skip this one, but also because I really appreciate stuff more now. When I originally went into it, I really just wanted the same... I hadn't played any other IDV games except Steins Gate, and I was like, I like Steins Gate. Steins Gate is now one of my favorite things. I love it a lot. I love the anime, I love the game. Cool. Let's play the next one. See, I don't agree with that, but I'd still put it way higher than it was before. Yeah, no, that's fair. It's all just different takes. Like, this is just my take on it. See, I have never seen the Zero anime. My first experience with Steins Gate was the Steins Gate anime. Then I ended up playing the game and liking it even more because it fleshed things out even more, though the anime is fantastic. I think everybody can agree on that. And then I played this one. This came out on the Vita. Or PSP, I don't remember which one. I think it was Vita by then. Pretty sure it was Vita. Either way, whichever portable system it was then. But I've yet to actually see the anime, and I think we're going to do a Discord stream of that at some point, because I want to watch it. So yeah. No surprises. Fair enough, fair enough. My key thing when I went into the game the first time is I expected a big, mind-blow, crazy ending like Steins Gate had. And a really happy conclusion to it all. Which this doesn't necessarily have, but that's not the point of this game. I went into this game the first time wanting what it never promised me. What it promised me was, hey, this is how he gets to that point. This is what he has to go through to go from the broken mess he was to, hey, we can do this. And it's not an easy road. In fact, it sucks. But yeah, that's really impressive. I'm glad. I'm honestly glad. I'm surprised this would boost itself that high, but like, all you need is that right game at the right time. Which is part of the reason Steins Gate stuck with me so much. I've mentioned this before. The anime was really... I liked the twists and turns of the anime. I liked how little of it I could see coming. I liked where it went. I liked how it ended. But when I ended up playing the game, I was going through some stuff at the time, and the overarching themes really resonated with me hardcore. I liked playing Steins Gate. That first time hit me so much harder than replaying it. I still had a great time replaying it. But Steins Gate 1 that first time was the right game at the right time to hit me with a freaking emotional gut punch, and it did. So I understand. I'm amazed it had that much impact when you weren't even reading it, but like, I'm legitimately glad it could be one of those games that has that impact on you. I'm glad I could help with that. I'm glad you could have that experience. And I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad we had people show up tonight. We had people show up for all these side of games, and I hope you guys are enjoying. Other than Steins Gate and Steins Gate Zero, they're all new to me. Next week we're starting Chaos Child. I know nothing of Chaos Child. I know nothing of Robotics Note Dash other than the thumbnails on my system. That's all I know about those games. That's it. And then we're going to do My Darling's Embrace to round it out, and then we'll actually do other visual novels on Sunday, not just Side EV, but we will have completed all the available, at the time, legally available Side EV games. We'll get Noah when that happens. There's no current legal way for me to buy and play that game on this system. But when it comes out on Switch, that'll be a different story. Two favorite novels didn't seem to matter in terms of affecting you. Yeah, there were clearly some translation errors. It's clearly not like, I wouldn't point at this game and go, this is the perfect visual novel. I'd honestly point at Steins Gate 1. Even then, I can't say it's the perfect visual novel. They could definitely have cut back on the teasing of Luca a bit. Product of its time, and I made sure to say that when I was playing the game, but like, maybe if they cut that out, perfect visual novel. As it stands, almost perfect visual novel. Yeah, this did things with characters you'd never expect. They made a character so freaking lovable that you immediately hated as soon as you found out stuff he did. They made you care about Kiryu Moeka. They gave her an emotionally positive ending. That's nuts. That's nuts. They introduced new characters, and those characters end up feeling as fleshed out as the characters that got 2 full games of being fleshed out. Maho specifically. Maho really gets a lot of screen time. Like, the other cosplay characters get some screen time, and they're there, and they're cool. I would not say they get as fleshed out nearly as much as Maho or Kagari do. But, like, yeah, not having to set up all the... Like, I love Steins Gate, but it starts slow. That's just the one downside to it, really, other than the Luca bits. Other than that awkwardness, the one downside to Steins Gate that can absolutely turn some people off is it starts super slow. It's necessary. I get why it has to start slow, and I would not want them to change it, but some people will just, they won't get through that initial period. This one doesn't have to do that. That's all the groundwork is already set up. They can just hit the ground running and just go, and they go. Yeah. It's good. It's good. It also didn't go as late as I thought. I was worried it was going to when I kept my eye on the clock. I thought we were going to be here till like 3 or 4 in the morning. But hey, it's fine. We missed a few tips. I had already gotten them in previous playthroughs, because I have platinumed this previously. I platinumed it on the Vita, and it's the same trophy list. Otherwise, I'd have a new platinum under here. But yeah. Yeah. Tomorrow, Ramen is using a ticket. We're playing my first ever Hitman game. Tuesday, Sora's used a ticket, and even though I'm pretty sure the person they didn't want to know already knows what it's going to be, they said not to say, so Tuesday will be a game. Kagari's... Yeah... No, it's not 2 Kagaris. It's not 2 Kagaris. It's 2, Oh, maybe it is? No. Yeah, it is. You're right. An unsurgered Kagari. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's fair. As long as she doesn't die and keeps going forward, then yeah, there will eventually be 2. An old and a young. Unless you mean at the same time in the past, in which case it was only 1 Kagari who had been plastic surgery to look like his waifu. But she was actually off on vacation and she'd be back. That wasn't another Kagari, that was these actual... Oh yeah. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Somehow. I hope you guys all get some sleep too. I hope you all had a good time. I kind of build this as like that one game that like depressed the hell out of me and I'd never play again. And I'm glad to find that wasn't the case the second time. I'm glad I could really enjoy this. I'm glad the moments that hit. I really liked the one thing that I absolutely remembered from this game, and the one thing that really did stick with me through all the nothing good happens, everything's depressing, Mayuri standing on her own 2 feet. Mayuri finally taking a stand and being like, I'm doing something. I am not useless. I'm going to be helpful. I'm doing this. Not only finally telling Okuri her feelings, admittedly through a text message, that's fine, but like, that bit stuck with me the most, was her finally like taking her stand and being like, I am doing this. And I mean, it's not like the biggest thing to ever happen in visual novel history or anything, but like for her character, somebody who's always just kind of there and is always just being protected, she finally is like, no, I am doing a thing. And him letting her go, realizing that that was the right thing to do. So yeah, I guess I did always bill it as the most depressing visual novel game I'd ever played. I still wouldn't call it a happy time, but I can appreciate the character writing, I can appreciate what they did, I can appreciate how each scenario was a step that he needed to take along the way to become who he had to become, and him himself realizing that. It's good. It's good. Next week is Chaos Child. I have no idea what to expect, but it can't be worse than Taku, right? It can't be. Right? Right? It'll be interesting, because that was the first game in the series. It was the second one we played, because we messed the order up a little bit intentionally. Intentionally, I wanted to start with Steins Gate, because I thought that was a really good foot to lead on, and I stand by that. Steins Gate's a great foot to lead on, even though it was the second Side AV game. Apparently they didn't really spoil each other, so I could mix them up and it was fine. So maybe he never shows up. I don't know. Again, I know nothing of the game, but we're starting it next week. Remember when we were worried we'd have extra time today? What we'd do with that extra time if we finished early? Yeah, like Chaos Head is... I'm glad we played it. It definitely set up for things, and it made Robotics Note stuff hit way harder than it could have. But they really hit their stride with Steins Gate. Like, I'm glad Chaos Head exists, because it led to Steins Gate. It led to this formation of this series. And depressing as it can be, there were good bits to that. Somewhere in there. I don't regret playing it, but it's like when I was like, what was a good thing that happened in Chaos Head? It's like, error, brain.exe has stopped working. Yeah, I'm really glad I started with Steins Gate for this full playthrough. But yeah, we have 2 games left. One that worries me, and one that oh man. Again, all I know of the games is the thumbnails. And the thumbnail for Robotics Note Dash gives me hope. Just... it's got Daru, it's got the same cast. I just want to see those characters happy. Chaos Child has got 2 characters I don't immediately recognize. Maybe that's Taku older, I don't know. That's all I know. That's the extent of what I know about these games. But yeah, I can't wait. And then My Darling's Embrace should be funny. Honestly, I'm just looking forward to just goofy rom-com shenanigans. But yeah, I gotta end this. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you all for watching. It's very much appreciated. I hope everybody had a great time. Those who made it to the end, those who didn't, who had to go to sleep, whatever. Hope everybody had a good time. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Y'all should do the same. This has been Viper of Viperland. I'll see you all next time.